You
treading a thin line
seized
here,
the moment
Elaine.
and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Wait, what?
Twitter's the lead, man.
Overruled.
Facts not in evidence.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he is
The lead what?
the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy?
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. I don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
Hey there, and welcome to my Twitters. How you folks doing today? What a weird day yesterday. Fun day, but weird day. Who would have ever thought that you could just move into somebody's headspace so casually, so recklessly? Oh man, how you folks doing today? Kate Moss is going to be on the stand today. Now that could really be some fireworks. I mean, at best, I hope they clarify the fact that Kate Moss, she can dispute any story that Amber Heard's team brought up, and at worst, when she goes into a story about how she knows the reality of all this. You know, she give me one second. That her name was used by somebody that lied, that made up a tale. I mean, come on. That's crazy, you know? That is absolutely crazy. But they did. I mean, they did. They enjoyed doing it too. They did it very casually, very simply. One second. I'm setting up something real fast. I thought that's why it took me 3 minutes. I'm making sure that for some reason yesterday a commercial popped up and I noticed and I thought, well, I have YouTube Premium. What's up? And apparently it's just stopped. So it didn't stop because of payment or anything. It just stopped. So I started it back up. That was very weird yesterday though. Oh man, it has been like I said, an absolute day and a half. You want to see something really funny? As far as the Twitters go, you know, they like to talk about. Well, as far as the Twitters go, my Twitter is now up to 95,600 people. I posted this morning, like them, giving you a shout out that makes national news and makes you trend kind of grows your Twitter a little bit. So this morning, like I said, it had 95,400. Well, right now it's at 95,600. So it may well end up with 100,000 followers because of the two mentions like that. And YouTube too. Man, YouTube has been crazy as well because YouTube is now out. I have to get a fresh count just to see where we're at right now. We're at 276,000 now. I mean, that's wow. Like I said, I never imagined anything like this. So it's been interesting. It's been fun to watch the trial kick off. And today, like I said, today may become one heck of a day with Kate Moss. She has the capacity to absolutely wreck Amber Heard. You know what's interesting? a lot of people don't realize. I was looking through commentary yesterday, and I noticed a lot of people, they have no idea that Twitter had been suspended before. So while we're covering and talking, I'll pull up the Twitter subpoena stuff because I think you might find that fascinating, where Amber Heard tried to dox an army of people. So if Greeny Beanie asks, thanks for the 5. If you're that umbrella man, are your members now Tums Thumbs? That umbrella man, Tums Thumbs. That's funny. Kelsey Hogan, thanks for the super sticker there. KO, indeed. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Like I said, it's been a crazy one. I really did. I did not expect them to. Yesterday came as a absolute surprise. The other day, I had a feeling I'd heard something from the other side of the crazy aisle, where all those weirdos, they like to talk, and they talk about some of the document stuff that's going on. And yeah. I was surprised. I was not that surprised by the Adam Waldman stuff. But yesterday, woo, man. X, thanks for the 2. Today I got $2 on this umbrella boy. Indeed. Kyle Castleberry, thanks for the 2. You got a lot of free publicity yesterday. I did indeed. I mean, you can't ask for better publicity. Like some people have been saying, this is like again, not comparing the cases, just comparing the publicity. This is the OJ trial of our decade here, and to be named in it twice, wow, that's interesting. Talk about legitimacy. I guess I could probably find reporter work if I really wanted it, but you know what? Reporters are awful. So, Step Depp, thanks for 5. Your Honor, I'd like to call Mr. Depp's leading Twitter person, that umbrella man. Exactly. Oh Lord, what a mess. Monster, thanks for the 5. I hope they do a split screen, Kate on one side, Turd on the other. Just want to see your face. Thanks for the 2. You are now on the enemies list of YouTube. Oh, they should love me. I've been struck 9 times covering this in the last year. I mean, it's not. You say that, but today's video that I put out, I always put a video out in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, by the way. And I put one on Kate. If I say Kate James, I apologize for some, it's. The names are so close as far as letters. Kate James 5, James 5 letters, Kate Moss 4. I mean, my brain sometimes will do that. But Kate Moss, I put out a video on that, and it hit fabulously. So we'll see what happens. But that's why I have my MCN due. Mira Brown, thanks for the 10. There's an app called Scar Booth of fake realistic bruises. I'll have to check that out and see what it does. I figure any fakery that they saw was probably because of makeup attachments. River, thanks for the 5. That umbrella guy. Have you seen dinosaurs outside the trial? I've seen a lot of weird stuff outside the trial. You know what? I thought about going down there, but I know that after the craziness that they pointed my way, they would get me kicked out. They would. She'd be like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I'd really like that though. I think it'd be fun. Snowcat, thanks for the 5. I'd have to red eye it down there, fly down there. You're having a Stars Born moment that Amber never got. Indeed. Career Designer, thanks for the 2. No statement attached. Plenty of statement. Thank you. Nico, thanks for the 5. Emotion, the community, be named. Those umbrella minions. I like Thugs still. I think it's funny. Mark Goody, thanks for the 5. And she'll be like, he has an army of thugs. And they'll be like, objection, Your Honor. Elaine is actually using that in a racist connotation. You're like, I gotcha. That'd be funny. I would love to hear her say thugs. Wouldn't that be awesome? Oh, hilarious. Sir Angus Fungus, thanks for the 2. The raincoat guy is Flash. That raincoat guy. Yes. Props to Yellow Flash too. Again, I try to shout him out a lot because He's put in a lot of time too, and the YouTube algorithm does not love you when you talk about things that it doesn't want you to talk about. So props to Yellow Flash too. Check out his channel. Christopher George, thanks for the 5. Best is Moss saying, I have no clue where this rumor came from. Yeah, exactly. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Good morning. You see my email, Tug, about the comedian? I did. I did indeed. I did indeed. Let's see. Give me a second. I have to refresh. By the way, let me shout out one thing real quick, too. As I've mentioned many times before, we have a comic book. As I've said, we can complain about industry forever. We can walk away and we can give up the things that we love, or we can create viable alternatives. We try to do that. We don't do sponsors. I don't do sponsors or anything. I do ad revenue. Like if it comes in, you folks, if you support, that's fine. But I don't do sponsors because I get a lot of contact for sponsors, but I haven't never done a sponsor before. We make a comic book every year. If you want to check out our comic book, I will put it in the description. But this is, like I said, our way of correcting industry wrongs, let us say. We are doing fabulously. We're in what we call in demand. That means we work on it. And as we work, people can still back there. But you can see, if you're looking at it and you're like, why is there an umbrella guy here? That's because this is a family endeavor. We have, my daughter would be the archetype for the little umbrella girl. She was 5 when we started out on this stuff. These are all ages. That means for everyone. It does not mean kids. We do a detective noir meets horror type of vibe. You can kind of see it there. S.K. Bennett is an amazing artist too. Check that out. And she has her own artwork that's on the cover first. So this will be her second cover. So I think that's cool. At 8, she has her second cover. And if you're like, well, all the artwork, everything is through here, you can check it out, like I say. And if you're like, well, I don't really know if I care about comics anymore, I would hope you would check them out. But if you're just adamant, I don't care, there's a donation tier. Donate 1 children, we will match you. Do something these people have never done. Give. It's the one thing that these people fail at. All right, let me drop that into the Twitters. The Twitters. It's amazing, like listening to the language that they try to establish here. I don't know. It kind of just cracks me up listening to Elaine, though. She's so clueless about what this stuff is. She also, I love how they use words like the biggest, like they try to write off things as like a support. Oh, you're just Depp fans. No, I started this out to look at what the truth was behind this stuff. I think a lot of people did. Let's see. No one. Thanks for the 5. Is that umbrella guy a reference to the Kennedy assassination? No, actually, it was a troll with someone, but I do like that umbrella guy Kennedy assassination item. Actually, it's lower rung than that, to be honest. It's I have an umbrella tattoo on my hand, and I used to do product reviews way back when, and I would post them on Amazon, and people would grab your Amazon reviews and they'd try to scam people with them, and it made me mad. I was like, I'm trying to be helpful with this to tell people what's going on. People do that, so I would post them on. I post them on here. That's why you can, like, if you go back far enough into my reviews, you'll find like a sprinkler review, stuff like that. But one guy, I don't remember, my account had a different name at one time, and I can't remember what it was. But one guy was like, oh, it's that umbrella guy again. Oh God, he'd complain all the time, So I thought it would be funny, so I changed my name to that umbrella guy. So no highbrow art there. It was really just trolling somebody. Thanks for the 5. Tug, what actors would you eventually pick? Everyone? When they eventually do a series? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about it. I would really like just because I think it would be funny and cool, and I'd love to hear him do all right. I would love to hear like I would love to hear Matthew McConaughey do my voice at least. That would be really funny. You know, be like, all right. I could drive around in my Lincoln lawyer car too. Oh man, that'd be nice. Belinda Davis, thanks for the 20. Hello, Tug from NCBA line. Hey, thank you for that. Return greetings from Tennessee. Keep up the fantastic work. Thank you. Hey, thank you all for being here too. Red Valkyrie, thanks for the 5. Big love to you, Tug. Yesterday was nuts. Gonna mock up merch for funsies, and I'll send to you and Lola. Everyone go check out Red Valkyrie. That's right. Red Valkyrie. I like the people behind Red Valkyrie. So I do want to give them a shout out. They have I didn't start out covering things like this. I started out covering comic book. I still do. I talk about comics. We make comics, you know. But yeah, the comic folks, the people who actually cover that, they do a very good service. So I want to give them a shout out for sure. Give me 1 second. So here is Red Valkyrie. I'm going to post their link in the description. You can see it right there. Go check out their YouTube for sure. They could use it. I'll post it twice here. Like I said, just go check them out. My favorite drink. You mean alcoholic drink? It's probably I'm more of a Jack and Coke kind of guy. You know, I think that's a Tennessee thing. Southern Creek Outfitters, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement. Appreciate that. Lisa Wong, thanks for the 20 and the sticker there. Yeah, thank you for that. I like the super stickers. I like looking at the super stickers. The victory. They make me laugh sometimes. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 5. The food critic, that umbrella guy, must be confused by now if he's not following the trial. That poor guy gets all kinds of hate, man. He gets all kinds of hate. Sometimes it's sad. I've actually had to ask people not to harass and threaten the food critic that goes by the name that umbrella guy. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, man. You know, just people point your hate this way, not that way. That's your thanks for the super chat. Hey, Umbrella Man, did we ever get clarification if the audio and the psychiatrist saying he lied was real or not? Keep up the good work. May the hurdlings forever be triggered. I put out a call for people to slow that video down, magnify it. And honestly, yesterday got so crazy, I didn't finish the follow-up to it. But I put out a call on Twitter for people to take that audio, you know, to magnify it. It's pretty easy to do. You just go into Audacity setting. I mean, you don't even have to have Audacity, but it's easy if people don't have it, and just slow it down a bit, you know, and you could hear it very clearly. And some people were saying, well, it's got subtitles on it. Well, that doesn't matter. You've seen the subtitles here. Subtitles don't truly matter that much. You know, they have no feel for nuance. So we should put out a call for that. You know who? Thanks for the 2. I'm a schizophrenic talking to JD. Mega fan, indeed. I thought that was really funny. Corporal Chaos, thanks for the 10. Have a couple of beers on me. Greeting from Puerto Rico. Hey, greetings returned, and thank you for that. Seashells Bells, thanks for the 5. Elaine is obsessed with you. You should hire her for PR. I'm gonna put out a call for that. I'm gonna actually let me put that on Twitter real quick. I'm gonna ask, you know, I'll be like, hey Elaine. Hey Elaine, after Amber Heard dumps you, if you need work, hit me up. You're the best PR person anyone's ever had. You're the best accidental PR person. PR person anyone has ever had. There you go. That's hilarious, though. You're right, though. She's very great PR. Diao, thanks for the 5. I shared your T-shirt on my Facebook. 1,500 worldwide know about you now. Didn't know about you until Elaine said something in court. Well, glad to have you here. Yeah, it's funny. I've been covering this for a while, and again, as I say that, I want to walk at a very fine line because I am not, by any definition, the only person that's ever done that. Ever, I mean, there's a bunch of people, is what I'm saying, but they really they really love me, I guess. Well, it's because I've been loud about it. I've been very loud about it. Give me 1 second, I'm catching up here. RN Rules, thanks for the 20. We need to be saying prayers for the 19 children murdered in Texas yesterday. Yeah, here's the thing. I'm going to say this one time. So I don't talk about stuff like that very much. I work with kids for a long time. And there's this thing called secondary trauma. You work with people for so long and it kind of rubs off on you. And it messes you up inside. And for the longest time, like I couldn't even talk about like kid crime. I still can't. I can't let my kids out of my sight. Like if we go somewhere, like it's a phobic panic. It comes over me. It's not like a rational thing. It's irrational. So like headlines like that, I don't get around them. Like and again, that's not reverence for people. That's just, it's bad. It really, like I said, emotionally, that stuff over years and years, it took that part of you that's, a core that can listen and help. And it just unwound it. Like it emotionally, it brings up stuff that's like, oh God. So yes, my thoughts go out to those folks. I don't talk or stay on subjects like that because it's rough. So, again, that's not making that about anything about me. I'm just explaining like why I don't invite that very much. Stella, thanks for the 10 there. And the stupid sticker, appreciate that. Lady Frost, thanks for the 5 there. Everyone to the courthouse with Tug masks on. The Tug Illuminati. They'd like freak out. They'd be like, oh my God. It's the Tug Army. No, Teague, you're like fearing for your children. I'm talking about like, okay, so if I go to a store, my kid walks behind me, in my gut, it's an irrational level of fear. It's panic to the point of just extreme anxiety. I can't let my kids play in the backyard without me seeing them, like anything. Like like I said, it messes you up inside because you realize you see the world for what it is sometimes. And I just don't invite. I can't invite it. It's not that I don't. It's like I can't. That's one of the reasons I stopped working with kids as much. If there's an extreme case I can help with, then I will. But I'm typically not a primary on anything like that. Zoe, thanks for the 5. Thanks for the super sticker there. Appreciate that. It's Fumes, thanks for the 2. U for umbrella. Thank you. U for umbrella. Yeah, that's what I need. I need the count and I need some Sesame Street time. Amy Lee, thanks for the 2. No statement there, but plenty of statement. Appreciate that. Step Dev, thanks for the 5 there. I'd like to admit that Umbrella Guy defense evidence number 1903, fully unredacted. I know. Hashtag free Tug. What's up with that? I mean, they should have unredacted. At least Elaine, when she tried to keep me out of there, at least Camille tried to save me. Like, yeah, I appreciate you, Camille. You tried. Raven Al, thanks for the 5. Do you know your IMDb list? You as Jeremy from the Quartering Second Channel. People mess with the freaking IMDb stuff all the time. As yourself, but obviously you're not him. No, I'm not. I'm not Jeremy. Mystic Wolf. He has like 7 or 8 channels of his own. I am That Umbrella Guy, and I also have the channel Tiny Tug. That's mine too. Mystic Wolf, thanks for the 5. It would be funny if everyone outside of the court wore masks, that umbrella man, as the lawyers at AH leave. They would call that like a death threat. They would. They'd be like, oh my God, it's a threat. You know who? Thanks for the 2. I died when Elaine called JD Mr. Turd. Yeah, did people catch that? I thought that was hilarious. I thought I did. I thought that was hilarious. The Mr. Turd thing. Like that surprised me. Just because it's such a screw up. You know, again, her team is I mess up names myself. This is her team. Like when you here, let me play this real fast before we get going. 1 second. I think that was hilarious though. So here's the turd thing. Mr. Turd. Why listen to this.
Testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Turd.
Mr. Turd, you hear it?
Grab Mr. Turd.
Mr. Turd. Grab Mr. Turd. Like, okay. Your testimony is Miss Heard grab Mr. Turd. Oh, that's magic. You got to admit that's magical. Heisenberg Kindles, thanks for the 2. Hey there, Tug and the Tugganots. Let's go, indeed. Thank you. Melinda Davis, thanks for the 10. And although hearts love return, appreciate you. V, thanks for the 5. Love you, Tug. Don't forget, incredibly average is hard work and honor. Well, in the hour of well-earned for incredibly average. Yeah, I try to shout him out, like his work. I try to show it a lot. Like when we do reviews of stuff, I try to show people why his work was so impactful. You know, I mean that's the main thing in there. I actually try to show it. I think that. 1 second. I see. Christian, thanks for the 5. Look up disgruntled Amber Heard yells at lawyer in a rage. She was big mad after she thought the cameras were off yesterday. Well, she's, I can tell you for a fact that she bawled out her lawyers the other day. I mean, she did. She absolutely like bawled out her lawyers, and it was before people talked about her going into like a hallway and doing it. I mean, she did though. She 100% did. I heard it from a very good source that she lost her cool big time. Oh, court footage just came on, so let me get switched over there. No hurry yet. There's no sound or anything, but I'm going to set it up. Make sure, it. See, the quality, for some reason, the quality of the broadcast through YouTube. Have you noticed that YouTube always diminishes the quality of broadcasts? I mean, it astounds me to see it. They do it so often. You have to, I have people ask about that too. Make sure your quality settings are up. People were asking why this wasn't in a certain level of, God, would they stop doing this again? I hate whoever runs the, look, there's the dinosaurs. I love them showing this stuff, but I hate that they switch over all the time and they do this mess. I can't really boost the volume here yet. I wish they just show the courtroom, instead of showing external shots. And it's not because some of these are not new, and they do this they do it all the time. Terrible about it.
How are you?
But this is okay. If you don't understand how the broadcasts of this stuff work, this is it's called Live View. Live View is like a live broadcast that comes over for people. And whoever controls it has been their slick lately. So they've been doing stuff like that. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and amplify the sound for them, not for us. Give me 1 second. Their sound will be, again, boosted. I'm going to turn mine down. I know my volume will get low, but I don't like being louder than the people on the screen, you know? So I'm going to turn my volume down to about 10 to 12. We'll see how that works. Elaine, man, she's already looking looking a little batsy. Now yesterday, I lost signal in the middle of. Remember, it was like I got knocked off YouTube. If something like that happens, I will try to come back, but I have no idea still what happened yesterday. You notice how they box Elaine out in the corner? That's Elaine in the corner. That's Elaine with no spotlight because nobody can stand her. Sorry to REM. Apologies to REM for butchering that song. I do, though. They box her out. Slow chat. This chat is slow. The chat's already slowed down by like 10 seconds, I believe. I'm not going to slow it down to like 30 seconds or anything. That's just, it's crazy. It's just a byproduct of like there being 13,000 people or so. It's the chat gets fast. But we have slowed it down, and it's on subscriber. If you got here and you're like, hey, that umbrella guy, I can't comment. I do get people writing me that way periodically. If you were subscribed to the channel, make sure you're still subscribed. And if you haven't, hit that and tell people we're live over here, because it's harder for people to find our broadcast, baby. Give me a drink. How's the sound right now? We good level still? I found a new program. I started using it yesterday where it magnifies their sound better and it doesn't like blow out my sound, I think. So, Jeanette, thank you. Love return. Good sound. Awesome. No drinking. Oh man, I'm going to drink caffeine. You're going to hear me drink that caffeine. I got to wake up. Like last night, I was like, man, I'm going to go to bed. And then I was like, well, I'm going to go talk to Andy, in Popcorn Planet for a minute. I was like, I'm too tired to do this. I gotta get off here after a minute, Then I was like, well, I finish a video for the morning, of course. After I did that, I was like, well, there is this one channel I want to go talk to for a minute, LawTube. And by then, it's like midnight. It's like, oh man, what am I doing? Get some sleeps. The decision. So remember Friday, we will have court. We typically do not have courts on Friday, but we will have court on Friday. So just to throw that in there too. A lot of people, they've gotten conditioned to the point where they think there's no court on Friday, and there is. That's myself, of course. I think there's no court on Friday oftentimes. Make sure the sound's coming through right. All right. 13,655 watching so far. Thank you, folks. That's all membership. Leah Hilton, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to the Tuggernauts. Appreciate that. Metal Vampire, thank you and welcome. Thank you for your membership and welcome to Thugs. Appreciate that. I will hit super chat as they come. What? I'm still trending on. Can you send me a screenshot of that if it's still trending? Because that's nuts. My email, if people don't know, is let's see. My email is Granular Heaven. My brain just fried. Did you know that? Is Granular, GRANULAR, granular like a grain of sand. Heaven, HEAVEN @gmail.com. Why is it that? I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember anymore. It's just an old email, but it is. It's there, and I'm attached to it. So I'm like, poor email. I'm never going to give you up. I need to quit singing today. Man, we're about to clock 277 on the YouTubes as well. Man, that's nuts. It's funny, when I first started out, people told me you will never be able to work on YouTube because you have that Southern drawl. like, Mama, look how far I've come. It's a big trial when ADHD tongue can't concentrate. Yeah, I wonder. I always wonder. I wonder, like, again, I'm not the spring chicken, as it were. So I do wonder if with modern diagnosing, I do wonder, like, if my parents would have sent me in for diagnosis and what I would have been diagnosed with back when. I am a mental health professional, by the way. I definitely would have diagnosed myself with OCD tendencies for sure. Big Lord. Misty, born in the South, born and raised, solid. I've been around here forever myself. Hey, gal pal, what's up? How you doing? Red Valkyrie. What's your favorite detective noir film? I'd have to think about that. I thought you were going to ask books. You know what book I really like, though? I really like the criminal books. Again, I mean, they're more modern, but Criminal from Brubaker, God, they're amazing set. I like to read them once a year. I just read them again, even though I've read them all. Leslie Motley, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. It's funny, like, the law tubers getting into the courtroom. Man, I knew, here's the thing. Like, if I went to the court, I know for a fact they would get me kicked out. You know they would. They'd be like, we're scared for our lives because that umbrella guy, he's here. So I'd still like to go down there. I think it'd be fun. I'd like to watch it there. How's fame treating you? It's just a lot more numbers on the screen. You know what, though? I like I said, none of this stuff, I put out the content, but the people that watch it have to watch it. And that's what people always have to remember. If you get attention, that's awesome, but attention is only as good as only as good as the people supporting it. A lot of people, they get a little bit of attention, and what do they really do? But here, I mean, before they said anything, just being honest, I mean, we had 200,000 freaking people around, so it's been awesome for them to do it. But there have been people who've supported forever, and there are more people. Like I said, it's fascinating. I find it to be a crazy, surreal circus. Like, to be named, and again, one of the law tubers last night said, again, made the comparison. I'm not comparing the two trials, but they made the comparison of this being the, as far as publicity and everything, being the O.J. Simpson trial of this, really, so far of this century. I mean, we haven't had anything that compares with it, and I think that's right. And then to, have you mentioned in it as some type of influencer, it just shows you how obsessed these people were with trying to take us all down, though. What are the criminal books? They're comic series. Look it up. Ed Brubaker. You know the guy who created The Winter Soldier. If you like Captain America and The Winter Soldier, like that, the movie, Ed Brubaker writes it a little more like reveal portions. You reveal over time The Winter Soldier and all that. They reveal it fast, because it's a movie. But imagine that reveal over time. It's great. Well, he wrote a series called Criminal, and it is amazing. Like Ed Brubaker's stuff, he has a story about a superhero or a supervillain that goes into witness protection. Like, that's freaking amazing. He has a book called Fade Out. It's like from the 1920s, like pulp noir about a murder. God, I mean, some of this stuff is just blanking on me, but I mean, there's some good works. Like Ed Brubaker's amazing. Like, he's one of my favorite writers, hand down. as far as the comic medium is concerned. Just to say, Johnny Depp, man, he's there. I really would like him to sell his art for the day. I'd really love to see like all of what he's working on. He call it the courthouse doodles or something, you know. He can make a fortune doing that. What's taking so long? They've got a sidebar going on. They've just got something they've got to handle this morning. You know, you probably remember Amber Heard's team only has 2.5 hours left, as far as we understand. So they can, like a Kate Moss, I imagine they would spend some time trying to take her out, you know, trying to counter what she says, and that just ends up burning more of their time. I mean, their time management was terrible. So again, over the next 2 days, like they don't have a lot of time left on the clock, period. And I mean, Depp has been managing about 4 times that, you know. He's got over 10 hours remaining. That was now the judge didn't give it exact times. She said she was just kind of ballparking it a little bit because the person that keeps up with it typically wasn't there that day. So we'll probably get, at the end of the day, we'll probably get more of a breakdown. But still, 4-1. I mean, that's amazing. It's become addiction. Someone said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people ask me why I kept looking into this, because it's astounding. Like, imagine all of this stuff, but you get to find it. You get to help pull this stuff out. You get to see when it comes up. Imagine like that, the excitement of finding new people. And every single day for solid almost 3 years, a new piece would come out. Every single day, a piece of this puzzle would come out. And when you were keeping up with it, it was just like, oh my God, this is insane to watch. You know, her defrauding charity, her using the media for clout for close to 6 years to get fame, you get back pats. I mean, that's just nuts, you know? And then you had body cam footage coming out. She went after the police in this. I mean, she went after the police. Like, a lot of people don't realize, like, she went after the reason they were talking about LAPD investigations yesterday, you know, saying that they were a lie and all of this. Now, the reason the LAPD started looking at her is because she went after the LAPD. She went after the 2 officers that revealed what had actually transpired. She decided that they were fair game. So they tried to blame that on Adam Waldman, but once again, that was something that she did. She decided to bring them in and to put them in the crosshairs. She was going to ruin their lives. And of course, you know, her defenders said, well, that's because blah, blah, blah. No, it's because they didn't agree on the outcome. If she would have gotten what she wanted out of it, she would have never said anything like that. And we all know it, you know? I mean, we all absolutely know it. I've been enjoying the TMZ discovery stuff too. You know, I'm hoping that the TMZ stuff comes up. And I'm hoping that the TMZ stuff it comes up in Courtroom is what I mean, and they don't manage to shut it down. There's so much stuff though. Like in the break, I want to show you. I've been talking about the Twitter subpoena for Amber Heard. Amber Heard subpoenaed Twitter to try to dox. And what I mean by dox, by the way, she tried to get the personal information of over 200 basic users on Twitter. She decided, since you had a certain idea, compunction about, you know, the way this was playing out, that your private information should be out there. She went after 200 Twitter users. She subpoenaed their private information. And when I say private information, she wanted everything from where you started your accounts to to how exactly, you sign, where you sign in from. I mean, just insane stuff that she was asking for, because she wanted to ruin people's lives, and you could see it. It was astounding to watch play out real time. I've never seen anyone just threaten the general public because they don't believe you. And she did that with that bot claim that she's been attached to and that she's been sticking with forever, by the way. I said it's an insane idea. I'm looking at different documents that are being posted over and throughout. I noticed Court TV mentioned me yesterday. I noticed they still haven't answered why they turned on why they put out a fake video about Johnny Depp. I noticed they ignored my question about that, though. Like, they mentioned the stuff that happened yesterday, but they will not answer my question about that. And I kind of wanted that answered, because I thought that was crazy, It is nuts, though, seeing like some of the moves that she's made, for real. I mean, they're surreal, and you're only getting a partial story there. Like I said, a lot of that stuff came up in 2020. All that insanity. The lawyers huddling. Look, Elaine's still on the outs. They still got her pushed all the way to the corner. She looks so mad getting shoved over to the corner. She's like, I belong here. I'm a lawyer. This is my case. I mean, I'm the one who exposed that umbrella man. You gotta love it. You do. You gotta love it. I'm pulling up all this stuff for the subpoenas, though. I mean, for real, she she asked for, listen to this. She wanted the information regarding over 200 different usernames. She wanted information like the IP address from which the account is registered, any and all IP addresses from which the account logged in, any and all IP addresses from which the account tweeted messages. So, like, you tweet from your mama's house or your work, they would have gotten you.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
She seemed hesitant.
Okay.
I have her volume maxed out, like I said. I've got her on program 600% volume, so that is max volume. Just a note. It's one thing with the courtrooms. The court volume is so low. If you're new here, I try not to talk over witnesses, ever. I know other people, if you want commentary like that, there are plenty of channels that do panels. I just want to hear what the witnesses have to say. I'll talk in breaks and stuff like that, though. And welcome, 17,000 people. Again, tell people we're live. If you want to sub, if you haven't been, and like the thing, that's it. It's all free.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please see your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to this
Kate
stand.
Moss is number one. Oh my God.
She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me?
She's going to be.
Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss, please continue.
And I screamed because I was in, because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time.
That little bit just
Any
destroyed her
cross-examination?
life.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go.
Oh
Thank
my
you, Ms.
God.
Thank
Just
you very
that.
much.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God. That little bit right there just demolished Amber Heard's little lie about the staircase. Like I said, that wrecks it. And she didn't even have to do anything. That's amazing. Because you just painted her as a
Your Honor, we're
liar.
calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
Oh, Dr. Muffins is back.
Just give us a moment to move the TV.
Oh no, they're grinding up Kate Moss. Please, she's a national treasure. Don't do it.
All right, Dr. Curry. Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh, here comes Dr. Muffins again.
Plaintiff called Shannon Curry, Dr.
Alright.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine, ma'am. You're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
This should burn out some of Amber Heard's time too, because they'll want to directly refute whatever
Good
she
morning,
says.
Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have two primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the danger assessment scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the conflict tactics scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of the, I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past. But it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
And Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
This is devastating so far. Dr. Hughes, by the way, I agree with a lot of what she's said here so far about testing. And it's especially disturbing that she gave Amber Heard a checklist of what identifies as PTSD symptomology. So essentially, she gave her a checklist of everything that you would be looking for, and then she tested her on PTSD symptomology. So of course, she's going to find something in there. And one of the things that triggers malingering, that would be faking. One of the things that points to her faking is the fact that she identifies almost everything on the list. See, even with the most severe PTSD symptoms, even with the most severe PTSD counts, you're going to have differences in that. You know, people, they may have symptoms because they were in a war. They may have symptoms because of violence, and there's going to be distinctions. They lead to the same set or subset of problems, but the way that you identify, you don't have. There are very few. It is extremely rare that you're going to find somebody, like, say, on a checklist of 20 items, she identified 19 that she was suffering from at that time. That is truly, except for her, it's unheard of. I love the puns. But seriously, I mean, when you're going through this, is devastating testimony, because it takes what Dr. Hughes was saying and it puts it under a microscope and it tears it apart. Like, she was guilty of basically helping her rig testing while not giving her appropriate tests. She said she gave her a dozen tests. 2 of those tests, a trauma symptom inventory and a personality assessment inventory, they were appropriate for what they were doing. The other one, the Miller, which is a malingering scale, you know, you're looking to see if somebody is faking. It's a great test, but it's not made for PTSD. It's actually made for severe mental illness. You're talking about, you know, people with faking psychosis, you know, people they're faking schizophrenia. It's not made to detect PTSD or you know, trauma associations. There are other tests that are better geared to that. And on top of that, like they said, they gave her 8 specific tests that dealt with checklists. So you're talking about self-identified items, and they gave one checklist to Amber Heard that identified all of the symptoms you were looking at for PTSD, so she would know how to answer questions later on.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Hurd was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Hurd's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, That was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the Atypical Response Scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Hurd scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Hurd with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Hurd, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Hurd and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections, blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI, or the Personality Assessment Inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the Personality Assessment Inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Hurd scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Hurd's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Hurd obtained a normal profile on my MMPI too.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Hurd already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented? For instance, the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98th percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person, we have to get consent, and we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Oh, they don't like this. They don't want to start tearing apart at this kind of stuff. They don't like it. They love to bring up Adam Waldman, though, but they don't like anybody actually questioning anything about how that brought up. Man, she is devastated. Their testing, though, their testing methods were I would call them flawed, but flawed would indicate that it was misinformation. And Dr. Hughes wasn't about misinformation. She was all about the disinformation, selling you a narrative that Amber Heard is all of these things. If you still cling to the idea that she is a victim, then I invite you to go and check out her 2016 interview, because it'll show you for sure. They're desperate, though, to keep any mention of Adam Waldman. They want to keep Adam Waldman on the fence because they think about how ridiculous this is. Who destroyed Amber Heard's life? Was it Adam Waldman with 3 statements in the media? When how many people who know exactly who he is?
Dr. Hughes had suggested that perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered. What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, cross-examination.
God, please tell me Cat Lady's going to do it.
Dr. Curry, I just
Yes.
want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
Oh, she's just going to
That
add.
would be way too much, but I do not know.
Okay.
Wow, I'm in the wrong profession.
Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule, a Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mhm.
And you talked about transparency.
She's crazy.
I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question.
Oh, she didn't like that, did she?
Did you disclose this in any of
Elaine's
your?
getting
I did
mad.
not disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. And are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was
Okay.
tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we promised to get this case to the jury. So I'd really appreciate if you just answer my question.
She
rather
just-
than trying to go.
She
further,
just gave like
okay?
a
Thank you
2-minute
very much.
synopsis
Now,
while saying that. We're on a time limit, but
after
I'm
you
going
did
to
have
talk
the
for 2 hours.
dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
Make her waste time, Curry.
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right,
Answer slower. I would answer like this.
Not up here anymore.
Your Honor, can we approach it?
All right.
I love it. So she's like, you need to give short answers. And she lectured her about it for 2 minutes. Well, I would be sitting there. I'd be talking like I was on Xanax or melatonin. Yes, as I stated previously. She'd be like, please stop. She's losing her cool though. Elaine's crazy. Like she just loses it, and she's really into, she's trying to defeat the argument about psychological testing by saying, but you're for hire. You met with Johnny Depp at his home and had dinner and drinks. Okay, well, are we going to get to the testing results? Are we actually going to talk about what she said there or not? Of course not. Because if we get to that, the malingering tests. Who's talking to her there? Oh.
now you recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes,
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
God, listen to how fast she's trying to speak. She's doing her best to not burn time. They only have 2.5 hours left. So again, Depp has 4-to-1 time on them. So they're afraid if they don't. I mean, she's speaking like this really fast because if she is spending any time, then really they're gonna have a problem. It's hilarious. She's basically giving the equivalent of a speed run. She's speed running Amber Heard's cross-examination.
Line 16 of page 207, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That, and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now, you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SKID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
It's not how it works.
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated
No.
examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you talked about, you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see
She's
anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did
I-
Dr.
not her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
yes,
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard, no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD.
She's talking to
Now,
herself.
you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Talking to herself.
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
Sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section
Mhm.
of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay.
She's just looking at half.
Well, we can deal with that later.
anchors.
So
Oh, she can't
you
answer.
agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of Conduct, right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
Yes.
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you are not,
That
you have
doesn't-
not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up date 10 of the trial testimony at page 2710?
Yeah, take your time. Good job, Elaine. Bernardo.
2710, lines 12 through 18.
May we approach?
All right.
I like how they brought up the idea of ethics and guidelines in witness testimony, considering they brought on Dr. I never interviewed Johnny Depp, but you know what? I diagnosed him anyway. I mean, that's rich coming from them. Yeah, we have ethical problems. Okay. Did you mention ethics when you literally remote diagnose the guy, and that's an ethical issue? Oh, wait. Ethics matter when, right? I forgot. Ethics matter when. It's hilarious. Elaine, are you wasting time? Oh no, I think she broke. She was at 5 times speed, and I think it broke her.
Thank you, Michelle. Great job. Okay, does the witness also have, okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I
Okay.
still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's the
Sure.
objection? I'm sorry.
What
Hold on,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on perch? Okay.
Dr. Muffins is eating up that time. Way to go, Dr. Muffins. Remember, the muffin thing is all about, they're so petty that she brought muffins to the office. And when she brought muffins to the office, her husband picked them up beforehand to help her save a little bit of time. And they said that was her providing some kind of conflict of interest or something, you know? It's just astounding.
Now, you have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
Yeah, of course, she has to give up. I love that. They're speaking like this really fast because they know if they don't, then they're going to run out of time. It's beautiful.
You were asked about the skid.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines.
Yes.
Specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
I wonder who's next now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take
Can we
our
get a
morning
break?
recess
Yep.
for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
That was a little more devastating than I'm sure they want to let on. And the Kate Moss stuff was fascinating. We'll talk about all that in just a second once they let out of the courtroom. Let's see if they have anything else to add.
just for planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so. Okay, just to let you know.
Which motion?
They need to work on that. They're gonna find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay? All right, thank you.
So they're taking about a 19-minute or 20-minute break or so. All right, so the Kate Moss stuff was a lot more devastating than I think that Amber Heard would want to admit, because she threw her in. See, she has a very weak testimony as far as certain incidents that she alleges. One of those incidents, as you're probably aware of, they call it the staircase incident. Let me pull it up for you. Okay, I'll pull it up as her own statement. That way, again, she has added to this, as she does with everything. She adds on to every statement. But her statement, what's fascinating is that her statement, it disagrees with her sister's statement. Her sister went on record. Her sister actually very much embellished her tale when she told the staircase incident. You know, she actually, in her deposition is 27, or her statement rather. I said deposition, but her statement is 27 pages long. In Amber Heard's stuff, what she tries to do is she tries to keep it short. You know, that way she can make nebulous comments about something. You know, she can go in, she can tell you, you know, actually I meant this, I meant that, and you can't really lock her down with a story. I mean, that's part of her plan. You know, you can't quote her on something because she can add, subtract, she can't remember. You know, it's the less is more approach, and that's the only way that her lies really have worked out for her. Because if you know, the more that you add to it, the more problems you have. Her sister, though, like I said, she added a lot of stuff to her tale. She added, again, 6. Oh God, I'm going to say, well, I'll pull it up for you in just a minute. But she added a good 6+ paragraphs to her statement that weren't there, including she tried to deflect against Travis McGivern. Travis McGivern, he went on record talking about a Red Bull can getting thrown at Johnny Depp's back. Well, the way that they tried to deflect away from that was they tried to say that Johnny Depp actually was the one that threw the can. They tried to adapt their testimony, and in adapting your testimony, you run into problems. Okay, so here's just to give you an idea of how this looks. All right, so let me lock this on here. All right, so Amber Heard, excuse me, my voice is a little woo. Amber Heard's statement on this is pretty concise. She gives a small detail in. You know, this is really her statement right here. Johnny Depp returns from LA. We get into a big fight because he was cheating on me. I knew he cheated before, but I didn't think he would after we were married. He reacts badly. He starts smashing up things, including possessions in my closet. I went next door where my sister was staying and told her what had happened. She came to the apartment where Johnny and his team were. I remember her being very upset and crying. I also remember Johnny and I were shouting at each other. At some point, he started hitting me. Everything happened very quickly. I remember Whitney standing between Johnny and I. He was trying to attack me on the mezzanine level. He pushed Whitney out of the way so he could reach me. Remember, he's in a soft cast doing all this too. You know, I remember he's having, like, every time you would hit somebody with something, he would have to hit them with a cast. She would definitely show signs of being beaten with a cast. First of all, his cast had no signs or damage, and he had no extra damage from beating somebody with his cast. But he pushed Whitney out of the way. So she had her back to the stairs. I remember being really scared. She's going to fall. I lunged at Johnny to stop him from hurting my sister, struck him to protect her. It was instinctive reaction. Now, this is where she adds the Kate Moss statement. This is why Kate Moss came in. She said, you know, I thought of, let me see. Let me get it right exactly. Her statement. So she added Kate Moss into her tale. She said she wanted to make Depp an abuser. She said, I remember Kate Moss. I remember I remember what I heard about her. Instinctively I went to that. Therefore, Whitney's back was to the staircase. Johnny swings at her. I didn't hesitate. I didn't wait. I just, in my head, instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs. So I swung at him. In all my relationships to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. This was the first time that I actually hit him. Now, her audio disagrees with that, by the way, and some of her other statements disagree with that too. But this on record is when she says it's the first time that she actually hit Johnny Depp. So you see, that was her story of it. Now, Whitney's story is a lot colorful, more colorful, I think maybe the word for it. It's definitely it's definitely something. So this is what Whitney's story looks like. Whitney has a lot more descriptors. Like Amber comes in, she was crying and screaming, "Can you effing believe it? Your brother is effing cheating on me." This argument was that would be weird, by the way. Do you really believe that Amber Heard was calling Johnny Depp her sister's brother? Like that's creepy, right? Your brother is cheating on me. Wait, what? Incest vibes say what now? I mean, maybe it's just me, but that just, like I said, that just kind of creeps me out a little bit, But regardless, they play that game of, yeah, that's what we said, because it tries to make them more familiar. So the argument was sparked. He'd been cheating with a woman called Rochelle Hathaway. Apparently, this had been going on some time. Wait. Give me a second. There's something playing. I can hear. What a bunch of BS. Okay, you want to see how jacked up the copyright claim system is in YouTube, by the way. So I got another place claiming copyright, right? It's a music place, okay? They're saying music was played in the trial. They claimed the middle of the trial where there's no music. They just came in and randomly claimed the middle of the trial to try to make it ineligible so you can't monetize. Like, I think those are like messed up games by Amber Heard's team, but there's no music there. It's the middle of a trial. I just saw it come in. I've had 17 copyrights come in so far, trying to like I said, they do anything. They try to make sure that you can't monetize, you can't get your stuff out there. It's so nuts. But anyway, I thought I would show you that because that's freaking crazy. So she gives this, like I said, a very in-depth, crazy story about, Amber's on the mezzanine level screaming F you. Johnny's on the ground screaming verbal abuse, calling her a whore, an ugly old see you next Tuesday. No one find you attractive. They knew how many men you went through. Like, he threw a Red Bull can at us and it hit his sobriety nurse, Debbie. So look, she claimed, Johnny Depp actually hit his sobriety nurse with a can, not hit Amber Heard, not hit me, hit Debbie Lloyd, which Debbie Lloyd, yeah, she's going to just be like, I'm going to shrug that off, right? So then he came up the stairs from the kitchen to the mezzanine level, which does not fit her testimony in the court, by the way. I was on the top of the stairs at the mezzanine level. I stood with my back to the stairs, facing Amber between them. I remember being worried that I was near the edge of the top of the stairs. He got to the top of the stairs. He pulled me backwards so he could get to Amber. I remember being scared because I was worried that I could fall backwards or fall off the stairs. Johnny reached out to me, reached out to shove me the way to lunge at Amber, reaching out to hit Amber, and instead struck me, hitting my arm. Amber suddenly lurched forward and hit him and said, "Don't hit my sister." So you notice their tale's different, right? Amber Heard's worried that her sister's going to get pushed off the thing, so she attacks Johnny Depp. Here, she has Johnny Depp hitting her, and that's the reason. So again, here's the problems. Like I said, there's a big problem. Then you have the consistent stories. Now, Johnny Depp's people, they may flesh out the story more. Like they may be asked about it and they may need to add, but they have been pretty consistent. Like Travis McGivern, for example, he was the security guy that talked about this same instance. He was pretty consistent about it all. He went in, he told you, that a certain day I was working security. Here's a certain time, Johnny Depp contacted me, told me to bring Miss Lloyd. All this is going on. When I arrived there, I initially stood just out the penthouse with the door open in order to give them their space. When the argument got louder and more intense, I entered the apartment, stood in general vicinity without intervening. At some point, approximately 30 to 45 minutes after my arrival, Miss Heard threw a full can of Red Bull that hit Mr. Depp in the back. Now, the reason that he says he said that is because they said, again, that Miss Lloyd got hit by a can, which they said did not happen. So after she throws that, I recognized that Miss Heard had access to a variety of other things she could throw. I therefore moved next to Mr. Depp to ensure nothing would hit him. So she tries throwing a purse. He deflects it. About 10 minutes before we left, I witnessed her punch Mr. Depp in the eye with a closed fist. So he fleshes all of this out and says, this is where I was in it, et cetera, et cetera. But again, okay, you have that. And even though some of this was not brought into the courtroom, the court of public opinion is also part of what we're discussing here. Okay. That also matters. So you also had Jennifer Howe, which I thought it was, I guess there was a decision about her not being able to put in everything there because I guess of hearsay rules or something, but Jennifer Howe herself went on record stating that, Whitney, she comes and moves in with her. She's a mess. She tells me she tried to stop her sister from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said when she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me she was worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had endured that kind of abuse her entire life, from her father, then from Amber, who was extremely violent. Okay. Then you have a person that backs up her story named Vince Jolivet. Vince Jolivet was the partner of James Franco. He worked with him for quite some time. Like he says in his thing, he thankfully has moved on, but he was there for hundreds of films. During 2016, they end up sharing an office with Jennifer Howe. That's the Art of Elysium. That's her charity. And at the time, Whitney Heard was working there. Now, Whitney and him, they become really good friends. They end up dating in 2017. And during the time they were getting together, back in 2016, he asked Whitney a question about why exactly she had moved in with Jennifer Howe. She relays a story about how she had to stop her sister from attacking Johnny Depp, and in the process, she almost got knocked down the steps. So you have all these statements that Amber Heard had a problem with, because when you look at it, there's no consistency on her side whatsoever. Even her own witnesses disagree. They flat out disagree, but that doesn't matter. But this was, like I said, I thought it was amazing to see, though, when you go through that. Want to be that jury if they go with Amber's side. Well, that means that that would mean that the prosecution didn't, or the plaintiff rather, they didn't make their case. Just to say, like, it wouldn't be that would be less of a problem with the jury and more of a problem with Depp's team, because they wouldn't have felt that what they said in court. I mean, you're privy to a lot of things that they're not going to hear. So looking at what's been presented in the courtroom, hopefully that's all enough. I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but if they decide something different, remember that would go on that side. And that's a terrible thought because God, I mean, how exactly do you get justice otherwise? Justice is hard to come by though, especially for a male victim. I mean, let's just be honest about it. Hey, let me shout out something real quick too, since Dr. Muffins was on the stand again. If you don't remember here, look, we have these shirts, Dr. Muffins. So if you don't remember the Dr. Muffins story, which I thought were hilarious, I love these. Look at the little Johnny Depp muffins. Dr. Muffins, that's why we call her that, is because, see those two? They're in our store. I'll drop a link in the description, but I thought they were absolutely hilarious. But Dr. Muffins, that's because she bought muffins to bring to Amber Heard because, it's a nice thing to do. I do that with clients. I'll bring in food or something. Most of us, most providers do stuff like that. Here, I'm going to drop a link to that. So you can find both shirts in there. Again, charity. That's where the profits go to. So if you're like, oh, that's one thing that they didn't do with their stuff. Profits, local charity. I'm not giving it to some giant company. We'll use it as it comes up and as it's needed, whether it's singular or whatever. If an organization hits us up, whatever. But anyway, so she provides muffins, right? Well, she had her husband go pick them up that morning because she was running behind, which. Okay, like my wife this morning just went and grabbed something. She grabbed a coffee and she grabbed me a couple of biscuits too, while I'm on here. Well, they make a big deal out of it, saying that she told her husband about this celebrity client that was coming in for clout, which I kept thinking, like, is Amber Heard actually clout? I mean, they were claiming that it was the sound came on for a second, but it wasn't the trial coming up. So just to say, but I kept thinking, is Amber Heard really that much clout? I mean, if we're being honest, like they made this big deal out of it, pretending that she had given away confidentiality. She had essentially traded the idea of her client for clout. And that may not sound like a huge accusation, but in the fields of mental health, remember, confidentiality is paramount. That's one of the few ways, though, that they can they've tried to go after witnesses in so many different ways. I did think, though, when they were asking, man, did you make $100,000 for this? I kept thinking, my God, I'm in the wrong profession. I am in the wrong profession. I work with like Medicare, Medicaid, and we don't make money like that. Julie Davis, thanks for the 5 there, by the way. AH 2003, mugshot related to death of friend at age 16, impossible DUI incident. Did you hear this? It's not. There's no confirmation of that. You just have like again, there's a mugshot where she lost her license for DUI. And because of that, and because of a story that she told saying that a friend died in youth, it's become this thing that there's not proof that it happened. So just to say it. Thanks for the 10. Off topic. How did your wife react to all the subs? She thought that was amazing. She was like, oh my God, Oh my God, there's so much there. When do I find time to work? I took off time to do this. I've taken off for this trial here. Yeah. So I ended up doing that. But I still upkeep certain things. I just have to do it in the middle of I've been doing them on Fridays and stuff, when we're not in session. I've been catching up things. But yeah, I took off time. Because I mean, why I've been watching this for so long, I'm gonna watch it come to fruition. All right, they're coming back in. They have some kind of housekeeping issue that they're bringing up too. So They are back in the courtroom, but like I said, there's a housekeeping issue of some sort. We don't know exactly what it is yet. Let me see. I'm gonna hit a few super chats there. But yeah, she was thrilled about the subscriber thing. Matt, thanks for the 20. There's music playing during the trial. It's the sound of Heard's case falling apart, which is or of Ding Dong, the witch is dead. Is that what they went after? Ding Dong, the witches. TMZ, man. The TMZ stuff. I'm hoping that TMZ didn't get the protective order that they wanted, you know? I don't know. I haven't looked up anything since this morning, you know? We'll have to see exactly what's that about, you know? Use the mic. I have my mic low. It's because if I turn my mic up, I have to turn it down. I turn it down from 74 input to 10 input because when I speak, we have to magnify the trial to a 600% output. So I've been turning my microphone input down low, you know? That way you can actually hear the trial. I mean, it's crazy. The courtroom is so low. That's why when you go on some channels, their inputs are so loud and overwhelming because, you know, they magnify it. Everybody's having to magnify the audio, but some people are accidentally magnifying which I did with certain programs. I found a good program this week, but some people are magnifying their audio, all of it. So they're turning their microphones up to 600%, which I had problems with that with certain days with with certain programs. And also they're not adjusting. So they're still louder than the mic. That's why I keep it at this level. Fred Luce, thanks for the 9. Every time Cat Lady spots an umbrella, she's going to be triggered. Love it, indeed. She'll be like, oh, no, I'm not getting none of that. She probably will walk through the rain for the rest of her life. She's like, I can't stand umbrellas. She goes on TMZ is going to have footage of her going on a rampage at Walmart, destroying umbrella racks. Look at her, by the way. Look at her trying to look over the back. Like, again, she's locked out. Like despite being on this for so long, she is like, look at her. I mean, she is locked out. They do not respect her in that. Like her own colleagues, they're like, you can get in the back, babe. It's hilarious. Partly cloudy optimist. Thanks for the 2. Which Heard sister gets the ruby slippers? Oh Lord, it's funny. You know who? Thanks for the 5. Did you hear Camille say the F word by accident while he kept objecting with Mr. Right? I didn't catch that, actually. That's funny, though. I'm not surprised. I would get tired of these people. You know? I got to go back through there. And like I said, yesterday was such a crazy day. In fact, like just to say with Twitter, my Twitter account is less than 3,000 subs away from 100,000. I mean, that's crazy. And thanks for the 2. Tug, as a Bronx native, I love your accent. Thank you. Thank you for that. I always like picking up different accents. You know, I love listening to people like Greg Ellis or Mr. H reviews. You know, the UK denizens, they sound. I just love listening to some of them. Greg Ellis sounds so good, though. Did you see Rottenborn's foot stomp? These guys, I swear. Christy, thanks there. Love your accent. I'm Aussie. Thank you for that. It's funny when I started YouTube. I've talked about this before. I was told not to get my hopes up, you know, because I would never be able to succeed on the platform because platforms, they don't like a Southern accent. I was like, all right, well, we'll see, I guess. Yeah. And I was told like I should use some kind of voice changer or this or that. I was like, no, man, I'm gonna sound exactly like I sound. Just exactly how I sound. So I just went with it. So weird. Red Valkyrie, thanks for 5. Just checked Amazon and red, white umbrellas are out of stock. Go Tug. What's up, Esme, by the way? I love a Southern accent. Yeah, I mean, I like to listen to slower. Thanks, Ms. Ashcroft, thanks for the 10. Ricada has a clip of the Kate Moss testimony here on YouTube. If viewers missed it earlier, yeah, you check that out if you missed it. I'll probably post something in the aftermath too. I did a video this morning talking about how Kate Moss was going to wreck her, and this is why. She's going to go in and she's going to directly refute part of that, which makes her, remember, she has to have that incident that Kate Moss was talking about. She has to have that incident. And the reason that she has to have that incident is because it's the only one where somebody says that they have direct knowledge of Amber Heard ever being accosted. So, out of anything, one. Morgan Holmes, thanks for the 5. Dr. Curry should just be the judge, jury, and executioner. Get this over with. I swear, like you saw what they keep trying to do. Well, you had meals with Johnny Depp. You interviewed with him. Oh my God, you had a drink. Really? You know what about all of her findings? Well, we're not going to talk about that. They didn't talk about one finding really. They talked about malingering a little bit, and they tried to say that the test that she used wasn't the gold standard for something, which is wrong. What they want to do is they want to go with recent. Recent is not relevant. Relevant means it's the most highly tested. You know, we know the most data about it. It, you know, with relevant, that means also another R word, reliable. Recent, you know, so just because something comes out, it's just like if the brand new iPhone comes out, that doesn't mean it's the best iPhone, you know, or whatever. That just means, or a brand new vehicle. I mean, a lot of those, they have problems, and you don't know about the problems until you start testing the validity of it. And it takes years to test the validity of psychological evaluation tools. Like you find out you find out certain things will work, but you know, it takes a long time to find out what it's not testing for. The positives, they show up much quicker than the limitations. Dee, thank you. I'm sorry, Dee 7394. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. I didn't want to give you a half one there. So David D, thanks for the 5. Can you check out the Tory Lanez and Megan Stallion case? I'll see after this case. I'm gonna look into some. I'll have something new to look at. So I'll be looking at a few cases and just seeing what's out there. Kelsey Jarvis, thanks for 5. Get good. Indeed. You know who? Thanks for the 5. This is a comedian's gold mine. Exactly. This trial can get, can they get in trouble for joking about it? AH or JD? A comedian couldn't, but like, JD or AH could get in trouble for making jokes about it. You know, public statements. You've seen how that 3 public statements by a lawyer, and you saw what happened. Like I said, I'd like to see what Johnny Depp's doing there. Cat B, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. The school bus. The school bus. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership, and welcome to the Tuggernauts, my friend. Thank you. Lordy. Estrella, thanks for that. I just bought my cat lady t-shirt, fun time sweater. Can't wait to wear them. Awesome. I've been trying to add in, you know, different options for stuff, but I've been running out of time. So this weekend, this case, it will go to the jury on Friday. Unless it's some worst case scenario, it will not be finished Friday. So you will be looking at a weekend, you know, where you'll have coverage as well. So we'll talk about some stuff on the weekends too, and then we'll just see when it ends. You know, we don't know exactly what day. It may take a couple of days to get that in, because Friday they won't have a lot of time. So we'll see how the decision comes in, and we'll live stream on the days though. Like if it's going forward, we'll just live stream on those days. That's quite a meeting on the bench. Yeah, they're having a discussion. It probably is about a big move, you know, about allowing or disallowing something big. Lombard Lake, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Longvilla, how many subs did your wife get yesterday, bro? About 1,000 for her channel, like a little bit more than that. Amethyst Hermit, Lioness, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Yeah, let me mention this. So my wife has a channel and I keep telling her, like, she's got a goal. Okay. It's not a very far reaching goal. I keep telling her, like, why not aim for 3,000? She actually wanted 2,800 subscribers. That's what she told me. She was aiming for some. I was like, why 28? And she never said. But I'm going to drop her link. She's like 600 subscribers off that. There are 20,000 people here. Okay. So I'm going to drop a YouTube link. I'll just click it and sub if you would. You know, that's all I ask. I just dropped it into the description. I'm going to pin it to the top. Okay, it's at the very top. Just if you would, like, just subscribe to it if you would. It's at the top there. Like I said, looking for 600 subscribers, and I mean that's not a lot considering here subscribing's free for any channel, and it'll help out. So she was aiming it for it's like 600 more subscribers. You know, she's at 2,290. She's trying to get like I said around 2,800. I was like, why not 3,000? My God, it already went up to 2,500. So that was really fast. Like I said, we bounce it to 3,000. That'd be really funny. I mean, we're only 490 off, and they're doing sidebar right now, so we can do that. I keep refreshing. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing how many people are watching this stuff. You know, she talks a lot about comic books, a lot about like helping out small independent creators. And that's what you need. You need an alternative industry from these big boys out there. You know, they're the ones that ruin things. So a 2.77. Wow. Man, if we get 230 more subscribers, I'll hit 3,000. That's hilarious. We could do it at a break. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I love it. Yeah. Thank you all too. All of you that are saying I'm subscribed. You know, this is Lola Meats. That's her, you know, it needs 120 more for 3,000. It's already went past the 2.8. That's amazing. I love it. I keep joking around about it because she'll come in. I'll be like, check your YouTube channel. She's like, what exactly have you done? Like, I haven't done anything. I didn't either. You folks have done it all. I just mentioned it live. That's all. You know, you folks are so cool that you did it live. It's over 3,000 now. Thank you, folks. Like I said, that right there. I think that's awesome. So thank you all. You know, and again, if people want to, so I'll leave it up there for a few. There's so many of you. Like, look how fast. Like, that's what I mean. Okay. In YouTube, it's really hard to get noticed. Yeah. So if you find a way to get noticed, that's the way to do it. Do people know I have another channel? Do you guys know that I have another channel that I go over to sometimes? I didn't know if people actually knew that. I'll mention this because I like to stream over there on Saturdays in the mornings. I have a channel called Tiny Umbrella Guy or Tiny Tug, you know? All right, well, check this out. Okay. I'm gonna post it too, because this is my channel too. Okay. All right. This is Tiny Tug. I'm gonna pin it to the top. If you've never seen it, it's not a monetized channel yet, but I've got it in the monetization process if they ever allow it. But it's there. Yeah, Tiny Umbrella Guy, Tiny Tug. Yeah, it's I pinned it to the top. That's me. So that's my channel too. So if you guys if you're looking around, I started it up when I got flagged one time, and what's crazy is these nut jobs flagged it enough and were pinning it enough that they attached it to this channel too. So I openly admit it's a second channel. I think it's fun though. So I post that. Like I said, I'm just mentioning it because I go over there on Saturdays and I'll live stream some. I talked about one of the subjects I talked about over there was addiction. You know, one of the things that really resonated with me during this trial has been the discussion about addiction, because I've had my own issues with that. So I had a discussion about that, and you know, again, it was under a longer stream called Team Amber Heard Attacks Me. You know, Well, like I said, if you're interested in them, 11,000 already. It's crazy. That's what I mean. Like they're having a pretty lengthy discussion here. I said, I think it's probably has to do with TMZ. That's why we're still talking and doing our thing over here. You know, but look at all the people there too. All right, we're getting on it.
All right, your next witness.
Okay, let's see who they call.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right?
Yeah, your
Ready
next
for the jury?
witness. Yeah, that's true. They did. Curious who the next person's going to be.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the next witness? Or do you want
Yes,
to
we
approach?
call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Mr. Depp. Holy crap. Johnny Depp. Tell everybody. Johnny Depp's back on the stand, babies. Oh my God. Holy crap, dude.
All right.
Oh God, please shout my Twitter out.
So just a reminder, you're still on your oath, okay?
I'm just kidding. I really, I want to see what he does. That would be hilarious though.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
No wonder they were having a fit about this. Oh my God. Tell everybody that Johnny Depp is up, by the way. You got to tell. Today has been wild so far. I mean, this is one of the wildest days for testimonies so far because you have Johnny Depp here. You have, I mean, Johnny Depp again is on the stand. I figure it's interesting. They don't have a lot of time to take Johnny Depp to task too. If they decide to take Johnny Depp to task, if they really want to try to go after him and close up any perceived holes in their, they'll burn everything. They'll burn absolutely everything. So they have a middling amount of ammunition to try to use in this case. It's fascinating though. Oh God, they God, please, Elaine, ask him something like, have you ever heard of that umbrella man? Oh my God, I would die. I'll be like, oh my God. No, that'd be hilarious.
We can pull the exhibit back up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when she August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already in evidence. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, or the third perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard I wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
Oh, don't want him talking about the information about Australia and how he actually got him a role, huh? So I find that interesting. John Depp is discussing how he got Aquaman for Amber Heard. I'm gonna post that. Amber Heard and she does not like that. I love it. I love it. She's doing everything she can to keep it out. You see Johnny Depp? Mr. Depp's on the stand. My wife walked through, so I was like, "Hey, did you look at your channel recently?"
No.
Huh. Wow. Something happened to it.
Did it explode?
Huh?
Did it explode?
No, I couldn't find it when I'm searching. Look, come here, check this out. Oh, look, check this out. Look.
Probably got hit or something.
Oh, I can't find it here. Look. Oh, there it is. How many subs does that say?
3.29.
You said you wanted what? 2.8? Bam. Say thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So my wife was walking through. I was like, "Hey, I got to show her the thing." They're having a sidebar with. They do not want Johnny Depp talking about how he managed to get Amber Heard her work in Aquaman. They are terrified of that. What's beautiful about this is if they try to take him to task, it will eat all their time. So everything after that would be an entire day. If they decide that they're going to do something, they could well have an entire day tomorrow where they can barely do anything. You know, already Elaine had to speed run Dr. Buffins. You know, so it was just amazing. All right, here we go.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Miss Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward, they were on swivels. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible in the background on the floor.
Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle is?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled blood. I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is. Looks like it's got blood on it as well. Is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo? No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall, but I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we
You're
approach?
saying
All
we've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
That's fine.
Can you imagine sending a text message with a severed finger? I mean, can you imagine that? You're sitting there, you're trying to play calm, trying not to panic everybody, trying not to get Amber Heard in trouble, thumbing your way through a message with a severed finger. Like, that's insane. I mean, the entirety of this is just absolutely insane. Like, if you think about the reality of this, how could what's bad is you have to sit on the stand and you have to talk about what was done to you. Again, the media would have a very big problem if this was a female and a female was forced to. They claimed that they were abused, but that their abuser had taken them to the court, or rather had tried to destroy their lives, and they were trying to clear them. The media would go insane if they heard like if Amber Heard had her finger chopped off and a cigarette put out on her face, they would have gone insane. But with this guy, he's got to sit there with 4 police officers that have backed his story so far, with a multitude of people that are not associated with him or his payroll. You have people, she has friends and 2 employees, friends and 2 employees. He's brought in like myriad people, but people that didn't want to be there too. Remember, one guy was vaping and drove off.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Hurd ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind at giving us a private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into evidence.
Right, any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is an evidence can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what if any injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
as Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
That's where it
may we
came
put
from,
you on?
huh? So that's where the story came from, because I couldn't find it publicly. Oh, crap. That's it. So Johnny Depp had told Amber Heard about Kate Moss slipping on some stairs. That's where her lie came from. That's insane.
please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase or with Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a
not
rumor?
responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you like? What was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. that's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal blowouts.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just want to approach. Okay.
Johnny Depp's charity even being put on trial is gross. The only reason Charity came into this at all is because she made it a part of her statement against him. She said because he was an abuser, she couldn't just touch that gross, disgusting money. Therefore, like, she's the one that made that statement about Charity. And it's crazy that you have to defend your charitable donations, your good works, your good deeds. I find that to be disgusting. But that's the thing, though. Amber Heard basically, look at her smirking. Like, she's so gross, man. The smirks.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. To the
May
issue
we
just
approach Your
discussed.
Honor?
Yeah. Going after him. They wanted to put his charity on trial, by the way. They tried to do it multiple times in multiple filings. It was struck down. So now they're butthurt because they're not the ones who got to introduce this as some kind of, they didn't get to pull his financial records and say, this is what your charity looks like, because his charitable donations was never on trial here. Remember, the charitable donations for Amber Heard were all about divorce settlement. It's totally different. Now, again, she tied them in with I did a video talking about how a judge WRECKS her. That's where it came in for the that's where the discussion came in for all of that. And you can see the judge's logic on why it came in. In fact, we'll talk about that at break. I think that's a good discussion, because you can see the judge's logic when they're talking directly to her team, saying this isn't because of charitable donations. If she would have just made donations, gave money away, that's fine. But she went to the press with the express intent of saying, I gave this money away because this man is an abuser. So that's, like I said, even having charitable donations put on display, as something, a big gotcha put in Johnny Depp's face, is gross. It's a gross way of doing that. They'll do anything, though, like I said, to try it. It's been an attempt at character assassination. Now, what'll be interesting is how Cross will go, because this strategy, it can be useful, but it can be very dangerous, because Johnny Depp walked away pretty much unscathed the first time that he went in, and Rottenborn, he's very good at being unlikable. People do not like him now, but his job is to go out there and destroy people on the stand. And he can be, I won't say he's been, but he can be effective. So we'll see. Johnny Depp was very effective against him last time, though. So we'll see how that goes this time. They don't have time. They have some time. They don't have the time to go in and to just absolutely surgically take him apart, but they have time. I mean, they've got to have an hour and a half on the clock at least. Now, they'll burn it all. That'll be their problem. They have to decide, how far down the rabbit hole do they go with Johnny Depp, too.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
See, going into today, her team had 2.5 hours. Again, that's not the exact time, because the person that keeps up with it there. So estimating what they've burned today, again, best case scenario, do they have 2 hours left? They have an hour and a half left. I mean, what do they still have on the clock? And yeah, it's a very risky scenario for them to go in and try to take a shot at Depp. I mean, it could blow up in their face. They will try to take a few shots, though. They can't resist that. And in a way, if it works correctly, this is almost like enticing them, like, ooh, come and get me. And, if that works properly, again, they could burn out the entire clock, and we could be looking at, most of a tomorrow with them not able to rebut anything. So depending on, this could go very, very well for a Depp side. We'll just have to see, like I said.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
of this
everything?
lawsuit.
Right.
Sir, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key dates.
It's going to be fascinating to see, like I said, how they respond on cross. All this stuff entered. You tear apart two of her things. You paint her as an abuser. And more than that, Johnny Depp has come off as likable. He's come off as being sincere. Even the media admitted that as far as the reaction that people are having, that he came across as sincere. Look how somebody needs to tell her, yo, you got to start policing your facial expressions. Like her team should be like, yo, you are. I mean, she was laughing after one of the sidebars. She was just like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And it was gross. You have JD up there, and she's just acting the fool. Like her team should, the media kept making a big deal about him eating candy and drawing. Yeah, she, like I said, she's like glaring and stuff. And again, remember, what he's saying about being a domestic abuse survivor. Didn't we hear from her own witness about how about psychological intimidation? Yeah. Because you don't have to be bigger than a person to psychologically intimidate. They keep playing that game. Well, she wasn't she wasn't bigger than him, therefore. Well, none of that matters. You never judge it on that. And there's a reality TV show clip that's out there that was introduced in UK 2020 where Amber Heard's sister keeps getting asked by people on there, did she get in a fight with Amber? And did Amber beat her? And she dodges the questions over and over again. But according to people that were there, according to people that were on the show, according to people that put it together, that she was wearing bruises then. So you have to question. You have to wonder. You have to wonder indeed. I do think that she was probably abused by her sister. I very much believe that. I very much believe that she's probably tried to appease her sister all of her life. I mean, after all, we're talking about, and again, all of that stuff came right after the death of her mother. Anyway, they're back.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay. All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
This is going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Don't break anything on your way out. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't break anything on your way out. See, I mean, the judge actually, the judge is making jokes with him. So the judge is actually having fun, making light, goofing off.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have
So there's a third-party motion they're going to bring up.
forward on our,
I don't know how much of that we get to see. This has got to be about surely this is about the TMZ ruling. So we'll see what happens there. Hopefully. Well, we'll know what happens anyway, but it was fascinating to hear, a joke about that. I mean, honestly, I'm curious how the TMZ thing will go. When you have the judge joke with you, though, I mean, that's kind of like this judge doesn't seem like somebody, that really sets it aside and makes jokes. So that, I don't know, that seems kind of like a statement in and of itself, how the judge perceives what's going. Man, look at all those. Lord, look at Lane managed to slip her way up there really fast. she was like, hell no, I ain't getting left in the back this time. I wish that Elaine was asking the questions on cross. Then we might get did you in any way involve umbrellas in your defense? You'd be like, what? Do you mean like little cocktail drink umbrellas? You're like, no, that umbrella boy. You're like, what boy? Oh Lord. Elaine's crazy. We'll get Rottenborn on this though. Johnny Depp comes across good, practiced. Like I said, he comes across believable. He has a practiced tone. He knows how to talk to people. When I say practice, I don't mean like he practiced his story. I mean like his tone, like when Amber Heard delivered, she had 6 years to get this story right. And still, with the way that she conveys it, it's all over the place. Like she doesn't know how to communicate with humans. She doesn't know how to emote. You would think a professional actress would know how to emote. Maybe that explains why one of them got paid the really, really big bucks and the other one had to have their husband at the time go in and beg for Aquaman, huh? So when we get down to it. Get me to 300,000 subscribers. Hey, we're moving along. Like I'm stunned by I'm at 278,000 subscribers right now. And the crazy thing too. So on Twitter, I am less than 1,600 subscribers off or followers off of 100,000 Twitter followers. What they managed to do is they admitted in court that social media is a weapon. If you finally hone the edge of it and you understand how to utilize it is very effective too. I mean, right now, again, with this trial going on, everybody's seeing this. But one of the reasons, again, I saw clips from what's his name, Asmongold. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. I like his clips; they're funny. But he seemed, they were like, this is the number one, Johnny Depp fan account. He was like, wait a minute, but they're talking about for years, like effectively using Twitter and effectively using YouTube to put out a narrative. That narrative, and again, there have been a lot of people like Incredibly Average. If Incredibly Average would have continued making videos through this whole time, he wouldn't have stopgapped. He would have been number one noticed by and far. But he stopped for a long time. He was threatened. He was threatened with litigation. So I think that's what I think. That's the response to that. That's why they become so obsessed with it, because you effectively hone social media into it's a weapon of truth. You're not trying to do damage with it. The truth is a weapon. Light is a weapon. When you shine light into a very dark spot, it becomes a weapon, especially to those who are used to, they don't close their eyes. They glue them shut. And we just shine light on it. Again, if the cockroaches don't have anywhere to run, what do? You see them for who they are. I don't know. I always imagine her was like the mermaid stories, where you have the mermaid singing and trying to crash sailors into the rocks. I imagine her with the mermaid song, but the cockroach body. You shine lights there to see what's singing in the corner, and bam, it's a cockroach all around. For real though, I mean the insanity to her story, it didn't come out all together. She pieced it together over time, and the offensive that he's utilized to try to take it out didn't come together at all at the time. Like the ACLU stuff, like that's been diminished in the media. It's been diminished by a lot of people because there's so much stuff here that it's hard to really focus on one or two things and say, this is important, that's important, because this is just so insane. Like it's so big and like there's so much to it. But the admissions in this trial, I mean, they're crazy. I mean, imagine what we heard was a politically motivated organization using an actress that wants clout. They're admitting it. They give her an ambassador title. They launch around a movie to help project her numbers up, but they use that weapon to basically destroy the biggest actor in the world. And they don't do it without so much as blinking. They don't even think about what they're doing. They don't care. It makes you wonder how many other people that these folks like this have destroyed and never have been called on. They become so casual in their approach to it that I didn't even give it a second thought or a second glance, I believe right now, like I said, what they're probably talking about is TMZ. They're probably deciding whether or not they're going to, they have a motion on the floor. They said that they had a 12 o'clock motion, but Johnny Depp was on the stand. So when you're talking about the motion there, they went further with it. They delayed it. It just, like I said, it amazes me to see this kind of. That's weird. Johnny Depp, though, like I said, when he was talking about the descriptors of all of this, how he perceived this, he used the descriptor insane at first, and then he went through other descriptors as well. And I can't imagine a loved one. I can't imagine I'm married, so I can't imagine like somebody that I expose my secrets to. let them all the way in, which he mentioned that the Kate Moss story. What I thought was interesting is he said the Kate Moss story actually came from him. It didn't come from rumors that she heard from other people. It came from him. He told her about how Kate Moss had slipped on some stairs and he had to give her some medical aid, which makes sense because I could not find mention of that. I thought it was just a fake concocted story, period, because I couldn't find any mention of it whatsoever. There was no, like, if you go through Google Trends will only go so far back. So we can't go back to the 1990s, but still, anytime Johnny Depp was brought up, if there was even an inkling that Johnny Depp had pushed Kate Moss down the stairs, you would have had somebody talk about it. Like, you would have had it brought up in 2016 when there were claims against him. You would have had it brought up in 2018 when she's, doing her thing. You would have had it brought up. Again, you would have had it brought up repeatedly if that was the case. But it wasn't the case. It never had a hit on it at all. Like I said, I looked everywhere for it. I was trying to find proof that the staircase incident, like, people had found it interesting and talked about it. It actually, people talked about Kate Moss. I may say, if I say Kate James, excuse me, because sometimes, I don't know. I've talked about Kate James so many times in the last few that Kate Moss, Kate James, the name may come out wrong, but you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Kate Moss. Now, Kate Moss was brought up many times during UK 2020. They brought up the vandalism to a hotel room, that Johnny Depp had destroyed a hotel one time. He had gotten in trouble. He had to pay some money for that, because that's what celebrities do. Now, they brought it up in UK 2020 saying that was proof that he was dangerous, that he was some kind of monster, because he had vandalized a room as a star. Man, you know how many stars, male and female, you just accused of being absolute monsters then? But they brought that in. They brought up Kate Moss quite a few times because of her drug habits and the fact that she went into rehab. They tried to weaponize her that way too. And they also had Amber Heard bring up the stair thing. But see, you couldn't counter her in UK 2020. People weren't allowed to question her story back when. Now, people can. And what a difference being able to actually ask questions makes, What a difference. Let me see. Hey, Zombie, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Warren, thanks for the 10. Tuggy Man, can you shortly check your email? I need your opinion for a second verse of my sermon. Okay. Maybe you could make a quick poll. Last line I should use. I can't decide. I'll look at it and see what I say. Nelly B, thanks for the vibe. Whitney supports Amber because she is in her home. No matter how dangerous, it's the only place as better the monster I think she used mom. Jamie Street, thanks for the 2. How long is the sidebar going to be? We have no idea. we have no idea. I mean, they're making it's a big decision. If they have a sidebar this long, it's a big decision. Everyone's arguing about it. So, I mean, we have no idea with that. Hey, Cheryl, thanks for a 2-month membership. What do you think about her smiling to testimony? I thought her laughing during testimony was gross, I thought it was just absolutely gross. Johnny Depp does well to try to hide how anxious and nervous this stuff makes him too. That's one of the things that's worked for him as far as an experienced actor is concerned. He's managed to bite down any fear or anxiety, but you can still hear it in his voice sometimes. Because I mean, he's telling the world about how I can't even imagine trying to open the door. Like most people, when they tell a domestic abuse tale, they may be heard by people, but they're not heard. Like again, as another lawyer in law, in LawTube, I shouldn't say another, a lawyer in LawTube said this as far as viewership stuff. This is the OJ trial of our century. You know, not the kind of trial, but just the viewership, the impact that it could potentially have. If you have a worldwide audience, like, I mean, think about it. Think about how horrible it would be to make this kind of disclosures. Yes, PTSD. Yeah, well, you know, he was tested for quite a few different issues, and it's fascinating that Heard didn't have the audacity to, when he's arguing what's up with her, you notice she didn't argue, you know? Let me just look at JD with sympathy. It's hard to like her face. She just looks angry all the time. Don't you think? Doesn't Whitney look mad like all the time? This is my voice. Thanks for the 5. Amber's only going to do OnlyFans after this to make money because she won't be able to make money any other way. It's going to be hard for her to make money for sure. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. Did you notice AH's hair swirl in the shape of a question mark? Or if that's a metaphor for being clueless? She's become the real life Joker. She's like, I wish I may, I wish I might, but I can't sell my lie tonight. Starbright, thanks for the 20. Even in his pain, he's a poet. I feel for him because I know what it's like to have someone close to you twist the smallest detail. You reveal them into a weapon much later, living with a viper in waiting in your own home. See, that's a sad thing. I hate that for you. I hate that for anybody because it's terrible. Things fall apart, but shouldn't fall apart like that. People should, but that's how people are. Some people. Hey, Sparrow, thanks for the 10. Hey, look, it's a famous umbrella man, indeed. Johnny's testimony set me off in tears. As a survivor of DV, his speech was so powerful. I'm so proud of him for getting his story out there. It's good that he's been able to face the world. Like, he was told that he couldn't. As a man, he was told that he couldn't. As a man, that he would have to sit on the sideline and that no one would ever believe him. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell the world that I, Johnny Depp, a man, am a victim of domestic abuse. See if they believe you. And you know, at first they didn't. At first you had people that did, but as far as worldwide reaction, people didn't. You see a lot of people that say, well, I believed her at first, you know, because the manipulation. And that's not an indictment of just regular people. That's an indictment of the media. It's an indictment of social structure. It should be a learning lesson for people. So Gordon, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate you. You know who? Thanks for 5. You looked uncomfortable, painful, and embarrassed to tell how he felt for the last 6 years. It was very genuine too. I could relate. I can't even, like I said, I can't even imagine being put through that. Lisa Smith, thanks for 2. Tug, I'm beyond the point of hysterics for JD. It's just a mess, like I said. Peter, thanks for the super chat. Watch parody Whitney, Amica's song. Needs to go viral. I would watch it on here, but I just, you know, I don't trust any place. We're not trying to like copyright claim the stream. That's the last time we watched songs that happened. Again, no hatred to anybody or anything. I just don't. I'm afraid of that. Terry Soul, thank you for the 20. No statement, but plenty of statement in there. Thank you for your backing. Melissa Gatewood, thanks for the 3 and the thumbs up super sticker. Thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Amber Heard is gross. Make that hashtag.
Tobin?
All right.
How you doing, sir?
Here we go.
Thank you.
Let's find out.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. If you could just come to the center. Okay. Sure. Thank you, sir. Go to the other side.
Are we going to find out that
Mr. Tobin, if you want to.
Certainly. Thank you.
I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. if you wanted, if I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your
Understood, Your Honor.
not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
Here
sir, Mr.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are subpoenaed?
That's incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily, a subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well,
and
if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's
that's
why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
Right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case. and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed PC versus Bank National Trust Co. 2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
right.
reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Hurd was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Hurd. So I think
Being
it's never
rather
gonna come
violent.
in.
Ms. Berghoff, I understand all that argument. Do you
hearsay.
have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
Okay, well, then we can address
well,
you.
my point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
You know, I appreciate that the court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization, or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder would be denied intervention on a constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about
but
it.
the law, but the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For
tell you
anybody,
for Mr. Tobin.
Indeed.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I
Thank you,
appreciate your
Your Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. In this matter, under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so
For the record, yes.
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Your microphone.
As with the Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
Did you speak to an umbrella man?
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter. Okay. All right. Oh, Mr. Rottenberg, I
Sorry.
was almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But truly, I truly am the messenger here because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
They just lost. That means TMZ, baby. Now, TMZ is actually, Amber Heard has been caught anyway. There was admitted into evidence. There is a statement by Amber Heard where she's talking to Io Tillett Wright. And she says, quote, because it would have gone to TMZ, which will happen on Monday anyway, which I'll bring up when we go to break. So TMZ's fingerprints were all over this thing anyhow. It's funny how Amber Heard's team is talking about the ability of the media to protect its sources. Yet again, how many times have they come after, they went after Adam Waldman for, did he talk to me? You know, I mean, what about that freedom of, freedom of expression there? It's funny though. They've tried to shut down channels like my channel 9 times, like I said, but they claim freedom of speech. Such hypocritical arguments, you know, if you truly believed any of this stuff, it's no, they only believe in it when it applies to Amber Heard, you know, but they're going to go to lunch.
So court will be in recess. Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
This is what time?
All right.
All right. So TMZ is going to be, okay, let me bring up this statement. So TMZ has actually been on record before with a statement about that. Give me 1 minute, I'll bring it up. They admitted to it. So here, God, it blows up like the freaking sun too. This is that's great. Okay, so you can see it right here. This is in Amber Heard's texts. So she's put this on record before. You can see this is from Io Tillett Wright, whom we heard from the other day, who's a wannabe journalist. You know, they've written several articles for places like Refinery 20, I think it's 23. I don't remember. I don't read the garbage. It's like they wrote Why Called 911. But you can see their text here. Because it would have gone straight to TMZ, which will happen on Monday anyway. So they admitted in part of a conversation that they leaked things to TMZ. So, I mean, they're straight up. We also know there was a business card. If you go to TMZ, let's see if we can find this real fast. So if you go to TMZ and you look for, let's see, police business card. Police card See, Amber Heard. When the police came to visit Amber Heard, she produced, they had a never before, she said, never told cops about alleged iPhone attack. This is one of their articles from TMZ. Okay. Never told cops about alleged iPhone attack. Exclusive, right? Okay, well, when you go down through here, you'll notice this right here. This is a business card that the police left for her on 5/21/2016. It has notes on it. Now, this didn't just come out of nowhere. This obviously had to come from Amber Heard, because no one else would have had it. Doesn't matter if a representative of Amber Heard turned it over or not. It had to come from Amber Heard. That's where this ended up from. So again, it didn't just pop out of nowhere. That cabinet slamming video, you know who the hell that came from. There's only one person that filmed it, and who else would have turned that over? And beyond that, TMZ has gone full throttle. They're going to go today too. I bet they'll start copyright claiming everybody yet again, because they do it every stinking time that video comes up. But they are trying to establish a copyright, saying that they own that. You know, they exclusively own it. Now, it was illegally recorded anyway, which there should be some dispute as to the legality of being able to sell that anyhow. Not to mention it's in a public trial, which means you do not own the rights to it, period. They don't own the rights to it for a few reasons. They don't own the rights to it for a transformative methods, even if you could protect evidentiary portions, but they can't. You know, this is ruled to be a public trial. It's part of a public trial. It's an exhibit. So they can't claim ownership of that. They lose every claim that they try to put up, but still they have been trying to, they don't do that to the mainstream media, mind you, but they do it to every independent journalist out there, be it LawTube, myself, whomever. They try to hit people. But like I said, she's leaked many things to TMZ over the year, many things. And it's well known. It's like a joke, you know. She denies a relationship with TMZ, yet you have that last picture that came up, you know, TMZ, Amber Heard lip, the bloody lip picture, where she claims that, you know, Johnny Depp, they wouldn't allow her to put a specific picture on file. So she decided that she would go to TMZ and get them to put together an article, you know, wherein they attached. Let me pull this picture up again. I mean, like I said, it's crazy anyway, because TMZ, they didn't just go and supply information related to this. See, they claim non-bias statute. They say, you know, anybody can go to them. Remember, they turned down the body cam footage from Johnny Depp. Like, if they really want to get technical about that, that's something else that I find fascinating. I heard that they had dibs on that if they wanted it, and they didn't. So it went some other way. But this article here, you know, talking about this picture that wasn't allowed into evidence because of its metadata timestamp. You know, this came from 2012. She said all of the stuff started in 2013. That's why she started adjusting her time frame on the stand, because everybody saw this. But look who ended up with it, TMZ. So you know that they have a relationship. And you can tell that it is a one-way relationship. It is not that they accept information from both parties. It's a one-way relationship. Like, if this would have ended up with me, okay, if Amber Heard would have hit me up with this and they would have shown me a metadata time, a date on it, and it would have been from 2012, right away, I'd have been like, this falls outside of her allegations. This falls right outside. So yeah, I would have published it. I'd have been like, you know, Amber Heard fraud approaches me, because it would have been fraud and they would have tried to use me, and I'd been pissed off. And if I would have had the same thing happen with anybody, somebody would hit me up with fake information, I'd have been pissed, and I'd have put it on blast. But TMZ doesn't seem to have a problem with that at all. Of course not. It's TMZ. I mean, come on. I don't want to give TMZ very much credit because, you know, that they are a salacious gossip rag. That's all they want to be, you know? I mean, that's all they want to be. They're a tabloid. They own what they are. So, hey, so be it. I mean, tabloids are tabloids, you know? So it's not like you can fault them at that, but you know, you can hate tabloids, but ultimately they know what they are. All right. Now I was talking about something else that I wanted to speak about on the break. I said that I wanted to discuss the Twitter subpoenas because this is a subject I've brought up repeatedly, and it's a subject that I've always found frightening because of the intimidation level that was tried here. Okay, so this is a conference over Amber Heard. As I've said before, she tried to subpoena the information of over 200 just basic users on Twitter. She wanted to get a hold of their information behind the scenes, and she wanted to essentially ruin their lives with it. You know, she wanted to take them out because they, God forbid, they stood up and they had something to say. You know, so she pulled what she did. Well, let me back up. As part of her counterclaim, she talks about bots, right? Johnny Depp has a bot army. Well, the way that she was going to prove that is she went to Twitter. She produced subpoenas again with a request for the information of over 200 individual users. And you can see that it's mentioned right here. I was trying to load something, but it's so slow. Oh, well, I guess I won't load that too. I was going to load something else too, and I was going to show it to you, but the stupid thing is so slow loading. Give me 1 second here. Right. So if you look at this, it mentions what the hearing is about. This is about a hearing on whether or not they could have it. So this relates to the second of two subpoenas recently issued by Amber Heard to Twitter, in which she seeks a variety of information regarding well over 200 different screen names. And that included Adam Waldman. So she went after Adam Waldman. She went after just random users out there. I can't remember. She may have went after Laura B in there. I can't remember who all was there. I'd have to go through it. But she put in 200 plus names. So this subpoena, it seeks extensive information, including the IP address from which an account is registered. So if you registered your account at home, that would have been your home address. They would have known right where you live because of your IP address. If you did it at work, same thing, so on. Any and all IP addresses from which the account logged in. So that could be anywhere. Went over to your relatives for Christmas dinner. Bam, they would have known you logged in there. Log in from work. Log in from home. Again, they wanted all of that information. Any and all IP addresses from which the account had tweeted. Then they wanted information like if it had ever been suspended, why it had been suspended, a list of any and all source information from tweeted messages about the account. They wanted all of that. Again, these are the same people that doxed 80 plus individuals. If you don't understand doxing, that would be me finding your information, me pulling up said information, because of nefarious intent and trying to ruin your life with it. That's exactly what they were trying to do here. That should scare people, and it did. You know, it should scare people, not in the, oh my God, I need to be silent. It should scare people because of the brazen mentality of the entitlement to it. I mean, can you imagine being so entitled that you think anybody who dares talk about you, you should be able to destroy their lives? And that's what this was. It was a move to destroy lives, you know? Have any patients recognize your voice as that umbrella guy? Maybe my name's out there. I mean, my actual name's out there, so it ain't any big deal. You know, my hometown and stuff, it's out there, you know? I mean, it's not like a giant deal. I just, the whole point, and when I started this up, one of the reasons that I didn't go on camera then, I didn't think about really concealing identity. One of the reasons I did that is because I decided, you know, it doesn't really matter who I am behind this screen. That's not the point. The point is anything that I say could belong to the any person or the every person. Due process matters. Anybody, everybody, that should resonate with people. Companies, when you talk about respecting your consumer, it doesn't matter that I say respect the consumer. Anybody, everybody should be able to recognize that, and so on. So it wasn't, I mean, it's not like I wanted my identity out there. I'm not saying that, oh yeah, I was, you know, I wanted that or anything, but I never thought about it that way. I never thought about it as a protection of self. Not until later. I mean, Val Bates thinks of 5. What do you think about the reason Elon Musk was trying to take over Twitter? Maybe to help Amber Heard? There's something to talk about. I actually wondered, again, that's all speculation, but I actually wondered if it was to shield himself from people discussing that, because you know, Elon Musk is all about presentation, and man, this stuff didn't make him look good. You know, it made people question, you know, he's all about free speech and stuff. Well, it made people question. It made people question big time. 2012, thanks for the 2. TMZ lost their motions. Witnesses in. Yep. Yep, indeed. Is Elon okay? Well, I mean, he's he's still out there. He's not going to be in here, you know. She thinks for the 2. Did Twitter give her info? No, they actually fought. They fought against her motions. They said that it was a cold and calculated move, and I mean, they went after her, and it never went before. She knew it was brazen too. Her response to it mentioned, you know, it told. Here's the answer if you really want to see that. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Twitter, I'm not a fan of Twitter, but I was a fan of Twitter with this decision, I have to say. I was surprised. Like, they may ban people and do all kinds of jerk moves and stuff, but you know what? They stood up for it. So they were like, yeah, here's the lawyer. You know, we represent Twitter. First, Twitter, you know, they define what they have there. Second, Twitter objects to the subpoena to the extent it seeks information that Twitter is legally or contractually prohibited from disclosing, including information that would require Twitter to breach a confidential contract, protective order, settlement, or other duty to a third party to maintain privacy or other confidentiality. So they went through. Twitter also objects to the extent of your subpoena that it does not retain in a producible format. It is this the same? Okay. It is unclear why you require broad swaths of information over 200 users, including several requests for seeking any and all information without specific scope or focus. Indeed, the sheer number of accounts at issue suggests that the subpoena is not narrowly tailored to seek relevant information. Additionally, the subpoena instructions indicate that only the time period issue for the complaint. So, however, the complaint and counterclaim date back to 2016, and the subpoena contains no end date for a time period. So what they were trying to do, they wanted at the time, this was served up in 2020, they wanted information for users starting in 2016 and never ending. So like if they went after your information, they wanted it forever. Karen R., thanks for the 9. Can TMZ's lawyer instruct Morgan during lunch break not to give an answer and to give him advice? Say, I can't remember. Love your channel. No, he's not supposed to be talking to him at all like that. Now, they could sue the ex person if they have a confidentiality clause. They could actually sue them over talking, which they may well do. You know, so that's going to be an issue that they may have to contend with, and I'm not sure how that'll play or not play. You know, again, I don't know about that's what they were contending. We have a confidentiality clause here, essentially. So, I mean, like I said, that's a big deal there. Hey, can I say too, honestly, like all you people, let me say this. I love all you people. I do. I love y'all. You know why? You've made this thing like something that is amazing. I never thought, like picking up this microphone and doing something, I never thought it would do anything. And you all have projected my voice worldwide, and you've allowed us to talk about we've made enough impact with what we talk about that it got into her head. It allowed people, it allowed a worldwide discussion over male victim rights. And honestly, on an individual level, it's been life-changing for me and my family. So I work, like I said, I work with Medicare, Medicaid clients. I work with poor people. And poor people you don't get rich from. So it's been life-changing to do too. So like I said, I love you people. I do. I will hug every one of you, you know. I might give you an arm hug though, because no, I wouldn't. I'll give you that big old sloppy hug. I don't care. People are like, oh my God, 4 years later, that umbrella guy hugged me hard. I'll be like, damn straight, I hugged them hard. I licked the side of their face too. No, I wouldn't do that. It's gross. Derek Griff, thanks for the 20. Tug life. That's right, indeed. Maybe in my life, you know, one thing I always told my wife I wanted to do if I ever got got any attention on this stuff. She said, you know, she's like, that's the dumbest thing ever. I always told her I wanted to get a platinum grill, like a rapper, you know. And I wanted to have the words Tug Life across the front of it, but LYFE, TUG across the top, LYFE. She said, "You're not spending our money on that shit." I think it's hilarious, though. I would definitely do it. I would do it. Oh God, I have no impulse control, so I very much would do it. You just see that? That'd be sexy. Here's a visual like image for you. Give me a second. See, just imagine instead of diamonds though. TUGLYFE. Give me some hey there rings. Hey there. Oh my God, they're the craziest, dumbest thing ever. That'll be awesome though. Dragonfly, thank you, welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Thugs. Yeah, no, I'd be icy blinging. Now I do have in real life, I do have a ring fetish. Like I said, I'm obsessive compulsive. I very much am. So I like rings. So I have a lot of rings. Now I didn't get them like from doing this, you know, I've gotten them from different places and different times, but let's see, I have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I wear 10 or 11 rings. I don't know. I wear a bunch. I like them though. They're pretty. They're goldy. Woo. See, if you come out to Anime Matsuri, maybe I'll wear them all. I don't know. And thanks for the 20. For truth, indeed. Thank you. Derek Griffin, thanks for 20. We need that as a shirt. Corrupted, thanks for 5. Get a grill for the wifey that says Tug Wife. She'd be like, what the hell, oh kitty? I get one for the kids. They would think it was funny. Be like, you got 13 fingers. No, you double it. Like I have huge hands, like not like fat hands, but I've got long fingers, you know? So I have, like for my pinky, I have 2 pinky rings on both pinkies. I do. I very much do. I have 2 pinky rings on each one. And I have my wedding band, and I have a ring that goes over it. I have an index finger ring. I like to keep my my middle finger bare, so when I flip you off, you notice it even more. I had let's see. I have a ring for one of my thumbs. Sometimes I have a ring for the other thumb, but I don't like the one I have. I got a bunch of them, like I said. I don't know. I just, like I said, I'm obsessive. If you get in there, I just can't. I have to stop myself. Actually, I have to have someone else usually stop me because I just obsess over stuff. I'm like, oh, that's why there's this has been a discussion over mental health. Okay. And the discussion over mental health, there's positive ways of obsessing and there's negative ways. Positive is you look at a case, you turn yourself loose on it, you enjoy it. You just keep digging and digging and digging and digging, and it's fun. It's good, and it meets that need, that qualification, and it's doing good. So it's actually a positive way of doing it. There's negative ways, like stacking things, never getting anything done. Again, there's positive and negative ways. We all have the things that you're good at. Oftentimes they can be caused by things that societally they aren't norms. But again, none of that stuff really matters. It's just a label. You are you. School bus, thanks for 5. What ring would you get in honor of your newfound fame as JD's alleged co-conspirator? I like some of his rings, actually. I like some of his rings. They look nice. I like my rings. I'll have to take a picture of them. Nelly B, thanks for 5. Watch Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf clips on YouTube. Amber listening to the laugh. I'll have to watch that. Hug Ice, thanks for the 2. Amber is evil. She has to go down. She has, hasn't she? I mean, really, hasn't she? L, I see what you're saying in court, but yeah. L, thanks for the 3. Fist bump. Meltzer, thanks for the 5. What's going on with Jennifer Howell testimony? Why was it cut short? I feel like she barely got any time yesterday. Had so much info. A lot of it was probably ruled hearsay. I guess that's what happened with a bunch of it. Now remember, they didn't have any defense against what they put in either, Can we rename Scott Wiggum? Thanks for Can we rename Tugs Thugs to the Umbrella Herd? The Umbrellas. Oh, Lord. That's hilarious. Man, this stuff is so crazy. Denise, we love you too, Tug. Well, I mean, you guys, like you built this. Like I said, when I first came online, I saw an account with like 20,000 subs, and I thought that's insane. Like, there's no way. That's like some crazy goal, And look at it now. It's nuts. Tim Garbino, thanks for the 10. Did you see Amber's lawyer trying to wave off TMZ lawyer? Talking about getting a subpoena? Yeah. They don't. Oh, it's so weird. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Elaine thinks you're a JD groupie. Hey, I think they know better. You know what? I think they know better. I think they know that from a lot of people. They're not willing to admit publicly. Like, if you think about it, if they willingly admitted that people looked into this case because they believe that men should be represented in domestic abuse claims, that they don't believe and listen and believe. Could you imagine like what they would really be inventing? So of course it's just easier to say groupie because it's dismissive. It's just like bot or anything else. It others you. It takes away identity, because what doesn't make sense are millions of people that come from all walks of life, all politics, everything worldwide, baby, just all being groupies. That doesn't make sense. But when you point it, if you boil down the individuals, millions of people, down to one word, bot, groupie, whatever, that fan, that removes identity. Again, it others, and it allows you to be targeted too, because you can't be a purveyor of truth. You can't be an individual. It just makes it so much easier to do dirty things. So that's what they want to do. Derek Griffith, thanks for the 5. JD saying he's okay. No matter the outcome was priceless. Yep. Just shows that he wanted to be heard. Not a good look for AH. And that's actually, if he wanted to win, he would have put together a different case. If he just, that was the end goal. He could have done he could have gone after for NDA disclosures and he would have won. Like, hands down. She obviously violated that. And it would have been an easy case to win. But he would have never gotten to talk about what happened. Susan Buckby, thanks for the 2. Love you, that trial umbrella guy. Indeed. Michelle, thanks for the 2. Watch Joe Rogan with Tim Pool, Jack Dorsey on software. Was that like an episode with all of them? Who thinks for the 2? AH team is definitely panicked about TMZ. Indeed. Indeed. You know who thinks for the 2? How many subs or views do you need to monetize YouTube? You need 1,000 subs and you need 4,000 watch hours, and then they have to approve you too. You need it, but that's the requirements: 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. So that first 1,000 subs is it can be fast, like if you're lucky. 4,000 watch hours as you're growing, that can be difficult too, depending on what you're covering. Like if you're doing it with a trial or something, I mean, you might get it in one video, bam, but you never know. And it can't be a YouTube short. It has to be longer than a YouTube short. You can't get your watch hours out of that. So it's part of the rules. I believe short is under, you'll need to look up the rules, but I think it's under 30 seconds. There weren't YouTube shorts when I did my stuff. Rocket Chair. Thanks for the dude. Tugs, Twitter. Ain't pro Depp, it's pro truth. Exactly that. You know what? Like some people may not like other stuff I talk about. I talk about all kinds of stuff on there, and you may disagree totally with me. I'm sure that when some people figure out after the trial that Matt, I'm a free speecher for real. I don't believe like Nick, for example. Okay, Nick will call people fat or other things. I personally, I don't really do that much, but I believe in your right to do that. I believe in your right to say anything you want. You know, I mean, you can be an ass. You can be anything that you want. That's your prerogative. You know, like you can be anything that you want to be. I did that sometimes if somebody like pissed me off. I think I've called somebody. I usually have a lot more choice words though. But you know what I'm saying? Like it's just an example, or somebody else. You know, call. I believe in your right to say whatever you want. You know. Now, doxing and stuff obviously is not free speech. Nerd, you may escape. Thanks too. Are you on the spectrum? High functioning ASD mom. I've never. When I was younger, it wasn't a prevalent thing to be tested. So I did not get that done with me. So you know, I mean, I've been lucky in a lot of things. Like I'm not socially awkward. You know, I don't like to be around people. I don't keep a lot of friends, but I'm not awkward about things. I just or anything like that. So who knows? Maybe you know, like I said, I've never been through testing because you know there was no issue with. Normally, people are tested because there's some, you know, I mean, really, when you're looking at any kind of test, it's because there's some question of whether or not there will be interference with functioning. You know, I mean, that's why, because otherwise, like, why have testing? And I never had that question before. It wasn't prevalent though when I was younger either. Moontan, thanks for 5. Not a groupie, fellow survivor. That's it. We hear and see you, JD. Love from the Netherlands. Indeed. I'm like I said, I'm glad that people put out their truth, their stories. I was talking to God, I can't think his freaking name, man. I was talking to one of the law tubers last night, and it's just been it's a blur. So I'm forgetting people's names and everything. But I went over to LawTube to goof off last night. And as I did, it was fascinating because we got to introduce a lot of, you know, we got to talk about a lot of different concepts. Like I don't believe politics should reach into this. I believe, like, you know, some people will talk about it sometimes, but I don't like politics anyway. But on top of that, it divides, and I don't believe in division. And we got to talk about good stuff like that. And it was a good conversation. You know, it was a very good conversation, I thought. But we also got to talk about the idea of survivor versus a victim, you know? And I think that that's a very important discussion too. You know, a lot of people don't subscribe to the idea of survivor, you know, and I don't like playing the semantic games with stuff. I don't like it. Like people pull out something and they play, you know, no, you need to say this or that. But I think that distinction is very important because a victim is a person that is stuck in a moment. If you imagine a loop, but the loop doesn't go, it's not like a circle. It's more like an oval that goes up and down. A person is just stuck right there almost in place because they can't move. They're trapped in the moment. A survivor, they found a way to move forward. They don't drop the baggage of what happened because the baggage is there with you forever, but they found a way to pick it up and to walk forward. And I thought that was a good conversation to have. Red Dragon Studios, thanks for the 5. What do you think about Maine testifying? Do you think JD is going to seek perjury charges if Amber is found to be the one who leaked stuff to TMZ? I don't know. Like, maybe she denied doing it, and she's denied a lot of things. I don't think it's even about, I don't even know if they've gotten to the point where they're thinking about, do we do perjury charges or not? They're just trying to tear her story apart because, if you drill one hole in a boat, someone can patch it. You drill 5, maybe they can still patch it. What if you drill 30, 50, 100? How many holes can you drill in this boat before she sinks? And that's what they're doing, I think. They're drilling holes in the boat because she's really deep in the ocean right now, baby. She's really deep in it. Hey, Glutes Girl, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. I feel like if AH wins, then my ex wins too. I'm really worried about the potential mental fallout if AH wins. Yeah, I try to tell people in this, like you have to be careful how you look at this trial. You've got to remember that the trial has already been won by him. There's 2 trials. There's one in the court of public opinion, and there's the trial in the court public. The public, rather in the justice. Let me start over. There's a trial in the court of public opinion, and there's a trial in the justice system. That's what God. I don't know why I stumbled over that particular statement. The court of public opinion is already done. The other one, it's more complex. So it requires more, and hopefully the jury can see what it is and agree. Carl Martin, thanks for the 10. Thank God there's still individuals like you, Todd, watching here in the UK Wells. Well, you know what? You saying that, thank God there are people like you that support that. Like I said, I know, like if my channel would get hit or something, people would just make hella noise, back when. Now, if my channel were to get hit by something, the outcry would be substantial, because it's on record. But even before, it was always like, if that umbrella guy better not go down, My God, if I have 550 more subscribers, I have 100,000 followers on Twitter. That is insane. I saw, like, the reason I mentioned 100,000 is because the other day I saw Nick hit it. And I was like, wow, that's an insane number. How the hell do you get there? And then bam, this happened. I was like, oh, that's how you get there. What a craziness. Froggy, thanks for the 5. Her next 2 pictures on IMDb. In the fire? Yes, she is. And run away with me? Hell no. Producers must be watching and panicking. Yeah. Those are the kind of things that end up getting canned like that, Mark Smith, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. I do like saying that, by the way, if you can't tell. When's TMZ going to testify today? Yep, they're supposed to. Well, let's see how many. I was going to say let's see how many hours the other side burns, but hey, they don't have enough to burn out the clock with JD. They don't have enough to burn the entire day down. I'm curious how much time her team has left, because they can't have a lot, And when they go at JD, see, he's like a lure dangling out there. It's like fishing for morons. If he handled Rottenberg really well the first time, and if he handles him really well this time, I mean, they have to be. You noticed Elaine was on fast forward, and she skipped so many things with Dr. Muffins, right? That's the problem. They're on fast forward. They're trying to keep going with it, and Karen Hunley, thanks for the 50 there. Wish they would have been able to mention the car accident where Amber's friend dies. Could explain her so-called scar tissue in her nose. Airbags go off. Nose gets broken. Just say, good work, Mr. Umbrella. I believe her scar tissue is from cocaine use. I could say that like for myself. I've discussed this on my other channel, but I had I had some substance issues, and I liked I like pills, but usually like heavy pill addicts, you don't take pills, you snort items after a while, and the damage that's done by all of that after a while is extensive. It tears your nose up inside. It thins the membranes in your nose, and you end up with scar tissue and everything else. Now, I've broken my nose 3 times too. I've actually had to go to an ENT, and I'll tell you, here's the difference in the 2 things. I also had to go to the hospital. I'd have my nose straightened because, I'm not a boxer or somebody, where I could just have like a personal physician or trainer straighten my nose out, and neither is Amber Heard. She likes to play the boxer, but that's not reality. That's not reality at all. Cosmic Chrome, thanks for the 5 there. Good job. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you. Ancient Reapers, thanks for 5. Please let Depp know through your sources how much we love and respect him. How many men have been speaking up in the situation? Same to you, Tug. From what I hear with sources, I haven't asked recently, but when Amber Heard was speaking and everything, they were reporting that Johnny Depp was in very good spirits. He was doing very well, and he has a lot of support around him. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing there. That's what I heard, that I believe it too, I believe he does have very good resources there, and he knows that people stand. You know what? He does. He knows that if you listen to him, and all you need to do is listen to him talk about being canceled before. He discussed that, and the media was like, "He's not canceled. He's getting awards." And I mean, they did their best, to try to knock him down. But if you listen to what he was saying back then, he was telling people that he appreciated them to levels like very, very few actors of any caliber think their audiences anymore. But especially like superstar actors, even if the diminished stars, they don't. Most of them have never it reminds me of, there was another due process case. Now it's a smaller venue, but he was the biggest thing in his act. It was the Vic Mignogna case. I've talked about this before. I covered this for a long time. Vic Mignogna did nothing wrong, by the way. Nothing. It was a lie. He was treated just like Johnny Depp is in this. So Vic Mignogna, though, he one of the things that people hated about him was that his customers loved him. They loved him. And that's what a lot of these people hate about Johnny Depp. The people that they want to love them don't. Like the crowds, because they don't understand. The thing, respect is birthed from respect, And a lot of these people never will get that. Sticky Toffee, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. And welcome to Tugs, the Sticky Toffee. You don't know who Dick Mignogna? You wouldn't know. Okay, do you know what Dragon Ball Z is? He's a voice actor. He's an Americanized voice actor. Like I said, in his field, he was big, but it's a small field. So you know Dragon Ball Z, right? Like most people know that by now. Okay, well, he's the guy who was doing American voice for Dragon Ball Z. He's also, though, more importantly, that guy, he would go to every convention out there. He would, he built the idea that voice actors matter. He took it where they could go to conventions and they could get signatures and sell, basically make a living wage, because they don't make a living wage. It's a terrible industry. Well, that guy had people come out and plot against him. He had a bunch of coworkers plot against him, and they used every dirty trick in the book, just like we've seen in this case, and they buried him for it. I mean, they ruined his life. And I covered that. That's what led me to this. That's also what led Nick Rekieta to this stuff. But that led me to this because I watched that, and I watched the plot, and I watched the media. So this guy was called, let's just say a playground enthusiast. I think you know what I'm talking about. Because at conventions, like, people would pay to come up, and he would listen to them. They would sit down. I watched the man. I went to conventions. I've worked with offenders way back until I couldn't do it, and I work with child victims. And you can just tell an offender, man. They got to, they can't hide their tails. So I sat across from him, and I watched him for 3 days. Like goofing off and stuff. I mean, he knew I was there. And I was having fun goofing off, but I was watching to see. Like, I didn't think by then. I didn't think anything was a problem there, but I still wanted to see how he interacted. And what you'd see is people go up, just like with Johnny Depp. You have such a emotional impact on people that they will come out and they will spill their souls to him. And his problem was that he cared. He would hug people and stuff. He'd be like, if they wanted to be hugged, or they needed it, he would hug them. And people years after the fact would be like, oh my God, that means something terrible. And it didn't. Then he had like 3 workers come out with these insane stories, never always changing stories, just like Heard, except they weren't graphic like Heard's. One of them was like, 13 years ago, he pulled my hair and whispered something in my ear. 11 years ago, he tried to give me a forceful kiss. And the story changed 6 times while they were telling it. It was just crazy stuff like that. But it really showed me, like, how these people operate and what they'll do, especially to people that are beloved in their industries. That man did nothing wrong, though. Like, I'm so disgusted by that case. Now, there are offenders out there. There are. Okay, if we take Dragon Ball Z, for example, let's just throw that in there, right? The guy who Americanized it, the guy who brought it over, put it in like comic form and stuff, that guy had a YouTube channel at one time. That guy ended up accidentally uploading, we'll say, child enthusiast stuff. That guy was a monster, and he went to prison because he was a monster. And you know what's crazy? The comic industry took up for the dude, actually. So you can always tell there's something weird. When the industry punts somebody like a Depp or a Manana, you can tell that there's something else playing, because they protect their offenders. They do almost all the time, until like the police kick that door in, and even then you'll have people like protecting them. So when somebody's ostracized, like Depp was at first, it's something else. It's absolutely something else. I think it was because he had the audacity. Like Depp, he had the audacity to speak up for himself. He didn't want to be buried. He didn't want this to be his legacy, this taint to surround him. Like, I remember when the UK 2020 came up, and all these media sources were saying, well, it would have been smarter for him to sit down. It would have been smarter career-wise, but man, he would have had to live for that stigma. Like, who wants to be known as an abuser? Especially if you're the abused. Like, who would want that? Who would tolerate it? All these media sources are like, oh, wow, 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 wow. I wanted to, man, I've never wanted to spit in someone's face so bad. I know that's mean to say, but it's true. I want to spit in their face. It made me mad. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks to 18. I'm hypermobile, meaning my joints bend in ways they shouldn't. I had no trouble getting something done with my nose straightened because I'm used to relocating joints. So unless AH has a similar condition, she's lying. Indeed. Well, we know she doesn't have any condition listed or anything, you know. She doesn't have any medical history conditions like that. Nothing that would shield us, because that would have been out in the public right away, you know. It's a good point, though. Vicky Burris, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Yes, his kids suffered. I mean, it's disgusting. Like, I'm a dad. You know, I have 2 little girls, and your partner in a relationship is supposed to be, if they're not the parent, they're the surrogate parent. You're supposed to love and adore your kids. They're supposed to help with, you know, their raising, their upbringing. You know, they're one of the 2 principles. Like, I always like this statement that mother, and you know, this would be father too, but mother is the name of God in the small children. That's true. You know, when you, like, I watch my 2-year-old with my wife. I mean, she doesn't understand anything else except mama and dad sometimes, but she loves mama. You know, she's attached to mama. She wants her all the time. Like, there is nothing else. And you know, that bond, you know, that bond you have with your parents going through. Imagine somebody like, again, they were little parent kids, but imagine Amber Heard, like, she salted the ground there, and she weaponized them in the claims. She tried to weaponize them. And you know, people have said, well, why didn't the kids speak up or anything? Well, Depp didn't want them speaking up. He didn't want them pulled into this at all. That's one thing I tried to you know, caution people about. He didn't want them brought in, so he went. You notice every time they're brought in, like, he objected to that because he didn't want them brought into this mess. He tried to keep them out. Vicky Burris, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. What's that? KNRW Media Group, Nighthawk Search and Rescue. Thanks for the 50 there, Tug. I must commend you for everything you've done and keeping the truth open on your channel. I'm a search and rescue pilot. That's interesting there. And we use our radio platforms to search for missing persons. That's fascinating. I thank you again for all you do and keeping to what you know, truth. That's fascinating. That's search and rescue. God, like, I've always thought things where you know, influence life and death. Like, in therapy, we influence life and death, but in a different way. I do, you know, you physically, like, in the moment. Now, I mean, you can influence it through words and stuff like there, but it's totally different. You know what I mean? So I've always found that to be fascinating. Like, the people who can do it, I truly commend that. That's amazing. Ramirez, thanks for the 5. You're awesome. Keeping my mind off my back pain. Hey, hopefully you're taking care of yourself. Sure. Congrats on the new subs. Keeping up. Next, Marilyn Manson. Indeed. And again, all trials are different. You know, and Marilyn Manson will go to trial. He's intent about it. His filings, though, you know, people brought up, it was interesting. People brought up, well, Marilyn Manson had a documentary. You know, Johnny Depp had a documentary against him too, right? He had a hit piece documentary. It came out through Discovery of all places, which is fascinating because they merged with Warner, you know, and people were giving Warner a break, but it's just nuts. Yeah. You didn't see that? Yeah, there was a documentary on Discovery that came out. It interestingly, it came and went with not, if they would have aimed it a little closer to the trial, it would have done probably more damage, but they didn't. They aimed it off of I think right at last year. Maybe it was sometime between October and December, and I can't remember exactly. You can't quote me on the day because I don't remember. But it was farther off. If they would have gotten it closer, they would have been more damaging with it. You know. The thing people need to remember in any of these cases, like I see differences brought up. Like, okay, multiple accusers. That doesn't matter. That assumes that multiple people won't lie. That assumes people won't collude. That assumes that you won't have a lot of people attached for whatever reasons. The Manson filings are fascinating anyway. And again, I'm not saying that is or isn't. Like, I haven't done enough research in it, but what I've read there, There are already two huge problems with Evan Rachel Wood. She comes out. Two things she's said are very much disprovable. They're disprovable just like this, and then there's the other main, there are two main people involved in that. There's that Elma Gore, and Gore, let me just think about this. Okay. So Gore, in her first, her claim to fame, as I've said before, the best way I know is to say she painted the orange man with a tiny Cheeto. Okay, that's the best way I know. And she got a claim for it, right? So after her acclaim died down, she came out publicly and said she was assaulted by Orange Man supporters. Okay. When that died down, she came out again and said that she had been assaulted by Orange Man supporters because she drew a picture. Like, I'd never heard of it. Like, I mean, I don't care about politics anyway, but I thought, with all the craziness, like, who would even know you did that? But one of the stories was just absolutely bonkers. Like, it blew my mind to even think about. So I'm curious with that kind of resume, I'm curious to see what's in the claims. She's also admittedly the person that called in. So in TMZ, if you look up articles about Manson, he had the police show up at his home to do a wellness check. Well, the wellness check was called in by a friend, supposedly, right? It wasn't a friend. It was one of his accusers. They sent the police to his home to do a spot check on him because, well, you tell me, and again, this was after they were making claims and stuff. So it wasn't like they were buddies or anything. So like I said, there's just a lot of stuff in there that make me want to look. But again, one case is not the other. One case is never the other. The person who's done a lot of research on it, though, there's a channel, Colonel Kurtz. And remember, the same thing people are saying about the Manson case. Like, I hear people tell me all the time, oh, you got to look at that. Oh my God. Well, they said the same thing about the Depp case. They said the exact same thing about the Depp case. And again, I'm not comparing the two. They are not the same case. But the societal response was, it's changed now, but it wasn't that then. It was people wanting to set your life on fire. It either matters. You have to look at all. And again, if that person is guilty, then good. If they're guilty, good. Let them burn. But if they're not, then people react in a terrible way and it costs them everything. To say how prevalent claims got to a point too, I was keeping up with the comic industry, right? And in the comic industry, we're talking editors and all of that. The claims got so bad that you would have a claim. At one time, there were almost 3 claims a day coming out. It was just that insane. And many of them, you had claims like there was a guy who was accused, for example, right? And this lady said that one of the ways that this guy would take advantage of her was through hypnotic suggestion and post-subliminal suggestion. Like he would repeat words. It was like, what? I mean, it's just like, they were the most bizarre claims I've ever heard, but they were taken seriously in public. They were taken very seriously in public. I thought, this is crazy. But that's the feeding frenzy that the public became, And once a person's canceled, uncanceling them is hard, Like, I don't know if it can happen again like Depp's did. Cult member. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Doug's Thugs. Yes, labels tell a story. Exactly. There's a perpetrator and a victim. It's always put on victims to not be a victim, be a survivor. But we need to make ourselves victims. They did. That's true. That is very true. Here's the thing, too. Labels also, they create a narrative as far as when you apply those labels without proper background or research. The word victim, if you say this accuser is a victim, like Amber Heard when she was an accuser, she was called a victim. And those words are much different. As an accuser, Amber Heard, she's just going out, and again, she's alleging something, and that's the way it should have been. It should have been she is an accuser, because ultimately what we found out was she was none of the things she said. She was a victimizer. I don't know. I find these kinds of stories fascinating, though, because of the response. You know, we just had a false accusation story go forward where a man spent years in jail, and a lady wrote a book about him being an offender. She made millions off of his name, and then it turned out that she said, well, it turned out DNA exonerated him, and all she did was apologize and say that going forward, editions of my book won't use your name. They were still going to tell the same story, but they weren't going to use his name. And he spent I forget how many years. I'll have to look it up again, because it was it's a big, it was a big false. It was Alice Sebold. Okay, so you know the book Lovely Bones? You know the movie Lovely Bones? Okay, well, the lady that wrote Lovely Bones wrote another book called Lucky. Luckily was about her being assaulted. And the lady that she pointed the finger at was released in November 2021 because he was falsely. His name was Anthony Broadwater, I believe. And Anthony Broadwater, he had been convicted, and he had spent, I can't remember if it's 15 or 16 years in prison. But she made millions off of telling this story about how he had done it. Not about her story about something happened, but she pointed him out and she said he had done it. And after initially, the book was going to be made into a Netflix project as well. I mean, it's crazy. And it was all fake. 16 years. That's what I mean. It's so bad. We're back. No, I don't see anybody in the court yet. I haven't flipped over yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. So I appreciate a person who reports on cases like this with integrity. This is something severely lacking in mainstream. Well, what bothers me is, again, I very much believe that survivors need advocacy and they need justice. You meant, are we? No, we're not back yet. I've got the thing pulled up in front of me. So, and when the feed goes forward, I see it there. But I mean, we need justice. We need people and we need rapists and batterers. We need these people to pay, but we need them to pay. I'm in Burrito. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. By the way, if I don't hit your super chat yet, I will hit it later. Shelley Ward, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome for Tugs Thugs. Janice, thanks for the 10. It was hard seeing Johnny express his feelings while she sat there smirking. I know, that smile, the laughing. Hope the jury saw that. Did you see the laugh, though? See how gross the laugh was? I thought that was pretty telling. So, check this out. After one of the sidebars, right? This was Amber Heard after the sidebar. Look at this. You have Johnny Depp sitting there. He's staring at the screen. He's looking down, focusing on whatever. And you have her. That's her when she thought she was not on the screen. What are my thoughts on whether Mirror will be recast and reshot? they are very much considering it. There have been emergency meetings behind the scenes that I can confirm happened. And yeah, after Walter Homada was pulled in, oh, it's very much a hot topic. There are discussions about cost and what that'll mean. I think it very much could happen because there were already questions about chemistry, but they went ahead and went forward with it because they thought that she would, that the costs or the doubts. All right, they're back in the courtroom now. That they would outweigh. Right, I'm bringing this up. So, but there were questions over whether or not that would outweigh, and then now, obviously, it's a real problem. All right, Johnny Depp is going to be back. Oh, rotten born. He's already flexing. You know what Amber Heard doesn't understand? Every time they release Rotten Born on Johnny Depp, he may bring up good points. He may do well there, but you know what? Every move that they make ruins her just a little bit more. Like there is no salvation for her career. So Johnny Depp is back on Cross. Let me put this out there.
All right.
Again, tell people we're live again, if you would, please.
Cross-examination.
Tell everybody we're here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you.
What's he eating there?
Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right. But that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
They're getting in a hurry.
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the,
If he's got a black eye before, that won't prove anything except she's violent and hits you a lot.
We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, it'll be fine.
Can you feel those minutes ticking away? Tick, 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 rotten born. Tick, tick, tick.
On the bottom, it's just redact that.
They put them up with the comments just then, didn't they? Yeah, buddy, they did. They were told to remove them, and they put them up with the comments anyway, because I screen grabbed that.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom two pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well,
as
the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yeah.
Light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That
let
was
him-
in fact in the dark.
let him answer.
I had a chef, I had people on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, you can wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859, is that in evidence? or-
No, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's Photoshop?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move to
it's
strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859. in
Thank you, Your Honor.
evidence.
Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one.
Let's look it over.
That will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
So this is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to,
Okay.
we'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that.
Yeah, keep burning those minutes, Rottenberg.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train.
And
let's
in
go
the
to
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Could we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no. Let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh,
you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag.
Wait,
Objection,
no.
form compound.
Overruled.
She made it sound like 8 to 10 at a
I also heard
time.
Ms. Turd say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She didn't say you poured 10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection, compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so.
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is in evidence, okay? Publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And whitey stuff is cocaine.
I would say.
And the e-business is ecstasy.
You
already
yeah,
said
quite
so.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But
can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it. Bottle,
Right.
Yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handles up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I
Same
see
question.
glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I.
Okay.
No.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, the UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what he's, the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy. Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so, yeah, okay, here.
Yeah.
So I do remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked the question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes.
At the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, "I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
DX,
is it empty?
it is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, That's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
All right, we'll see what's there. Oh my God, he said something before. If you're in a relationship, he owns you. Oh, that's so bizarre. It's such a bizarre argument, That's going to prove that you're violent and you would beat somebody and you would rape them. Like I said, that's such a bizarre argument. We'll see if they allow it in.
All right, 883 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Duders, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write,
Like a pleading mackerel.
I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that. Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now, when
text
you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight.
The plane?
The Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Duders. I told him that he had to write this and I had told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had.
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
Yes
answer.
or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry,
correct?
he's sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
These were the texts I told you from the last time that I wondered why they hadn't managed to get them in or not. Now the mackerel one I've never seen before. I'd never seen that one. You know. But regardless.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry.
Did they not get them in then? Did they lose for the Stephen Duders?
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
There's one question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related,
come down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And
I
I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning.
had,
Your Honor,
Warner
ask
Brothers
you-
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are.
Oh, so not this.
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then, don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Unbur, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
So you're not supposed to want someone to get fired though after they accuse you of rape with a bottle and.
Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put it in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here,
She's so upset.
which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right. The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me, it is true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
And he didn't get to go before the public.
That was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you committed domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right.
He didn't get to tell it to the world. Like you and I were watching it right now. That we heard it through the media. He's talking to us directly here. There's a big difference.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as
up.
they
And
said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right. It's already in evidence. So you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If you could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. Just getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, sorry. Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts.
Aquanet.
That I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. You know, on one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883? Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not.
Do you have any?
Knows. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall me showing you this picture during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia, and then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Stephen Duder stuff got knocked out again.
Your
That could have been the worst
next
thing for him,
witness.
but you know, because they were trying to say other people speak through you.
Didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
Morgan Tremaine.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundational.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Oh, boom.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one. Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been
I have no idea why that
August
skipped.
6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said he's.
He hasn't even said anything yet.
We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection,
No, they-
leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses When there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited, as I was staring at the machine and edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't-
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not
All right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Everybody's a fame whore.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
Do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right. Redirect.
Oh, he owned a lane there.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian Newmeister. He has not been sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Newmeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Newmeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense, identifying a voice, that type of thing, satellite imagery, and basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and giving it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a proper or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in the helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to
All
these
right.
qualifications
I'll
on relevance.
Sustained objection. Yep. Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society, we try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Newmeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics. Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved. Mr. Newmeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Ms. Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera, they're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope, we do a luminance scope, we do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
one approach.
That freaking, oh man, that TMZ stuff was good. It was good. I was looking at something real quick. That's funny. So apparently that quote that Johnny Depp couldn't remember is because it comes from a tabloid. That's right, a tabloid. A 27-year-old tabloid. The herd weirdos. They found it a few minutes before anyone else did. They've been spreading around like a big gotcha. And yeah, that's so bizarre. Like they find something, they spread it around.
Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I think we have to go straight to specifics.
Okay. Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
I'm quiet right this second. I was checking in on something. I was looking at a few things. have to excuse me. I'm checking in on something from a source. Like I said, I was looking up something and I was, I don't know. I'm irritated by the that quote that came up. I'll show you at break where it actually came from.
Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence? Mr. Neumeister, does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence. Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence.
They're tearing them up, man.
He wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
Tearing them up.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Publishing
1303, please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustain objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically. And there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that the operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay?
God, just an entire call out of liar, liar, liar. I'm loving it.
Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She was
co-counsel's
just to
talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72:1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we've pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the photos 3.0. And this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right. we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
I got to show you something like big with this, because this just blows something wide open that they pulled earlier. I swear, this case is so mad. So give it just a minute. Let him step off there. And I've got something to show you that is just so insane. It shows why Johnny Depp couldn't remember. And all these Heard weirdos are like, gotcha.
All right.
All right. So check this out. You know that quote that Johnny Depp couldn't remember on the stand? He was like, yo, I don't think I said that or anything. I don't. So check this out. Also, help me do something today. If you folks are on Twitter, I want to once again get the old I want to get the old "Where's Waldman" trending again, since we have so much information. So you know that that quote, the one that he couldn't remember, right? What if I were to tell you that's because it's 27 years old? In fact, it comes from this. This is why he can't remember it at all, because it's not modern, and it's assuming that it's from him at all. It's from a freaking tabloid. Like how would he remember any of this stuff? Like this could be about anything. Yeah, this is what it is. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't an email. It's a tabloid. Like it's from 1995. They dug up every single random freaking article that they could find on Johnny Depp. They found an article from 1995 and they threw it in his face. Luckily, from this 1995 article right here, we actually do have an archive of it. So give me a second. This is the archive way back. Why? Because the magazine it's in doesn't even exist anymore. So when they're talking about it, he's talking about movies, and he's talking about like a fracas that happened at a hotel at one time, like they leave out also all the other statements that are, again, supposing any of this is really from him, supposing. Because that's that's making a big assumption, but supposing that this stuff is actually correct. Look at the guy here. I mean, we're talking about, again, 1995. This is when, in 95, we had a different world. The world wanted our stars to be bad boys. They wanted them to go out, break things, do what they wanted to do. They wanted rock stars. Now we act like we don't want rock stars. But we also, like I said, this is where they pulled their quote from. And just looking at it, I mean, my God. You remember like 1995? I remember like 1995. It's a time when, Marilyn Manson is ringing loud and true. You have that type of defiance in the air. And like I said, they brought up something that, of course, it's from there. So the quote was, if I'm angry and I got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger don't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Now, like I said, it's from this article here. This is from a discussion, again, 1995. So 27 years old. When was the relationship from? The relationship's from 2000 and, well, let's be nice and call it, even though they met in 2009 and then they meet again, let's call it 2012. Okay, let's say that it starts there. So you're going to tell me that from a relationship that starts up 17 years after the fact, when you make a statement, you're gonna tell me again, what is that statement in conjunction with? It's talking about like wrecked hotels and other BS from back when. But again, it astounds me. Of course he doesn't remember. It's a tabloid. My God, he didn't put it in, like I said, he didn't put that statement in a letter. He didn't put that statement in a message to somebody. He didn't talk about it within her relationship at all. So of course he doesn't remember that. And as far as that one message about the mackerel and all that, I was like, well, what does that even? Here's a quote though. In the Mark Hotel incident, these are the kind of things that you hear this from. Okay, let me pull this up in front of you. Okay. So in the Mark Hotel incident, Depp deconstructed the furniture in his room at a cost of more than $9,000 and several hours in jail. I thought it was funny. I'd have to go to jail for assaulting a framed picture or a lamp. Well, he was drunk and he was having a huge fight with his girlfriend. Complete bullshit. But let's say the guy over here in the bar, he's having a hard day. And man, eventually, one more stubbing of the toe, the guy's got to hit something. So you punch a wall or you do this and that. Fuck it. I'm normal. I want to be normal, but somehow I'm not allowed to be. Why can't I be human? I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger as well. If I love somebody, I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out and hit somebody, I got to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger don't pay the rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Now, is that talking about beating a woman? Do you see that in there? Because I'm missing that statement in that. Again, assuming that is his quote, assuming it is not embellished in any way whatsoever, which is a huge assumption, period. But assuming that, again, that is the entirety of the quote. They love to say that we don't get context. We don't have the context with something. You need to add in the context to really give the people a flair for it. Rottenborn took this statement right here and he turned it into an admission of violence against Johnny Depp in a relationship that won't happen for another freaking 17 years. I mean, that's insane. Like, I thought they were actually talking about something that would come up somewhere in the future. I posted a link to it on my Twitter account. I mean, that's nuts to me. That is absolutely nuts to me. Again, if you put it in all of the way it goes too, I mean, you're talking about a type of framing on the article they're selling too. The article that they want to sell is an article entitled Johnny Dangerously. Now it's an archive link. If you're looking for it, it's an archive link. So I put the archive link on my Twitter, Excuse me, I'm getting a Tums. Ooh. Stuff's giving me heartburn, damn it. Give me a heartburn, man. Make me mad. It's so preposterous. By the way, let's see something really crazy real quick. I'm gonna show you something real crazy, real fast. That just makes me angry. Because they framed it like he wrote a letter threatening some woman or something. Or like check it out. 100,000 followers on Twitter. They turned my Twitter page into a weapon for the truth. If you thought I got exposure before, they've turned it into this monster thing, where I can put this stuff out there. So the entire statement, though, like I said, is much, much different than what Rottenborn tried to frame. That's why I was distracted while that expert was talking. I love the expert stuff. I'll have to make sure that I pay more attention. Like I missed a little bit of it because this popped up right away. I have to give props to somebody who found it. I believe the Hurdies found it before And you know why they found it? Because I don't think they found it at all. I think they were fed it. The person that claims, here's the thing, the person that claimed that they knocked Adam Waldman offline, hashtag, where's Waldman? We need to save Adam Waldman. Never forget Adam Waldman in this stuff, by the way. He paid a high price. People got to have that man's back. The same person that claims that they knocked Adam Waldman offline, that they were doxing people, and that they have a connection to Amber Heard's team, that same person is the one that found this first. They found it before anyone else. Now, I don't believe that's probably because they didn't find it. It's because they already had it, you know? And that's just my opinion on that, you know? It's just crazy, isn't it? The same person that's showing that off is this person right here. Again, exposing, in my opinion. Give me 1 second. The same person that is showing that off is the same person that made, give me a second, this claim right here. Now, this is, okay, so these people, they run behind the scenes doxing, false flagging groups. They write police reports, false ones. One of those people from one of those groups is sitting right here. This is the one that's been bragging about finding that stuff. Please don't tell anyone in the other group that we know the identities of redacted yet. We're going to keep that hush until we know what Amber's team will do with that info. They were claiming that connection back in 2020. They were claiming it behind the scenes. It ended up getting exposed. And lo and behold, again, they weren't communicating, by the way. They were doing their dirty work. Like, there's a big difference. They want to talk to some sourcing. Hey, have at it. You want to get them to false flag and to burn the other people down because they don't walk lockstep with your queen. Big difference. But those are the people like that had this before. And I think it was fed to them. I think because they knew somebody like myself, because of one of you folks, because I'm sure one of you would have found it, you'd beat it to the punch. You know, I'm going to post that though. So here's the entire quote that Johnny Depp couldn't remember because it came from a 1995 defunct tabloid. Assuming it was actually stated by him. It was written, I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. 17 years before relationship, Amber Heard, and it's not about domestic abuse. Such bullshit. Can't excuse my words. It just makes me mad because it's fall there. That is a huge lie by omission. That is a huge, huge lie by omission. That metadata stuff that they're talking about right now too. It's actually, so Neumeister, I didn't recognize his name at first when he first popped up there, but Ryan Neumeister actually is Neumeister. Let me see, Neumeister Depp. Sure, it's name right. Neumeister Depp statement. Now he actually put out a statement before, and when Neumeister put out his statement before, he actually put out a call saying that a lot of the analysis that he needed to do, he wasn't given enough time to do. So he stated that Amber Heard did not comply with her November the 8th, 2021 court order. Now, there's a crazy thing too. So on November the 10th, you can look this up. I don't have the clip right here with me, but you can just look this up easily. Look up Eve Barlow asking about how to delete metadata. She asks on November the 10th, 2 days after this order goes in, how exactly do you delete metadata? Let me actually see if I see that real fast. Eve Barlow metadata. I always found that to be telling too. Eve Barlow, again, girlfriend of Amber Heard. 2 hours after, we're talking 2 hours after the fact, starts asking about how do you delete, not 2 hours, 2 days rather. I said 2 hours. 2 days after the fact, starts asking about how do you delete metadata. Like, that's just, to me, that's crazy. See if I can find that quote real fast. She's done some crazy stuff, but even in her craziest, you wouldn't think that she would be out there like just asking blatantly, how do you delete metadata, when it comes up? But at the same time, I guess when that happens, there's just the haha, I was just joking, guys, really. So she does that. But anyway, so you have a November 8th discussion here. All right. November the 30th is when it's supposed to all be completed, right? Well, November the 8th, or November the 30th comes and goes, and none of that information is actually turned over. So after that, you have Meister. They end up filing an order. Now, this is later on. Now, I never understood the timing for this because it comes up in March, but they complain about the idea that she's not only not turning over items, but when she does, like many of the items, let's see. So this is their tell on it. On November the 8th, the court orders her to turn over devices so Neumeister could analyze all the pictures taken in that. Pursuant to the order, forensic imaging conducted by November, it needed to be done by November the 30th. Because of the hardware and software used to conduct that, her experts should not have access. If they didn't have access to the right material, he would make arrangements so they could, right? Well, to protect her personal and potentially privileged data, the order provided that a neutral third-party attorney, Craig Young, he would review the extracted data and he would provide any guidance over that, like if there was some kind of problem. All right. So I don't really know. I know that Johnny Depp had to pay that guy $40,000, by the way. If you're ever wanting to know, well, I guess we won't finish that conversation. All right now. We'll finish it later, okay? Well, let's see. Courts. Well, maybe they're not bad. Their sound came back on and then they went back to dead screen. So I thought they were back for a minute there. But apparently they're not ready to be back yet. So anyway, he's saying that when he ends up getting the material, you either have items that are not accessible. Basically they're corruptions. If they're not corruptions, you have 58,000 pictures that are handed over. He's supposed to get relevant items, right? There's supposed to be just relevant items that are being turned over. Well, instead of getting relevant items, he gets everything plus the kitchen sink. Essentially, they turn over every single picture that they could. The text that Rottenborn confronted JD with, and that JD claimed not to have written, were incoming, not outgoing. Can somebody send me shots of those? I want to see that. I want to see those. Can somebody send me those? Those that he did not. He did not. No, because I would really like to see those, because I'd like to bust them up. All right, here we go. You sent them? All right. Are they in my email? If you did, thank you. Put them in my. If you didn't send them my email, send them over my email. Granular Heaven, GRANULARHEAVEN, granularheaven@gmail.com. I'm pulling up the court, by the way. It's here, but they haven't started anything. Like I said, I'm running on like 17 different things at the same time. But Twitter, I can't find it on Twitter. It's so insane. Like my Twitter is. I just picked up another 1,400 followers since I posted that picture of 100K. So if somebody could send it to me in my email, it would help, because I can find it easier. Because I apologize. I've gotten, as far as Twitter followers are concerned, I've gotten, I don't know, 30 plus followers while we were sitting here, which is nuts. I don't know how to manage it. You know, it's my bad. I just don't know how to manage it. And, oh wait, here. I see somebody where they posted it. So the Johnny Depp, yeah. So Johnny Depp did not send the texts Rottenborn confronted him with. They are incoming.
You can be seated. Your next question.
Outgoing. I got them. Thank you. That's
Mr.
crazy.
Meister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right. Okay.
Wow. That's some bombshell stuff. So they confronted him with messages that really weren't his to bias the jury. That's nuts. Because those messages, they're incoming messages, those texts. You know? That's nuts. I posted them back on Twitter. A new kind of fear too. I think that's who people clip that from. I like to give people credit who actually sent it. So I'll post somebody else clipped it, but I think you may be the source of it. So I don't like, taking other people's posts and just taking them and calling them my own. Johnny Depp looks like, that's a dirty trick. It's a dirty, dirty trick.
All right, we took care of that, Your
All right,
Honor.
thank you.
May we publish, or would you like to see it?
I'd just like to see it first.
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it? There you go.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling.
All right, so 13, marked as plaintiff's 1305 and used as demonstrative, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish it? No. Yes. So, Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, the same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Your Honor, exhibits 712 and 713 are outside the scope.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
They're having so many problems with the demonstratives there, you know? I'm looking up to see. I wish we had all of the filings for the metadata stuff, because all of this metadata stuff is actually pretty powerful, and I'm curious what all they'll work in, because there are so many flaws in the metadata. God, should have called me, JD. I would have got this together, and I could have gave it to your expert and
Could
been
we
like,
pull up
do this.
plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom? And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
I would just request, what exhibits are they? Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Okay, 1306 then will be a demonstrative as identified.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
Huh.
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713 They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos, marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata, this keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
They are so desperate. They're afraid. They are afraid that they're going to get something in. Look at Elaine. She's terrified with this. Amber Heard too. She's like, we're going to pull a good one today. Boy, she, oh God, I really hope. Oh God, I really hope that the jury catches her doing that stuff. Cause she is so nasty, seeming with that. Like she is so, she's always grinning. I thought she was suffering PTSD, reliving these horrible pictures.
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
From the opinions you've testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
Oh, he's going to yell at him.
Extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the actual opinions you testified to.
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
Oh man, yeah, raise your voice and stuff. I'm sure the jury is really swayed when you start yelling at people. So you could be like, "No, I don't want you to say that." Yeah, that's going to get their attention, all right. It's going to get it in the way you probably don't want it, of course. The guy looks like a meek little dude.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Pardon?
You can answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall the question, Your Honor. We can move on.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. Okay, what was the question, Judy?
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay. That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to
case,
video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
All right, if you could just answer the question, sir.
when you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor. So you offered testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister? That's a yes or no, sir.
Oh, the photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is that the picture where she's missing all the marks on her face?
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page 76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the page at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript. And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0, on to 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0, that's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, you know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Newmeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not asking if anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Newmeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control.
Your Honor, he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
That's what he's saying. It's a more complicated answer
It is
than
your
yes or no.
opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered in the evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
Ooh.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
I didn't like that answer, I guess. Didn't like that answer at all. Well, those pictures, they're not even from an iPhone. They're actually edits from a computer. Oh, wait. And I wish you would quit yelling in my ears, man. That lawyer's making my ears hurt.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Hurd has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
exif
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Newmeister,
Yes.
a moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Hurd has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond
you.
EXIF metadata.
I think you opened the door on the.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
So they were given third generation items that they could not. Why is that even allowed? I mean, Amber Heard's evidence. Again, it's third generation. I got it fixed. One of them went down. I got another one. Just give me a second. It won't take but a second. They haven't even set up yet. Okay.
All right, Ms. Leonard, if you could speak a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
That's it.
4, 5.
All right, the lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right, your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Why were you at the airport?
I worked there.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
I was in the baggage claim area and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard was had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight. And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
And I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner. But other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
Objection, hearsay. Just objection, hearsay to what she's saying.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection,
All
hearsay.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
How would you generally describe Ms. Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Ms. Heard's sexual orientation have any impact on how you conducted
Objection.
yourself?
I'll sustain the objection.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any
They wouldn't-
cross-examination? Okay. Cross-examination.
Ms. Leonard, when did you contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Late last night. Okay. And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
so
And
time
you
matters?
know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say that way you can get on television, right?
No, I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right, but you you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I want to know what the cutoff is on time. So, okay, they say 13 years ago doesn't matter. Okay. So does a claim from 9 years ago matter? I mean, where's the cutoff? You know, because 9 years ago, that's when their relationship sorts of, actually 10 years ago, she was trying to widen it up to 10. So is a decade too far to go back? Because again, you know, we have an assault that allegedly happened in public in an airport, and people might well remember that 13 years later. But, you know, I mean, if it is the fog of time, then again, Amber Heard just remembers assaults that are coming up. I mean, are they telling me that you don't remember stuff like that? It's a strange defense considering, you know, the fog of time. Everybody wants on TV. Who wants to be on TV anyway? Like, I don't want to be on TV ever. I'm comfortable. You know, they're like, "Oh, you want to be on TV?" You see how I do this stuff. I don't put my face out there. Yeah, man. I only take shots from out here. Let me dress a little more casual for this stuff. Since there we go. I'm gonna put on my casual clothes. You know, since they're on break. Just don't. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna put on my cooking attire since yeah, there we go. Ah, yeah, Chef Tug's in the house. Since I'm gonna be on TV, I'm a sous chef. Waffles. I just think it's ridiculous to be like, "Oh, you want to be on TV." Most people don't want to be on TV. You know what? Most people don't want anything to do with being on TV. Like fame, I don't know, man. Like fame, period. It's just I've never understood that idea of fame without money. Money, maybe, but if you've got nothing to gain from it, you know. I thought the cabinet video was very interesting from today because what we found out was that TMZ owns the copyright. That's what they were telling us. They do not, however, own they said they owned the video they were sent with no edits in it. So they do not own the entire video. They lied about that. They own 90 seconds of video that they were given by the original person. Either that or it was a lie on the stand, which I did not get the feeling of, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Well, it's interesting, man. They ended with something on assault. It's kind of an interesting way to go with that.
Okay. All right, and then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time to 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment, and the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they said.
Mostly, okay, so I have everything, so I don't have everything quite yet then.
It's not finalized yet.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening.
There,
We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
we're happy to address those. I think
Let's-
we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just got it
I
3 hours
understand,
ago.
but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that. Okay, we'll do that, and the verdict form also. And then, if I could read Sammy's handwriting, I'd tell you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here? Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right, anything else?
So to be clear, is Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now or tomorrow?
We could, I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow.
They got to
Well,
map them out.
Yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And
already.
that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we get
both.
all that,
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so they let out early today, which is kind of interesting. You know, there were a lot of odds and ends today that were kind of, I know they're kind of strange. There are some. I'm seeing what all they're going to do here. Depp maintained pretty well on the stand, I thought. I thought it was interesting. They kicked the Stephen Deuter's texts again. So they actually managed to maintain that multiple times, kicking the Stephen Deuter's text, which, like I said, I wasn't sure whether or not they'd be able to get that stuff in. Trying to see what's going on with with leaving there. Again, the lawyers, they have to stay around, but is Mr. Depp staying around too? Are they actually going to pack up and leave? It was an interesting day. I didn't expect that many witnesses to be cram packed. Just back to back to back to back to back the way that they were. I mean, they had to be, they needed to be, but I just didn't expect the way that they played. It was fascinating to see. It was fascinating to see how much of an impact, like somebody getting up there and talking about like somebody like Kate Moss. Kate Moss had much more impact than you would think that she could, just by getting up and making a few pretty short statements, to be honest. I mean, honestly, she didn't have a lot to add to the situation, but at the same time, I mean, I guess she did. She had some pretty powerful statements as well. I wonder how long they'll actually leave it. I'm going to leave the footage up until they cut away from the courtroom, just to be honest. I would keep it up there. I liked how I liked how Amber Heard's guys kept yelling at the witness, man. I mean, how I always wonder how does that play with like for me, like just as a person, just listening to that, listening to people like be nasty to another person and yell at them. I mean, yelling to the point that, they're like a guy sitting there and he's smiling and he seems nice and they just rail into him. I mean, to me, like I said, that doesn't set well with me. Just me watching. I think, man, I mean, he was yelling loud enough that it was, I was like, good God, that's loud, So I always wonder how that, like I said, it sits with a jury because for myself, I mean, it seems rude and nasty, very nasty. All right. Let's see. Kelly, thanks for the 10. Who do you think JD's last witness will be? They said they had only one witness left to call. I don't know. They just had a random witness come in today. I mean, that was a, so, I mean, that last lady, I didn't even write her name down. I was trying to see if I wrote her name down. But that last lady, she was a surprise witness that had come forward the day before talking about Tasha Van Ree, and the assault there, which is, just some craziness there. Jennifer Smith, thanks for the 10. iPhone 6 came out September of 2014. These pictures were taken 2016. She really had a 2-year-old phone. Yeah, it's hard to imagine her having a 2-year-old phone. I think that was brought up with the arm bruises. It's like, really? Someone like her, she had a 2-year-old phone. Like me, I have a phone that is not new, but I always imagined, someone like that chasing the newest and greatest trends. Leah, thanks for the 2. Game over. Game over. Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat. Do we know if the text about Molly was sent by JD? Oh, I guess that's over. Okay. That's actually about the. Like I said, I'll make this statement one more time, just to note. That's about the shooting. I do not really get involved with stuff like that, and the reason I don't. It's not political or anything like that. With kid victims, like I said, I worked with kids for a long time, and I have an issue with. Well, I mean, I have a major issue with that. It's call it secondary trauma. After you take in and take in and take in, it impacts you, and I can't like it emotionally impacts to a level that's not good, and it I don't know, like for with my kids, it impacts me. Like I used to not be able to even talk about like kid cases or anything for the longest time. The first one I talked about live finally was the Sophie case, and I had a lot of trouble talking about it, but I haven't tried another one since then. So Reform Congress, thanks for the 10. No statement, but plenty of statement there. My heart goes out to those people just to say, I don't want to talk about that stuff. And I hope that makes sense. That isn't about me. It's just my response to it. I can't. Reeks, thanks for the 5. Do sustained objections end up in jurors' evidence computers? Yeah, they'll be able to see, like if they'll be able to see a record of anything. They'll be able to, certain things that are struck from the record, if they go over them. That won't be there, obviously. M. Boone, thanks for the 5. Bo, my bad. Thanks for the 5. Seems to think she's above it all. Oh, yeah, grinning and nastiness. Ugh. Baby monkey, how much time is left for Team Amber? 1 minute and 16. I mean, 1 minute, 1 hour and 16 minutes. 1 minute, 1 hour and 16 minutes. Lyric 0810, thanks for 5. Can someone help me understand the issue of each side's remaining time? For example, if your time runs out, yeah, they get a closing argument. Yes, they still get a closing argument. It just deals with, you notice how fast they were moving through certain questions. They don't have time to waste anymore. Like they can't just sit around and continually drag out things and ask questions. That was one of the problems they had with Depp. They hit him, but they couldn't hit him hard. Because if they did, I mean, they could have hit him hard, but they would have burned all their time out. They burned enough time today, but they still, all the stuff they did today, it's hard for me to. So we were told yesterday they had 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining. So you mean to tell me, one second, I got to clear my throat. Excuse me. So you mean to tell me out of everything that they did today, they only burned an hour and a half? That seems kind of, you know. Sneasel, thanks for the two. JD looked disturbed when they brought the Tasha thing up. Yeah, it's got to be crazy there. It's Miss Prime, thanks for the two. What happened if AH Council runs out of time? They'll still be able, they have a little bit of leeway to do things, but they, when you bring up like people, they can't really, they can't go at them, let's just say. They can bring a small amount of stuff to bear, and they do get closings. I mean, closings still matter, but. No, thanks for the 5. And ordered for JD's witnesses. The order of JD's witnesses is pretty good. Debunking AHBS at the end of the trial and giving JD the opportunity to speak himself through. My opinion, yeah, I thought they did good with it. I actually thought they did good. I thought the JD thing could be a risky proposition, but they felt that it was important. And so I thought it went good. I feel that everything should have resonated with the jury. I don't know. I don't know if any... I'm sure that the jury guys will talk, but everything there, from listening to the other guys that talk about the jury, watching them, I feel like that would have resonated. Southern Tech, thanks for the 5. Well, maybe this is about the jury. Let's see what it says. The DUI guy has been sitting in the gallery watching the jury. Today be a great day for a report on the reaction. If you have contact with him, I've never talked to him before. I don't know at all. Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat. Was the Molly text that JD sent damaging? I'm trying to understand how that's supposed to be JD's text. Like, okay, they ruled out Stephen Duder's text, right? They didn't allow them in. Okay, so riddle me this. All right, let me pull this up here. All right, so riddle me this. If I'm reading this right, again, if I'm reading this wrong, someone correct me on it. Okay, but if I'm reading this right, here's these two texts, right? So the participants are they saying this is his for sure? Like owner, as in owner of text? Are they saying owner of, like, where are these coming from? Because the Stephen Duder's texts were eliminated. So if they're telling me owner means phone, that it's an incoming message for a phone. And like I said, they eliminated Stephen Duder's text. Like, again, maybe I'm overthinking this, but like I said, they eliminated Stephen Duder's stuff, right? So it can't be Stephen Duder's phone, right? So that would mean that it would be coming from JD's phone. Okay, well, if they're incoming messages, then that would mean they're not his, right? Am I thinking about that right, or am I looking at this wrong? Yeah, see, it's to Johnny. This is the way I'm taking it. This is Johnny's phone, and they're incoming to Johnny's phone. So this actually isn't Johnny's message. He's read the message. This is coming from someone else, right? Am I looking at that correctly? Yeah, so this is like maybe Stephen Duder's, or they said him is Johnny Depp. Remember they kept saying him? Okay, well, here's him, and him. I don't even know who this is right here. So I don't know if this, like, who knows who the hell this is? I mean, they could have been sending it for all I know. Yeah, I'm going to pull up I need to pull up the other witness thing just to make sure that I'm reading that right. Incoming means we sent to him. Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is, okay, if this is lined up here, right, when it says owner, does that mean owner of phone, or does that mean owner of text? See, that's what I'm trying to understand here. Is this owner of phone? Is that how this is written out? Or is that owner of text? Like, I need to look at other text messages. Because like I said, I may be overthinking this, but, I took it as this is JD's phone, and there's incoming phones to JD, meaning that's not his text. It's somebody else messaging. Who the fuck is Molly anyway? You know, like who is that? Like this is also, here's my other problem. If you want to get down to it, these are messages from 2017. This is well after the time frame. So what the hell does this have to do with Amber Heard? This is character assassination that is clearly a year after the fact for JD's. So irregardless of who this belongs to, those came from 2017. Like, why does this have anything to do with the case at hand? Molly, that's what people are saying. Molly equals MDMA. I don't. I mean, just regardless of any, first of all, I don't understand. Well, well, number one, if it's not his text, it doesn't matter. Like he just throws it out the door. Number two, I don't understand the time frame anyway. Like, what the hell does this have to do with anything? And number three, God, I hate the defense. This is stupid freaking. Like again, does this have anything to do with assault? Does this have anything to do with Johnny Depp beating up women or hurting Amber Heard? No, class, but who cares, right? Jesus wept. George King, thanks for the 2. Think the text was from another party. That's how I took it. I just need to look at another, like I said, I need to look at another one just to make sure I'm reading that right. That's how I took it. Jennifer Johnson, thanks for the 10. Thanks for all you've done. Want to make 2 quick points. The text he said he texted Rocky to help Amber, and Rocky said Amber texted her directly. Also today, those Stephen Duder messages were incoming to Johnny. See, that's the way I took that too. That's how like I said, I just wanted to throw it at somebody else to make sure I was reading that right. Kristen Lawson, 79. Defense, 1063. Kipper text shows both, like what, both owner like that. So and thanks for the 10. Those are trying to paint a narrative that JD is misogynist and hateful toward women. They're trying to prove him as possessing and willing to rape. If you're like Doe, I want to bust that up. I mean, it's tactless. Okay, let's just take it at face value. Let's just for a minute throw out any meaning. Just take it at face value. Does that mean that you're gonna rape somebody? Does that mean you're going to sexually abuse somebody? I want to hit that. I mean, it would be tactless, right? It doesn't sound like anything else I've read from JD, but just assume all bets are off. It's tactless. But what else is there? Again, like, is that as close as I'm going to be able to get to proof that somebody's going to be molested or whatever? If that's it, wow. Vicky, thanks for that. I believe the photographs need to be digitally copied from Heard's devices using a specific software that renders the photos suitable for forensic examination, and they didn't do that. Well, they went in. What happened is they didn't turn over everything in a timely period. What we didn't hear on the court there is they didn't turn everything over until late March. So they probably had around 15 days to go through their pictures, I'm going to say. King George, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Hannah, thanks for the 2. Have you seen the pic of AH with sign? Are you talking about her the sexy sign? Is that what you're talking about? That one where it got leaked? Is that what you mean, or is it something different? William Taylor, thanks for the 10. Send this to your incoming. Send this to your contact. This BS, not the same year and incoming. Oh yeah, I've mentioned all this stuff. We'll see. Like if anything comes of that. New things for the 5. It'd be tactless, but there are people who would believe that narrative. I doubt the jury will. Lynn, thanks for the 279. Tug, I thought you grabbed an unredacted text. What do you mean? What do you mean an unredacted text? Are you talking about the one? That's just the evidence slides, whatever. Oh. You mean the The picture, is that what you were talking about? Where I saw they had a picture come in. If that's what you mean, they had something um, during part of this. If you mean these texts, those texts, no, they have the redacted portion. I did notice something though that they put into evidence. Okay, you want to see something screwed up that they did, they weren't supposed to do. So when they put in those pictures of the train, right? When they were bringing up the little kid pictures, they're blurry. I made sure the picture was blurry because I don't know what these are from. It probably doesn't matter, but I didn't want to put the words there since they're not in there. But I did make sure that it would show it. You can see here. Look, there was text across the bottom, and they were supposed to remove all text associations from any of this stuff. So I thought it was interesting, they were like, "Oh, JD, look, you got a black eye in this one." Okay, maybe she's punched him in the face twice. That's what I would have gone with. But he was like, "No, it's light." See, that would have been the easy solution if I were lying. I would have been like, "Ugh." But he didn't. He was like, "No, that's a side light." So Midnight Edge, thanks, man. Thanks for the 2. I talked to the umbrella man. Indeed. How's it going, Midnight Edge? Did you notice 100? I got like 100,000 people on Twitter. It's nuts. Actually, it's 102.7 now. It's crazy. Time Drain. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Thank you for that. Melissa, thanks for the 5. Thank you for everything you do. Thanks, Elaine. Team Herd is pushing because they know they're dealing with a liar. That's true. Look, thanks for the 5. Molly's another word for MDMA. I've taken Molly before, and it can be quite exciting. Yeah, it's fun. I think Johnny was talking about going ham on the drug. It's possible. I'm just saying, even at face value, it's strange. Dudes, man, guys say some nasty shit to other guys sometimes. So I haven't seen any proof that Depp would talk like that at 50 something. Maybe 19 or 20-year-old Depp, before cell phones, maybe. But I haven't seen any of his text messages that talk like that about. So when I saw that, when he was denying it, I was like, it's weird because he's owned every other text message. That's what made me. I thought, well, these they do look like they do look. They just look wrong in the evidence. Like I said, that's something to follow up on because I want it to be right. Wrinkle Plains, thanks for the 20. Hey, dear Tug, the umbrella guy. We so love with your umbrella of virtue and light, protecting the truth from the lies above and below, and about the global land. You're grand. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just. Okay, so let me look at that. 1 second. Miss Molly, 1. Thanks for the 5. The Chris message is outgoing. The Stephen text is incoming. Okay, let me look at it again. I'm gonna pull it up again so I can look at it. It doesn't sound okay. Like when he's describing Herd. Okay, that's going to be his crass. All right, we're going to take that as a crass message from Johnny Depp. He's mad. He's speaking crassly. Let's pull that one up. All right, and look at the language patterns, and just see the differences in here. Okay, let's look at that. All right, so here's Depp talking about her. She's begging for total global humiliation. She's gonna get it. I'm gonna read your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucks Mollis Crooked D, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, not an ounce of emotion or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so effing happy she wants to go and fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. I cannot wait to have this waste of guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper, I wouldn't touch her with a GD glove. See, it just doesn't sound the same. Like it doesn't. He's got a long narration style. You know what I mean? Even when he's mad or when it's crass, it's lengthy. He doesn't type. He doesn't type quickly. You know, like he has lengthy statements. Again, it's part of the waxing poetic thing. I feel like anyway. That's the way it doesn't even sound right. None of it. Anyway. Ronnie P. Check your email, marked as JD text. All right, I'll check it out. Default. Thanks for the 5. There's a phone number on a photo. Yeah, that was the lawyers, of course. They screwed up and put it in. Zen, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Peggy Covey. Is that Peggy Covey? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Doug's. Appreciate that. Ronnie P. Sent you the less redacted version of the text. All right, cool deal. I'll look at it in just a second. It said thanks for the 5. Thank you for the super sticker there. I'm pulling up the less redacted one so I can see it. All right, JD texts. Him. Oh, yeah, I see where they put the phone number in there. That's a screw up. I like how they didn't redact the pictures and put those phone numbers in there. That's a mess. I heard they did that. I just didn't see that, there. I don't know. That's interesting too. Okay, so somebody was pointing out there's more disputes over the phone plugs too, because the phone plugs from those texts are the pictures from the walls. They actually look like they don't look like Australian plugs. That's interesting. Hey, KA, thank you for the 50 there. Thank you for fighting for the truth tug. Keeping us great work. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was in PayPal. So catch that one. We pull up the super chat window here, though. I tell you, like, so what did people think about today? How'd y'all feel about today? Did you feel good about it? Any real problems for you today? Like, I'm curious how people took today. I didn't think it was a bad day, personally. I thought it went pretty good. Just for JD, thanks for the 10. Hey, Tug. Here, love your work. The messages were a 3-way combo. Him, JD is the owner. There's a number, then duders, 3 people, and you can tell JD received it. Yeah, that's the way I took it. Okay, the way she was smirking, disgusting. That's why I was looking at the redacted ones. Okay, the redacted ones look like it's saying that that's his phone, and then he's receiving an incoming message, and they know that. Yeah, that's how I took it. Like when I looked at that. Truth, though, truth isn't a currency that Amber Heard really worries about. She has never worried about it, and she won't ever worry about it. P. Gabriel, thanks for the 2. No statement. Plenty of statement on that. Thank you. P. Gabriel also thanks for the 5. How long does Heard's team have for the rebuttal? What do you mean the rebuttal? They have an hour and 16 minutes remaining on their clock. And, of course, they get 2 hours each at the end for the next day. So, Nick, thanks for the 5. You should call the number that was on the phone. No, don't do that. I'm sure they'll change it because if they haven't changed it already, I'm sure they will now. David, thanks for the 2. It says outgoing in that message. Owen, thanks for the 20. It says outgoing on the text. You read last. Oh, did it say that on that one? Yeah, it does. You're right. You're right. Yeah, that's fucking not his text. Those are certainly not his text then. Certainly. That's it. There you go. It shows it. Okay, so I mean, you're right. Okay, so let me repost this. Because there was some, like I said, I wanted to just make sure that I got that right, okay? Yeah. All right, so look. A second. Pull these up real quick. Or look. So all right, the message is that Amber Heard's team read to Johnny Depp and he denied not his. Here, for example, is a message that is his. It is outgoing. Others are incoming. You're right, you eagle-eyed people. Just typing that up real quick. That's crazy, man. Gross. Kamali BMDNA, a few people asked. Yes, thank you. The midget, thanks for the 2. Appreciate that. Just Sarah, thanks for the tug. Beverly Leonard was arresting officer for the 2009 incident. Remember, that was insane. Is that who she was? Then I didn't really get the feel that she was the. Like my brain just wouldn't place in it all. I don't know. They rushed in, and I didn't feel like I was like, oh, weird, the way that they could have brought it up. They really fought not to let them say anything about that relationship there. When they brought in Kate Moss, though, I think they opened the doors for the Tasha Van Ree discussion. I think that's what brought it in. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. Andy Signore has someone working on lip reading from lengthy discussion between AH and Elaine yesterday. That'll be interesting. And thanks for the 2. What happened with Kate Moss today with the win? Oh, it went good. It went really good. She came in and she blew them up. I'll tell you in a minute. Mystery Inc. Thanks for the 5. Amber took the last scene from the secret window, twisted it to a story, like the writing on the walls, the hair pulled out, and him splitting. Yeah, she just she is such a freaking monster, such a tyrant. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like that. I'm talking about not in. I've seen some fakes, but nothing like that. The Kate Moss came in and blew up the fake story that was put on. But also, when Kate Moss's name was brought up by Amber Heard, it opened the door for them to talk about exes, which is I think a big deal and a big mistake on her part, because they, at first they weren't going to allow that kind of stuff. They weren't going to allow any kind of discussion on exes at all. They shut it down, in fact. Mr. Leafy Vapors, thanks for the 5. Bravo. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate you. I mean, they'd shut it down totally at first. Good God, man. I swear. Like the amount of I saw another copyright claim come in from some other company. Like anytime like something does well on YouTube, like these people always try to flag it and claim it. You know, it's just this system allows them to, and you end up fighting with people all the time. You know, all these weird foreign companies that do it. You know, like ones with uncontrolled areas, and then you get the ones that are in the U.S. that are fake copywriters. I mean, you just get them all over the place. It's weird. Ed, thank you for the book super chat there. No statement that it was allowed to be attached to it, but plenty of statement in backing the channel. Thank you. Rose, thanks for the vibe. Have emailed RE messages. All right. I'll check that in a minute. JSD, thanks for the two. The question of what umbrella guy brought me here. Well, I'm glad to have you. I can't, like I said, I can't believe like they thought that was a smart idea. Hey, you know what would be a great idea? This guy over here that we absolutely despise. We're going to talk about him in the biggest trial ever. That was smart. All that does is make people wonder, like, hey, what's going to happen next? You know, which, like I said, I appreciate them doing that, but man, it was a dumb move. Well, by Ashley, thanks for the 5. Oh my God. If you think about the question the attorney asked, you will, you know, we call him. Do we call him? Do we need to show you the number? They knew it wasn't him. Redacted on purpose. That's true. That's true. The way they asked it. Lilith, thanks for the 10. Rottenborn and his team play very turdy by creating false narratives, putting words in your mouth, and disrespecting people on cross. They're a gang of race. Yuck. Yeah, you know, here's the thing. They can't win without doing anything messed up, you know? They have to play the dirty pool. I'm gonna turn my input back up a little bit. I'm turning it up about 65. There we go. I had it low for the thing. Wood, thanks for the 20 there. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Blue, thanks for the 10. AH lies. She first lies to herself about life in general, but about outcomes. Ari lies. She tells. Lives in La La Land. Is pissed when others at others when the truth rears its pretty head. Yep, drives her crazy. Always will. That's her. That is her in a nutshell. I figure, like I said, we won't have a decision over this, over Friday, because they'll have most of the day taken up by instructions and all of that. If they have a decision on Friday, it's probably not a good sign, just to say. So they probably won't have one on Friday. They'll give, like I said, instruction. They'll have all their closing argument, all that. So there won't be a lot of time. Route 66, thanks 5. Tug, maybe you should cover the Elon Musk accused of sexual abuse. # never fear your truth. Yeah, I'll probably talk about it for sure. Hans, thanks for the 5. Kind of funny. Elaine's mic worked today while shouting objection. It's true. God, that one guy, I can't think of his name, but my God, when he yelled, it made my ears hurt. He was a jerk, man. Like, it did. I was like, man, stop yelling, dude. Because he would just, with that Neumeister guy, he was yelling at him. He was loud yelling at him too. I kept thinking, man, I'm gonna have to take my headphones off of this guy because, it was so loud. It just made my ears hurt. Ronnie P, except for the 2 texts, it was an amazing day. Yeah, I felt it went really good, except for like that. There it was just confusing for the jury, I think. Philip, thanks for the 8. Tug, go to the fight. Witness and look how smug Amber is after Elaine takes over from Camille for Cross. That smug look is a true face of narcissism. Indeed. Indeed. Let's see. Accountability is AH's kryptonite. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Indeed. Yeah, thanks for the 5. Greetings from Germany. I don't know if you know this, but fun fact, in Germany, the judge always decides the verdict. Ooh, I see every system has its flaws, every system has its flaws. And, I mean, a jury of your peers, for example, can be scary too. Because if you look at who your peers are, that can be a very scary idea. I mean, if you looked at some of your peers, they're not the bright bulbs. Some of them are, some of them are not. Uh, good. Thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Thank you, Southern Take. Thanks for this 5. I swear, right after you tweeted out the text, Camille checked her phone and wrote something down. Just saying. I hope so. I hope so. Anu, thanks for the 2. JD, the next famous poet of his generation. I hope he puts out his. They're allowed to have a phone. They should tune into my Twitter. They should. They should keep up. I'd have gone there and there for room and board and the ability to live stream after the rest of the day. As long as I could say that I was there with the team, I would have. I'd have made my money back and then some. That would have been good. City Ed, thanks for the 2. Rent free in a penthouse was a form of charity. Yep. That's how that very much is. I mean, you're right. What charity does he do? It would be like, hey, Amber, see all your friends. That's charity. That is very true. That's very true. You got a good point there. I'm going to post that really quick because that's very true. These people are just crazy anyway. Let's see, what charity does Johnny Depp do? I don't know, Amber. Maybe ask all your witnesses who lived rent free in $1 million penthouses. For years. I mean, actually, they lived more than rent free. Who lived free, period. It's so crazy. Like, can you imagine turning on the guy who supported your life to that point? I can't. Wally thinks for 2. The photo edit guy destroyed AH's evidence. He was like, we can't even look at this and prove that it's valid. They were like, oh, well, does this mean? It's like, no. Avon by Ashley, thanks for the 5. AH's attorneys keep saying everyone wants 15 minutes of fame. How do you think that this affects the jury? Do you think they're like us, thinking, move on, lady? I think a lot of people, when they look at it, they have to question. They have to be like, really? Like the TMZ guy, what he said, well, we could ask the same thing of you representing Amber. I thought that was funny. I think things like that deflect, Time Drain, thanks for 5. What do you think they didn't use part of the tape of her trying to force him to take Xanax? He's refusing her. Seems important. They may have ruled against certain tapes. Like, again, we don't know all the decisions that were in there, JD for the win. Thanks for the 5. JD's lawyers need to point out the text of the 1995 statement. TMZ dude burned Elaine. He did. And yes, they do. Give me a second. Let me take a drink. My wife brought some food, but I haven't gotten to it. I was eating crackers. I eat crackers while I'm sitting here. It's pretty much what I eat during the day. Unless somebody gets food, I eat crackers while I'm sitting here. Kim West thinks with you. The phone is old since you didn't get it for free. That's true. That's very true. Switch boot. Thanks for 5. When they make this into a movie, your song should be all over the soundtrack. The Hammer song. That'd be really funny. I'd love the Hammer song there. that TMZ guy, I thought he did a really good job. I was surprised that they really wanted to keep him out. They really wanted to keep him out. He let, you know, Kenny Starr, thanks for a 5. Was the team guy supposed to give up a named source? Did I misunderstand? No, he said that they own the copyright. I mean, really think about that. They own the copyright. The only way you could get the copyright was either to buy it, they didn't buy it, or to get permission from it from the original owner. So that would be Amber Heard. That's what he's saying. We got it from Amber Heard. Like, he made it very clear. With them assuming the copyright, they got the copyright from her. Andrew, thanks for 5. Who's this umbrella guy? I've been hearing about trial as umbrella dude. Indeed. I mean, what the heck? Who is this guy? Emmy Fire. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the 10. How you doing? When the former TMZ employee roasted Elaine, both me and my 11-month-old son screamed how good it was. He's a legend. Hey, oh man, your son's 11. Man, time has been flying there. I hope you're doing good, by the way. Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat there. Searching the number on the text on white pages. I'll look it up and see. I'm curious now. Lyric, thanks for the 5. Can someone help me understand the issue? I went over that one for the time thing. Let me roll down a little more. AJ, thanks for the 50 there. Edited photos alone should be enough, but most of her accusations have been debunked. Her lies have been exposed for the jury and for the world to see. If this jury gives her to win, it'll be impossible for everyone watching to trust the court system. Oh my God, people will go crazy if Heard wins. People will go crazy. Tina, thanks for 5. Love your videos. Had to go get my brother into the doctor for a cancer check today. I hope your brother's okay, by the way, Tina. It's rough stuff. Been there, not fun. What was the bullet points for Johnny's testimony and cross? He went through and pointed out the abuse from the train. He talked about how it was to carry the burden of this stuff, the burden of the accusations and the lies. He also went through the pictures where you had the glass thrown. He went through how that worked. It was funny. They kept making, okay, let me pull that up real quick. So they kept making this big deal out of the fact that they were saying, there's no quarter on the floor. What they were saying is there's no bottle the size of what you described, right? And here's the pictures. It was ridiculous the way that they were doing it because look at this here. All right. So he was saying, first of all, this is where this chair right here was right here. All right. When he was sitting, she was over this way throwing bottles. So it hits him over here and you can see glass in this area. And you see this was the first glass and this was the second bottle. You can also look here, you have the tissue, blood, so that you may well find a finger up in this mess. And there's a phone over this way to the far right. And what they're trying to say, Heard's team was trying to say, is there's a phone over here to the far left, which wouldn't make sense. Like, they actually kept baiting the hook. And you want me to tell you how you can tell Johnny Depp is not a liar? I'm going to show you. It's with this stuff right here. All right. If he was a liar, he would have busted them with this. He kept saying, I don't really remember a phone. I don't remember a phone. Okay, well, there's a phone right here on the end of the bar that goes around. They're trying to say in the first picture on this side, there's a phone on the far left-hand side, right? Well, if you go down and turn right, go forward, turn right, you can see there's a phone at the far end of the bar. There wouldn't be two phones that close. Johnny Depp just couldn't remember a phone in that area. If he was a liar, he could have easily said, yeah, that phone right there, that's the end all be all. There was no phone on this wall. The end. No lies, nothing. He could have gone anywhere with that, but he just didn't remember. And he was honest about it. He was honest in the UK too. He's very honest about it. You could tell he would give answers sometimes that they're not as beneficial as they could be. That's one of the things. But he went over that kind of stuff. He went over a few pictures that been brought up. And if you're wondering about cross, actually, if you're on Twitter, go to my Twitter page and just roll down until you hit the Johnny Depp stuff. I pretty much write in stuff, so you might have 30 tweets, but it'll save you a lot of time. You'll be able to run them through, and then you can see each part there. Kyle Castleberry, thanks for the 2. AH Face, reading the email to Warner Brothers from JD she was like, "Oh my God, it's so sad." It was like, yeah, right. You know what was sad? You know what made her mad? She lost the meal ticket, That's what made her mad. That's why she was so, "Oh, I'm so sad." Kenneth, thanks for that. The flight witness and look at smug Amber is after Elaine takes over for Camille and Cross. Oh, that smug. It's true. Yes. That's what I'm Elaine, like watching them together. Ugh. Elaine and her, they're just like, you could tell that they're not the ones that were accused of they're not even worried that even if this goes wrong for them, that there won't be anything to pay. Here are rocks, things of 5. Why was Waldman not allowed to be a lawyer in this trial? She turned over all of the stuff from the trial to the UK 2020 trial, all of the witness statements, everything, which undoes the classification item on it, right? It makes it public knowledge. So Adam Waldman was taking stuff just like you and I, like we post things, right? And they pulled a little dirty trick. They said, well, some of that was still supposed to be classified, which again, she had turned it over. She made it public, so it wasn't supposed to be. But the judge was like, yeah. And they knocked him off the case that way, which, like I said, dirty tricks. Wicked Lily, thanks for 20. I was just on Ricade's page, and they mentioned the text Johnny didn't recognize was actually a received and not outgoing. Misrepresented it. Yeah, that's what we were just checking on. Yeah, that's what I posted about that earlier, And that's what we were talking about here. Yeah. So you came in like right with us talking about it too. Yeah, that's what we were discussing earlier. So welcome, first of all. And yeah, we were talking about that because that's a big one. Sarah Rocks, thanks for the 5. Do you think AH did their counterclaim so that he could be the lawyer in this trial, as he would have been a beast in this trial? Do you think AH did her counterclaim? No, she didn't want him in the counterclaim. She didn't want him in the trial. She's scared of Adam Waldman. She's terrified of Adam Waldman, if that's what you mean. Richard Barnett, thanks for the buck. No statement. Plenty of statement, though. Thank you. She's terrified of him. Amanda Douglas, thanks for 5. I never said the bottle in the pic was a handle bottle. He started, it was the first bottle. Yes, exactly. Like, well, he was also saying, I don't see the handle. Like they're talking about the handle. The handle. Well, the handle wasn't in, he was like, where is it? Jacqueline, thanks for the 2. Did you notice the text of JD was incoming? Yeah. We've been talking about that for a bit here. Let's pull it back up. Yeah. I actually was probably the first. I was probably the person who posted it. Everybody's pulling it from because I posted it and I accidentally deleted it. It was way down here, and I reposted this person where they had it. But I'd posted a while back, hours ago. But yeah, that's where the line pictures came from. They were coming off of the post that I'd put up, and somebody else mentioned that if you compare the other texts that he's sending, you can see the outgoing on them versus the incoming on the other ones. That's not just it. I mean, okay, the other crap. Again, you think that's bad? Okay, that quote they took from Johnny Depp about the one where he was like, I'm not talking about beating people and stuff. Yeah, that was from a 1995 interview. 1995 interview. So that was 17 years before the Amber Heard relationship. I mean, I think that's trash. Harley Quinn, thanks for the 5 there. Listening to AH's team is like taking a swim in a sewer. They're all creepy. Even the baby lawyers. Yep. They're all freaky, dicky. Angela B, thanks 5. Will defense rebuttal witnesses count against their remaining time? Well, all their you mean for tomorrow stuff? Yeah, they're gonna you get X amount of time for some of your stuff. They just like I said, they don't get they get what? An hour and something to really put all their stuff together. Gloria Lewis, thanks for 5. I give Johnny accolades for having the guts to bring this out. TG trial was held in the public view. Praying jury is smart enough to see the truth. We'll see. I think it'll be like fire in the streets if they don't get it right. I'm just saying, man, because this thing again. I don't want to be nasty about that, but come on, man. Like this is worldwide. Even the whack jobs, like a majority of the whack jobs, like the hardcore believe any crappy accusation, don't buy into this. You have a few thousand people that'll be like, oh, that's good. But most of the time, no. Most of the time, no. Rose Johnson thinks 20. I would love to see Elaine's next performance review at her job after Johnny wins. Oh my God. They're so cocky. They think they have this one. They're so cocky because they know societally that this is a hard one for a man to win. But they think they've won. I'm like, Amber Heard comes home each day and she looks at the headlines too. I'm thinking, how can you act like that? Considering let the public vote. Yeah, we should have public trial. Boom. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Have actual public trial. EDLs, thanks for 5. If the jury made up their minds, do you think deliberation will take longer than a day? If they've already made up their minds, it's probably, again, that they have certain questions that they have to ask and reviewing things, unless it's just, usually if they make up their mind really fast, it's not good, just to say. Chaz, thanks for 5. Hey, Tug, have you ever thought about getting together with some of the other people like Andy was on there yesterday? Flash, I go over there every Saturday, etc. Making the news. Oh, you mean websites? No. The problem is overhead. Overhead is the issue. The Quartering tried that at one time, and it failed, and it was expensive. So that was a big problem, Okay, Happy, thanks for the 10. I was in a doctor appointment today, but had you on in between. Thank you. Truly exhausting day. Do you think Rottenborn was effective with jurors against JD? I don't think so, but if you really want to know about them, you have 2 people that are you have that DUI lawyer who, let's see what he had to say today. Let's look on his stuff. Let's see if he posted anything about it. DUI guy, because he was posting about stuff today. Oh, I guess maybe he wasn't at the thing today. Never mind. I thought he was there, but I guess he wasn't. Melanie Partridge, thanks for the 18. Since you email, it's a pic of the text with unredacted numbers if it helps. Thanks. I probably have it, but I'll if you send it, I'll check it too. I think that's the one I got earlier, but thank you for sending it. I'll check. Amy Lawson. And you know what? When I say that too, I want to make something clear. I don't care if like 30 people send me the same thing. Okay. Because if we ever assume that I have something, then that means that I won't get new things. So if 30 people send me the same thing, again, that's fine. You're trying to help out. And I'm glad that you sent it because somebody originally sent me the first thing, like today, I can't remember. I got something new and I can't remember what it was. And somebody sent me that article stuff too. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 5. H was using bruise kits on her Barbie dolls when the article came out. She would have been about 9 years old. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Echo, thanks for the 10. I wish Elaine would have asked Kate Moss. Aren't you just here for your 15 minutes of fame? That would have been funny. You notice they were scared of her. They just got her out of there. They're like, get her out fast. Angela B, thanks for the 5. AH claimed to be financially independent, then claimed she needed Johnny to authorize a new cell phone. That's funny, isn't it? Get it there too. At the end of the day, AH in group chat reviewing Doug's tweets, probably. She's like, "Arr." Yeah, thanks for the 10. Can they prove the defamation case? Well, I think they could, I think they could. By Morgan, thanks for the 349. DUI guy was there. We'll update jury later. Okay. Patricia, thanks for the 10. Watching live from Portugal, following you here and on Twitter. Team Depp, what's your verdict? Any chance JD loses? Thanks. There's always a chance people lose. Like, that's the problem. It's a jury trial. Like, you can put on the best case, but still lose. So, again, I don't want that to sound bad. I don't want that to sound bad. KE, do you think the train pics with a black eye and the pics, the boy, hurt JD? I don't. Actually, I don't think that hurt at all. Thank you for the PayPal there. And I don't think those hurt at all, just to be honest. Multimedia Clips, thanks for the 5. I asked all Amber Heard fans to unsubscribe to me, thinking I had none. Looked like I had 8. This channel is my top 3 YouTube channel. I appreciate that. That's funny. I don't ask them to unfollow. As long as they're not flagging or doing anything crazy, they're welcome here too. Michael Jordan thinks, is WB going to take back Johnny? They haven't said anything about it yet. If he wins, well, we'll see, Jennifer Martin, thanks for 5. Have you heard of any lip readers translating conversations between Johnny's lawyers and Amber and their lawyers? Popcorn Planet, somebody said that he was trying to get someone to do something like that, but I don't know. Other people probably have. I mean, everyone else does that. So, Angela B, thanks for 5. I joined Team Johnny when Team Depp when Johnny found the red nail polish on the bloody nose tissue. Yeah, I remember when I first saw pictures of that. There's a picture of that, right? It's from the UK. There's a picture of that. Darius, thanks for 5. When they allowed to present non-original photos, only non-altered downloaded should be allowed as evidence. I thought that was crazy, I thought that was crazy. EB, thanks for the 10. Do you have an email address I can send a photo to? Yeah. It's 2 words, granular, like a grain, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN. So granular, heaven, and gmail.com. I put one of the photos through to enhance it and clear up the pixels, and honestly, it looks like Botox marks and makeup applied bruising. I was surprised they didn't do that much cleanup. Sexy toast. We'll do some sexy toast a little bit. Royal Sig, thanks for the 5. Very clever questioning by JD's team on TMZ witness without getting him in trouble. Yeah, I thought they did a good job. Like, I thought they were walking it pretty well. I still think TMZ will probably sue him, because their team heard all the way, and they'll sue him for it. I bet you money they do. Excuse me, I took a bite of something. Brooke, thanks for the 2. If JD wins, can he sue TMZ or ACLU? Yeah. Justin Funk, Wilkerson, thank you for the 2. New shirt. I stepped on a B-list actress. That's hilarious. Oh my God, that would be funny. How you like that? Look, I stepped on a B-list actress. Oh my God, that'd be funny. Like a Murby or something. It's really good, actually. I like it. Thanks for the super chat there. Mid-90s. It's on FilmNet. Humble guy. JD fan since. Pinky Pink, thanks for the super chat. Show the pic of the bloody tissue we want to see. I'd have to find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So I remember looking at it. Let's see. Fingernail polish, Johnny Depp. Because there's a picture of it from the UK. I remember it. Fingernail polish, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, nose. Come on, let me see. There's a picture of it out there. They've just got it buried. It was in the UK. It came up in the UK stuff. I'll have to see if I can find it because like I said, I haven't looked for it in a long time. You know, I know there was a wastebasket with I think it was in a wastebasket if I'm not mistaken. Like the problem is now with the UK trial being 2 years old, like they buried everything, you know. But I know there's a picture of it because I saw it a few times and I thought that's really bizarre. Because I remember when the first stories of that came out, I thought that's really bizarre, you know, faking that. And it was bizarre having a picture of it too. I'll have to see if I can find it. I commented on one of Popcorn videos from yesterday. Told him there needs to be a shirt of Elaine with her eyes rolled in the chat, screaming that umbrella guy. That's funny. You know. What was that? Let me see. You got it? Oh, hey, shoot me that. Wait. Give me a second, people. Oh, that's kind of different, you know. Yeah. My wife is showing me some pictures from the thing. She was telling me today, like, you know, it's funny, like when people that I know are watching coverage too, you know. It is kind of odd, you know, people in the town here. We got this little town out here, you know, and we got a county with what 13,000 people in the entire county out here, huh? What? What? Do what?
We have 22,000.
I thought we had 13. I thought that was the
No, we've
last.
grown since like California's.
Oh, I guess that's the new census numbers. Or rocks, thanks for too. Didn't know there was a photo. Yeah, there's a photo of it. That's the first time I saw it. That's why that story always stuck in my head. It's the only reason why it stuck in my head like that, you know. Pinky Pink, thanks for the super chat. You must find it. I haven't seen it. I'll see if I can find it. It probably won't be right this minute because it's buried. It's buried. Biker Donovan, thanks for the 2. You and Popcorn Planet followed throughout. Fantasy, yeah, you know, it's been crazy to watch play out. That's why I did. Like I said, Yellow Flash has followed along with all this madness. You know, he's done good about reporting on stuff. It was funny. I went over to Popcorn Planet yesterday, and there's this. Every now and then you'll pick up some people that really just like you pick up gatekeepers in anything like this, and there's this one like crazy person that every time anytime I pop up anywhere, like they seem to pop up too. I guess they follow me everywhere, but they're like, you know, that umbrella guy's not the kind of person we need representing Johnny Depp. I'm like, I don't represent Johnny Depp. First of all, we don't need him in this stuff. I'm like, really? Seems like some people disagreed with you. You know, I think I was pretty effective, I guess. It was just funny. I'm like, man, you people are crazy. Gatekeeping is really dangerous, though, as far as I see people do that for politics and for so many other reasons. And, you know, you got to watch that. You really got to watch that. Hellcat, you know, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Thugs. Appreciate it. Peyton, thank you for the $2 there. No statement, but plenty of statement. Who cares what they think? Oh, I always well the gatekeeping people. The problem is that they do run people off. Like you see that. You see people run other people off. Me, I don't care what anybody thinks. Personally, I don't give a crap. I'll cover what I want to cover, you know? I personally don't. I don't care what the rando interneters, you know. Again, you cover what you want to cover. You support what you want to support. Some people do get ran off. People who are, you know, like they're looking into it and they see like they just see, you know, vitriol toward like them. Like I said, maybe they voted another way, like a person doesn't vote, or maybe they don't vote, or maybe they, you know, religious or whatever. I mean, you just see it for all kinds of reasons. It's just crazy. Or it's a thought thing, you know, free speech. Oh, no, you know, it's just all kinds of nuts. Proud Tug Thug. Thank you for that. I like your name. That's funny. Thanks for the two. I picked up on something. Emailed you a clip of it. I'll have to check it out. Sorry, late. Wife's channel. Sure, that's Lola Meats. Let me link it there since you walked out for a minute. Let's anybody didn't subscribe earlier. So my wife has a YouTube channel too. And her YouTube channel, we inflated it earlier to over 3,000 subscribers, which I thought was entertaining. But if you missed out on that, like somebody just asked, I'm going to link it into the chat here. There it is. I don't know why I'm keeping my voice down like I'm whispering to somebody, you know. Hey, guess what? You know, I'm only talking to thousands of people, but hey, let's whisper like I'm keeping a secret. I just caught myself doing that. I was like, wait a minute. That's her YouTube channel though. If you've not subbed, if you don't mind, just go over there, hit that button. It's free. I linked it at the top of the description. We inflated the numbers up to over 3,000. It's only like I think it's 150 off of 3,500 if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Yeah, 150 off of like 3,500, which is amazing. It like when we started up like goofing off with that, it was at I see, it was at 600 before. So you'd be great at audiobooks. I've never tried like reading an audiobook thing like that. Be fun, you know. You're not a big mouth like other YouTube people who tend to scream all the time. I don't want to scream. I get mad sometimes and I will raise my voice, but I don't like to. I don't like fake dramatics, is what it is. I don't like fake dramatics. Like if I'm mad about something, I'll be mad about it. What's up, Emmy? Thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, long time. You're a star. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's blown up a lot since the Manana days, huh? Brain dead. Kira, thanks for the 5. The incoming tax with JD was perplexed over. Is there any chance that JD's team will pick up on this? Are you friends with Adam Waldman? I'm not friends with people. Let's say it this way. I will send that to I will send that to sources, and if they do something with it, then that's their prerogative. How's that go? I will send it where it needs to go, and then they can do something if they would like to do something with it. C. Ash, thanks for the 10. The DUI guy has posts on Twitter page from today about some of the jurors from his post. It seems like at least 4 or 5 of them are pro Depp. You should take a look. He has a video opinion too. I'll check that out in a minute then. Heisenberg Kennels, thanks for the 2. I respect your opinion, Todd. Please do the Manson case. I plan on looking at the Manson case. There's parts of it, like I said, that are really. And again, Colonel Kurtz has done very good work there. I just, would be good is like if I link up with her to talk about it, then it'll put more eyes on it too. So I think that's actually important. I think it's a lot more important. Yeah. Oh my God. Wald Mignon. Somebody sent me a oh my God. Give me a second. I gotta do some. Just give me 1 minute, okay? 1 minute. That's hilarious. Thanks for the 5. Do you know that the arnica cream is really stinky? I use it on my baby's butt rash. It's true, so true. I've never used it. I've never messed with it at all. So no, I don't know if it smells bad or anything. Does it really have a bad smell then? Huh. Crow Whisperer, thanks for the 10. Thank you. No, thank you. Amy Lawson. Well, everybody heard about the turd. Turd is the word. Turd is the word. Yeah, but no, that's an apology forever. If you think of that when you hear this surfing bird, yeah. That's okay. What? You can't make this findings to Depp's lawyers? Again, if I send something to sources, it will go where it needs to go. That's as clear as I'm going to say that. Brain Dead Kira, thanks for the 2. Sounds. Elaine has nightmares about you, I think. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 2. Can we get someone in the court cosplaying his tongue? So text not minutes is evidence? Yeah, they're part of evidence. It's just I don't know if anybody caught the fact that they're not going to the right person. You know? What was your question? D done? I don't remember what it was. Type it again. Just type it down here. I don't remember what it was. Apparently law and crime got all photo evidence presented in case. It's all uploaded. You know, they're not getting like there's a website for that, right? You guys do know that, right? Like there's all the photos and stuff. Are you talking about they should upload all that stuff? They upload everything too. If you're talking about like, you know, let's see. If you're talking about any photo exhibits, like it all goes up to the Fairfax County, Virginia, the website link. And I mean, it has all of the evidence stuff. So they're not getting anything that you can't get. You can download everything, you know? You know, so all those photographs, like for example, you know, about the if that's what you mean, if I'm taking that correctly. Yeah, I have to pull it up. Like I can't remember off the top. I'll have to find it. I'll bring it with me tomorrow, okay? Because I can't remember it today. But yeah, I mean, there's a place where you can get all the photo stuff, you know. I can get everything, get the sound clips. That's where it's all coming from. Kim Nielsen Designs, thanks 5. Just emailed you a video of showing Amber's PR guy directing her while she was on the stand. I'll have to check that then. That'd be interesting. I'll have to check that one out. Thank you. Who is Molly? Molly's the MDMA. Gonna take out that Molly and knocks its socks off. Get that Molly. That's what, you know, the MDMA, maybe. I said with, you know, sure on that. Terry, thanks for the 2. Can we call them herd eds? Indeed. Love hurts. Thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 2. Which Depp movie would you like to recommend tonight? I watched. I always like Black Mass. I mean, it just depends on what kind of movie you like. Like I like Black Mass. I just rewatched. God, what is that freaking movie where he's you know, where he's all like the "You will not like me." You know, he puts on the play with all the penises. I can't think of the freaking name of the movie. Somebody tell me. It just locked me out for some reason. Johnny Brasco's good. Dead Man. I have not seen Dead Man in a million years. Secret Window. I love that movie. City of Lies is a good movie. Libertine. That's it. Thank you. I could not think of it for some reason. Libertine. I watched that the other day. It was good. Haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, Donnie Brasco is good though. I like it. Crybaby. I've never been like Crybaby. Just not Ninth Gate. I love Ninth Gate. I like more like horror or mob movies. I mean, it's just kind of stuff that appeals to me. Patriot Lady, thanks for the 5. Copyright changes in the cabinet video TMZ from Complex, an affiliate after Heard testifies. I've tried to find it. You can find it on Amazon. It's on Amazon. I think I don't remember if it's just SD quality though. It may not be HD quality, but you can at least watch it. You know, I have it on video though. I just for myself. Got a copy of it. Give me a second here. Looking up something. Yeah, those bruises, like the face bruise. I was looking through the picture that was sent to me, and it does look. Yo, that is crap. Okay, so those pictures that. All right, I want to pull up something because I want to show you. Like this is some deceptive BS. So the pictures that they showed Johnny Depp too, with the face injury as they were calling it, right? It does not look like a bruised face. It's another thing that they did that's a bunch of bull. All right. Somebody sent me the separate pictures, right? That's the ones that they showed in 4, the 4 pictures, and they were saying like he has the Bangkok pictures, and on the close-up ones, it does not actually look the same. Look, check this out. It looks different, but you can't tell because the close-up pictures. Okay, let me show you this. All right. From afar, it looks like there's something to it, but when you close up, it doesn't. He's right. It's light. They're so full of crap, man. It pisses me off. Check this out. All right. This is one of those Bangkok pictures, right? Now, when you look at his eye like that, oh, yeah, there's something up. When you start closing in, though, look, it's lighting. He doesn't look like he's been punched in the face because if you compare this one, okay, you see how that picture looks? Like zooming in, hyper zoomed versus, let me go pull the other one up. Okay. Again, the other one will break down some because it's a little, yeah, quality's a little, But when you hyper zoom in on the other one, you can see the eye, like it's pretty clear. They game though a lot. They like to game. That's okay though. Daddy Tug can game too. So here's that picture. Now look, again, it's blurred. But look, again, you lose a lot of it, but you can see it down into the bottom what he's talking about. Again, I know you lose a lot of resolution, but he's not talking about like some discoloration. He's talking about like, a mug shiner, man. They're trying to say that a light effect versus what looks like a very much to be a shiner on his face. And the biggest part of that was too that Malcolm Connolly, his bodyguard, took that. Wouldn't he know that if Johnny Depp was walking around with a shiner normally? I mean, this is a guy that get paid. I think he got paid. I thought they said $10,000 a day or something crazy like that. I think that's what they said. I mean, that was Jerry Judge. Maybe Malcolm got less. but it was a lot. Like I kept thinking, wow, that's a lot of money, you know, for his security. But his security, like I said, his eye doesn't look bruised in the other shot, like the one in they were trying to say, ah, same one, gotcha there. It doesn't look the same. It looks tired. He looks a little tired. He's got a little sinking going on, but he doesn't look like he's been popped in the face. You know? And then they were playing he claimed Photoshop on one picture too. So let's look at that. All right. I wanted to look at this side by side. So he claimed Photoshop on one of a double picture, right? That'd be this picture right here. And if you look at the two pictures, okay, this is a picture and it's definitely been lightened up. I don't think it's Photoshop as much as it is a worse picture, you know? Because that came from Malcolm, which would have been, he supplied the original picture, right? That's the way I understood it. So this would have been a copy from somewhere. So you're going to have a lightening effect. So what Johnny Depp was calling Photoshop might not be Photoshop necessarily. It might be like you see the colors of the skin and everything. This is what happens when you, they may have well lightened the picture. They may well have, but they also could have just taken it and copied it to, you know, when it decreases the color. Cause I mean, look at his like skin and how sickly colored, like he's pale. Everybody's pale. It took all the color out of it, you know? I mean, look, like you see the saturate, like see how black the black is here and here versus over here. You see how the blacks are, how they're barely distinguished. And you lose a lot in that, you know? Anyway, blacks are washed. Yeah, I mean, it just looks, I mean, it could well be, you know, somebody shopping it, like I said, but it may just be another, again, they could have just gotten it from a bad source. It could be like a copy that they put up, you know, with their website. Who knows how they got the picture either? It could have been a scan that was sent to them that was bad. I mean, I don't even know how they got the picture. It's also back in the day, you know, I mean, we're not talking about brand new technology. We're talking about, you know, technology that's what was it? 2014? Is that what they said? Is that the year 2000? It was either 14 or 15. So, I mean, we're talking, you know, we're talking 7, 8-year-old technology, you know? Cheryl Lamb, thanks for the 5. Did you know you're about to have a new neighbor with the initials JD? New neighbor, what do you mean? Yeah, thanks for 5. Do you take time off work for these live streams? Yeah, I do indeed. Do you eat or use the bathroom? Yeah, I do indeed. I get up during live streams to like when we're live streaming, like if we're live, what I'll do is I'll turn my phone on so I can hear the audio. That way, if I have to get up, like I get up to stretch my legs or do whatever, you know, and I'll turn the audio on my phone. That way, if I move away from the computer for a minute, I'll know if something happens to the thing, and I can get back in within 5 to 10 seconds usually. I'm not gonna be too far away or somebody's very close. So if there's something that just happens that's dire, if it's dire anyway, it's just a problem. But yeah, every now and then, yeah, I do get up and I stretch and I'll eat. Like I usually eat crackers when I'm sitting here though. Like that crackers don't upset your stomach, you know. So I like crackers. I get drinks. Are the multiple tugs taking care of your responsibility? No, I mean like family and stuff. My wife takes care of kids. I mean, it's you know, obviously like now this is a business, so we're growing our homemade business too. So you know, like any business, you gotta do your thing. My wife also understands. I've been covering this for a long time, and I mean, anybody who looks at what's happened publicly, like with the channel and stuff, I think anybody can understand that. Like when you get named in the trial twice, I think people kind of understand what kind of impact. It really does validate the impact that that you can have, and it does say something to people. Dingo Gown, thanks for that. Tug, please see message I sent in Twitter. It's super urgent. Time is a factor. Sorry, it can't wait. Is that your name there? Because like I got so many messages. That's what I mean. Like with Twitter, you're just, I don't know if, is that your actual name there? Because I mean, I don't. Where you show the WB document. Do you have a link? The WB document? Which document is that? Are you talking about the WB? Are you talking about the WB document? It's on file at court. If you're talking about the one where the WB themselves talk, is that what you mean? That's a filed document. Like it's on court record. It's a court filed record if that's what you're talking about. Like the Warner. Do you mean? Are you talking about this? Give me a second. Are you talking about this document here? Because this is a court document. I mean, it comes straight from the court itself. With the, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I heard the joke. The joke the judge told to JD actually. Not breaking anything. I thought that was funny. I was watching your stream with LawTube where you showed the WB document. Oh, the text issue. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're talking about the text. Okay, I see the new text. My bad. It was only showing me half a text. Yeah, like I said, I sent that text thing over to where it needed to go anyway. That's what I'm saying. I've already sent the text where it should go to, but other people can send it if they can get it where it needs to go as well. So I mean, I've done that too. Hopefully enough people can do that. I try to do that myself. Mary, thanks for 5. Subpoena for Duder's phone that received the text. Not sure about 424. Subpoena for Duder's phone that received the text. Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, they haven't allowed in Duder's text. They didn't allow any from him to JD. You know what I mean? So, the other, yeah, if they got the other one, but you know what? His texts were they're in the UK. Like the Stephen Duder's texts are in the UK, and I wonder if that one was one of them. We never had all of the stuff there. We never had all of it like sent to us there. Amy Smith, what is the text thing? Oh, it's okay. So, did you watch okay? Let me just assume you didn't watch today, like you were out or something like that. Okay, I'll assume it this way. All right, the texts that they brought, there were 2 texts they brought up where JD said those aren't my texts. I didn't send those. Right. If you look at these texts, it looks like JD did not send those. Because they're incoming messages to the owner of the phone, which is JD. So it doesn't look like he was like, these aren't my text message. I didn't send those. And it looks like he's right. actually weren't his. Dingo Gal, thanks for the 8. I have the same user ID in Twitter. Please look at the message now. Disappoint. Can afford. Yeah, I pulled up. Like, if knock it to the top again if it's not there, because I looked. I didn't see a message right at the top there. You know. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, but I have. God, I have so many people that have messaged me. Like, it's just. If you're talking about tagging me in a message, if you're not talking about messaging me, if you mean tag me in something, like if you DM'd me, bump it up. There you go. I got you. Okay, good deal. I got you. All right, I found you. Give me a second. Yeah, see, when you're yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, by the time like you messaged before, it bumped down. Like, so many people are messaging. You gotta my account trended twice, so it buries. Like, I mean, there are. I don't know. I had almost 1,000 people message me yesterday. I was like, oh my god, and that's fine, but I can't keep up. I don't know how. It's Switchy Pooch. Thanks for the tip. It's not a bad problem. It's a good problem to have. I like. All right, growing. That's awesome, but I just don't know how to keep up. People like Turd, Hurd, Monica Rawl have damaged the Me Too movement so much and destroyed so many lives. But one positive note, it brought awareness to men being victims too. Yep. Today, this stuff really did. It did. I went to bed and Doug's still going. Yep. And was spoken in 3 times in court yesterday. She called lawyers about what. Well, I mean, it gets where it goes. Again, I don't ever say like who I call or what I do. I will say it this way. I make contact with sources. I do this because, like, if you put something out there into the world that you ever call somebody or anything else, there are a lot of people listening. So you just say, I talk to a source and it's going to get where it needs to go. That's the way you say it. Like, who does that mean? Well, that's who it means. Whether that would be, whomever, you leave it to the imagination there, like everybody that, you just, you leave it vague. That way it gets into the heads of people like Amber Heard and Elaine, because they're like, oh my God, they don't know. They can't figure out what you're talking about. Just drives them crazy. You got to do it that way. Sherry Lamb, thanks for 2. Johnny just purchased a property in Tennessee. Oh, maybe he can go move in next door. He can move in if he wants to. Ingrid Wills, thanks for 5. I'm shocked AH hasn't had a narcissistic outburst with all the evidence proving her lies. Indeed. Tug, do you need a secretary? That's Purchase's old news. I don't keep up with people buying property and stuff. If he got a new property, that's awesome. I mean, it's not like we're going to go and hang out and have tea today or anything. Now, next Wednesday. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. I'm just goofing off. That's absolutely not true. That's a joke. I just got to clarify that for some people out there. Let's see. I saw another one there. Ingrid, thanks for the 5. I'm shocked AH hasn't had a narcissistic outburst with all the evidence proving her lies. I think she probably has had outbursts. She just hasn't had them in the courtroom, You know what I mean? She's had outbursts. They're just not there. think I've caught up everything, but there's a few in the middle I can't get to very easily. Trying to see if I can get these. There's a few super chats in the middle that it wouldn't hit, but I think I've gotten everything else. Yeah, I think I got everybody. So, like I said, we'll talk for a minute. Anything else that we have not covered that you folks you thought, ooh man, like big points or anything else that you want to bring up? That you thought, man, that's actually a point of contention or something that we need to discuss. I think, like I said, I think the discussion about the subpoenas to try to dox people, I think those are important. I think people have forgotten that, and that was a scary one. Date check Tennessee property was in 2012 or 2022. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody's saying it's brand new, so maybe that's there. Dr. Muffins. Hey, she did good. Like Dr. Muffins did a really good job of taking apart the narrative. So what Dr. Muffins did is she came in against Dr. Hughes, you know. Hey, Black Omega, thanks for the 5 there. Didn't get a birthday present yesterday, but Johnny winning this trial will be the greatest gift in the world. So satisfying to see justice for Johnny. And that's awesome. I hope that you need to go get you a birthday present. Why don't you go get you one? Get you something at least small and enjoy it. Buy you a birthday present. The best person buying presents is you. Buy your present. You know, I buy my birthday presents if I can. My kids will give me some stuff they made, and I tell my wife, like, you know, let me buy my own present, please. Yes, yeah. I mean, if there's something I like really want, I'll, you know, I want to get it away. Chloe Ray, thanks for the 2. No statement, but plenty of statement attached to that. Thank you. Oh man, yesterday. So I'm curious. I want to get your all's opinion. And again, this isn't being mean toward anyone. I want to make that clear. We had yesterday, I was on Popcorn Planet, and the subject of Ezra Miller came up, and we were talking about making fun of Ezra Miller. And one of the panelists was saying, you shouldn't make fun of Ezra Miller, you know, because he could be mentally ill. Now, for me, I personally think that people like Ezra Miller, you should be able to make fun of. And mental illness is not an excuse. Like it's not a go-to. If you're a drunk and you go out and beat people up, you're not mentally ill. If you choke a lady in public, you're not mentally ill. You say crazy things. You may be a drug addict or anything else, but you're not necessarily mentally ill. And I think that like people are like that are fair game. What I don't understand in statements like that, here's what I don't get. If people think that you shouldn't mock people like that, what's the difference between an Amber Heard, who's a raving piece of garbage, and Ezra Miller, who seems like a raving piece of garbage that attacks people all the time and stuff? I don't, you know, what's the difference between laughing at Ezra Miller and laughing at Amber Turd, you know? Because they both seem to be, you know, in control of their facets. Wow. And I was curious, like, you know, with the discussion, I was tired that night, so I bailed so we wouldn't argue, you know, but props to everybody on the panel. There was no, and I get wanting to be nice to people. I really do. I don't feel that need myself. I did find it pretty nasty. One thing that really bothers me is there were people in the comments that were saying, well, you can't be mean to Ezra Miller because he's his identity, you know. I don't even know what he is. Some people were saying trans. I don't think that's what he is. But regardless, does that make you impervious to making fun? I mean, if you made fun of him because of that, if you're like, ah ha ha, this dude's identity. No, but if you're like, this dude's a jackass, you know, I don't see the problem. I wonder how people see that. You know, identity doesn't make you, it's just like that. Identity does not make you impervious to criticism either. In fact, anyone who says that, I almost find that offensive because, you know, again, if you're mocked, it'd be the same thing. If you were mocked for your identity, your religion, whatever, you know, then that's one thing. But if you're making fun of a jackass being a jackass, and somebody's like, "Oh, you're making fun of, whatever, enter identity." I don't want to single out any identity, but if you, that's just that feels like, that's insulting to me. You know, I think especially celebrities are fair game. Now, I mean, if a celebrity's like got a weird speech impediment because you know, they had a horrific accident or something, that's not very funny, or, they do like they have tics or something because they're mentally, they have a neurocognitive issue. That's not funny. But if they're acting like a jackass and they're running around a parking lot screaming about how they got to protect their identity because of NFTs, I think they're fair game. you know, I don't know. Maybe people disagree. I'm just curious. I'm curious what people think about it. I don't know. Let's see. Hey, Bonza, thanks for the 5. Your voice is soothing. Thank you. Yeah, that's part of I try to get that right with the Cheryl. Thanks for the 2. I think that comes from therapy. I think it's trying to be calming. You know, Cheryl, thanks for the 2. Were you looking at Johnny's wrong eye? No, they said nearest to the chef, so that's what they went with. Nearest to the chef. Nick V and M. That's what he kept saying. Nearest to the chef. So that's what I took it as. You know. Am I joking? I'm not joking. I'm really not joking with you. I'm not. That's not a joke. Like for real. I'm not joking. Like if people think I'm joking about that, like that was a discussion that came up, and I said with working with the mentally ill, I get really mad when people use like I have to watch myself because I will yell at people for using mental illness as a catch-all. Like just because someone is an asshole does not mean they are mentally ill. Excuse my wording on that, but that's true. That is an insult to people that are actually mentally ill. In fact, most people with mental illness, unless you something like like say some explosive anger disorder, something like that, or unless it's some kind of psychosis, which can induce paranoia, or maybe you don't you have some kind of dysfunction and you're not more to reality. Most people are calm. I mean, I've had a few. I've been bitten before, but that was because this is the dumbest thing ever, but it's true. I I had a guy that for some reason he had drug induced psychosis, and he started screaming about pork chops, and he tried to bite my arm. I had a long sleeve shirt on, so it didn't work. But he was like, pork chop, pork chop. And it was really, it's weird to talk about, but it wasn't funny then. It was kind of, I mean, it was just funny because it was absurd. Absurdity can be funny. You're not laughing at the illness, you're just laughing at the absurdity to it. Like, for example, like this situation was not, it's not funny, the guy dealing with this, but the absurdity, just imagine it in your head. So I dealt with this huge African American gentleman, huge dude, like intimidating, but he was the nicest guy ever. Like he was just like he had a hand that was like bigger than my face. I mean, he was a big dude, and he started having, like, I'd never seen him exhibit any of the problems that he'd had, but he started to acclimate towards his medication. When he did, I saw that when he'd watch TV, he would hear things. Like he would hear it coming from people that he knew. Like for me, like people that he knew around, right? Like workers or other people, he would hear them saying things. He'd have auditory hallucination. And he would hear mumbling, or he would hear people saying racist stuff to him. And that's because at one time when he was younger, before he bulked up and stuff, so he actually had onset of schizophrenia in his 20s. But before that, one of the reasons he bulked up is because a bunch of assholes beat him up because, well, they're a bunch of racist dicks, and they beat the guy up pretty bad. And since then, it's something that stuck with him. So when he had onset schizophrenia in his 20s, he actually went. He managed to land in a pretty good college. He was doing well, first person in his family to ever do that. He was pushing above. And then, unfortunately, mental illness will hit you like that. It just sidetracked you, and it destroyed his life. And it did. It destroyed his life. But he always reverted back to hearing that. So anyway, we had this anger management class. It was a circular class. It was one of the things. Part of what he had gotten in trouble for was anger involved. We'll just say it that way. And he was required to attend an anger management class. So I had they didn't have an anger management class in this area, and I was like, well, they've got to have one. So anybody could teach one, but I wanted to see how like certain clients in that area were doing. So I said, yeah, I'll teach one down there. I'll help out with it. So we get all these clients together, and this guy, like, they're all bored. Nobody wants to be at anger management. Everybody's bored. We're talking about stuff. We're talking about fundamentals, but it's late. That's what I mean. It's boring because it's later. It's like, oh God, everybody needs to catch a second wind. So anyway, this guy falls asleep for a minute, and then all of a sudden he snaps up. His head snaps up. You could just tell, like, there's something in his eyes that were really off. And he looks around the room, and he's like, I hear you and you. And then he points at me, and he's like, I really heard what you said. And he's got that killing look in his eyes. I was like, oh, shit. So it was like a for a minute. Now this guy, after a minute, you could talk him down. Like you could make him reason. You could. That was one of the things you work on with people is coping skills. Does this make sense? Would I say that to you? I never said it before. Why would I do that again? But it was like a bad game of duck, duck, goose, because he was going to catch me, probably break me in half. So I was trying to run around this stuff, run around these people. I ran around outside. I mean, I was like, oh crap. I went outside the building and ran around, and the absurdity of that situation is funny. You can just imagine, like, you're like, whoa, I'm in charge here, I think, but not really. Like, that situation is funny, but the dealing with the guy was not. It's terrible what happened to him. I've worked with 4 people that schizophrenia has just utterly decimated their lives. There was a lady that was a nurse, and her mother died, and when her mother died, it broke something in her, and that plus a few other factors, it induced psychosis. She had a psychotic break, and after she had a psychotic break, it was just never the same. Which that's not schizophrenia, but still, it was. I mean, you see that in people. I deal with abuse cases and other stuff. And the reason I mention all of that is just because there's a long story on that, but with the Ezra Miller stuff, what makes me mad is I've worked with some really rough cases like that. Hey, what's up, Rock and Ruin? Thanks for the 100. All right. So Rock and Ruin, we're going to do something real quick. All right. So, we got a comic book, right? And if people want, you can win a free copy. You actually can rent a free set. Rock and Ruin is actually, he is backing it. So all you have to do to win a set is something very simple. You have to type in the chat. That's right. You just type whatever in the chat. You can type A, B, whatever, just type, make this thing roll like a roulette wheel. Yeah. You just a bunch of people, when you type, the comments will come in. Let me turn the limiter off. Okay. Let me turn the limiter off so everybody can do it. All right. Give me a second. I got to turn the limiter off. I'm not going to make you type every 10 seconds. That's not fair. Okay. So I'm going to turn the limiter off. I'll turn it back on in a minute. but give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I see everybody going. Give me a second. Take me a second because I got a 10-second limiter. I don't think that's fair to any of you, you know? So I'm going to turn the limiter. I'm going to turn slow mode off. Okay. So, all right. Now. All right. Here we go. Now it's going to get crazy. There we go. Look at that craziness. All right. I'm going to count to 3. 3. And the 2. And Z1. I can't tell who this is, by the way, when you type. And the 0. And Moontan. Moontan. Hit me up, Moontan. You know how to contact me? I am at granularheaven@gmail.com. Hit me up there. I'm going to turn slow mode back on because the thing's go crazy now. Boom. It'll slow it down. Moontan, hit me up. Rock and Ruin, thank you for doing that too. I always love doing those. They're a lot of fun. It's just funny to watch the thing go crazy like that. I love the insanity to the chat. I actually like when the chat like is crazy, you know, when it's just off the rails movie. I don't know about you folks, but I like doing that. Anyway, do y'all find hang on, let me catch the last super chats that came in. And thanks for the 5. I saw AH sued Elon for emotional distress and wanted credit for his success with his business. No, not that I've ever heard of. I don't think that's ever happened, actually. I don't think AH ever sued Elon in any way that I for his business. There was a lawsuit supposedly that happened for embryos. That's what Jennifer Howe put into her documentation. So there wasn't a lawsuit though for anything else that I realized though. Andrew, thanks for the 2 months there. Congratulations. Sending love with the UK. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Mike White, thanks for the 10. No statement attached, but plenty of statement. Thank you for that too. Rochelle, not Rochelle, thanks for the 5. My gosh, it went nuts. I know. I love that. Like I have time. Where can I buy the comic? Oh, glad that you asked. Let's see. Well, it's more like a graphic novel. Like we have a project on Indiegogo right now. It is in the process of making. Okay, so just to note, that's what Indiegogo does. It's like Kickstarter. You know, you guarantee. This is our 3rd comic book. Again, we do a 44-page, not a. Comic books are mostly advertisement with about 18 pages of material. We don't advertise, so you know we do like a graphic novel light in there, but we do an all ages comic book. That means for everybody, not just for kids. It's a detective noir meets classic monsters, I guess is the best way to talk about it. If you're like, why is there Umbrella comics? Well, that's because the little umbrella or the littlest umbrella, the little umbrella girl, she's that's the avatar for my daughter. So in these, you know, we have what the hell? Give me a story. Okay. I was like, what the heck has happened to the page here? But in the there it goes. It was only showing like did you notice it was only showing like some of the pages it went down. So we have, again, art like that. It's S.K. Bennett. It looks great. I love his artwork. But like my daughter gets involved. So she's 8. Like this is her work. And S.K. Bennett has worked it in, which I think is amazing. But you have the first books that are attached. It's all in here. So I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. It's always in the descriptions too. You know, bam. I need to check PayPal as well to make sure nobody. But yeah, just check it out if you want. That the reason that stuff matters too is because you know what I love about that, by the way. So when the Depp stuff started up for like when it was getting kicked up, you know, we do a comic every year. So we were doing our comic, and there were some people, you know, there are people that gatekeep everything. There's always gatekeepers. And there were some people that are like, oh my God, doing a comic, like Johnny Depp would be so appalled. And I kept thinking, that's really funny considering, you know, uh, like we found out later on, Adam Waldman, this guy said, if people had any problem with anything I do, they would tell me, but quite the opposite. Like JD's a supported alternate industrialist. So, I've just always thought that was funny. But the industries that allowed this to happen, Warner, they control comics. Disney, they control it. And they didn't just do this stuff to him, they did it to you. You, as a customer, they treated you like crap. So when you walk away from people, and you should walk away from industry that does not respect you. You got to walk towards something. You never give up your hobbies, and that's what we try to do. So hopefully that makes sense. Crystal, thanks for the super chat there. Appreciate it. Sending hugs and love to you, Tug, and your whole family. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Total Cabbage, thanks for the 10. I'm out of the loop, so I'm sure this was covered, but in Josh Drew's depo, didn't he admit to AH's lawyers instructing them to construct an account of events so they could keep their story straight? Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, what he was saying was they told them to keep a note of everything. It depends on, see, the spin from one side is going to be they just wanted them to write down their stories and keep them straight. The other side is going to say that's them obviously colluding on the narrative. So you can see how they would spin that. Natalie, thank you for that. 3. And the super sticker, thumbs up. Thank you for that. Sexy Toast mugs. Oh, you want a Sexy Toast mug? I could do that. Need to go back and watch all of Tug's videos. Did you realize you can watch them from the very beginning? You should. There's not from the very beginning of all my videos, but from when I start picking up Depp. There's only 678 according to the guy that went through and obsessively went through all my videos. He said there was 678. I was like, there's only that many? Huh. I figured there'd be more, but okay. It's not terrible. That's not bad. That's still only like 10 a month. That's not very good. It's not even one a day. I figured there'd be more than that. Anyway, so check this out too. I wanted to show you something else. Let me show you how these Twitterites get. Like they lie about stuff. They misrepresent. So there have been people. One of the favorite Twitterite discussion points is they like to throw around things like alt-right and, like stupid labels. They're making this stuff political because of course they do. They always do. So one of the things, like these people, many of them don't even understand, like the Amber Heard stole someone's rape is not a conspiracy. It's not just something people made up. It's actually noted by Jennifer Howe. So here it is. This guy here. I love that they like you're now part of apparently according to them, you're now part of the alt-right because that's what they love to talk about. So this is Michael Hobbs. Good story. Bad headline. Men's right trolls didn't hijack the trial. They've been obsessed with this case for years, and their misinformation campaigns eventually spilled over onto normies. The sheer number of false rumors. She says she covered bruises with makeup that wasn't released until 2016. She plagiarized someone else's sexual assault is a tale that has originated on the right. This is how they rolled out misinfo since death panels. Okay, so hitting this because I love owning fools. I collect their souls. So I'm going to collect this one real quick. I'm going to suck out all the stupid and keep what's left over. I don't think there'll be much, but the idea of she plagiarized someone else's sexual assault is not a rumor. That actually comes from Kate James. Kate James is on record in this trial. Actually, no, I'm taking it back. She's on record in this trial, but in the last trial in UK 2020, she's on record with her second witness statement. I know this is hard. Keep up with me. Second witness statement and that right-wing male fantasy that they're talking about. Here's her words. Much to my utter shock and dismay, I discovered that Miss Heard had in fact stolen my sexual violence conversation with her and twisted it into her own story to benefit herself. Huh. That's weird. I didn't realize that Kate James was a man. I didn't realize Kate James was in the alt-right. I didn't realize. It's just like, are you kidding me? See, this is what I mean, though. Like, these people, they poison the well. Like even the statement about men's rights activists, you see how they turn this into something gross. Men's rights is a bad word for these people. And it disgusts me because men have the right not to be freaking domestically abused, raped. Men have the right. But they use it like a dirt, and there are thousands of people that applaud that. They applaud it. Thousands of jackasses that steal. You talk about, it's like we live in the freaking dark ages. Out of one side of these people's mouth, they're like, respect identity unless it's men. And the funny thing about it is, I'm going to guess, like this is a journalist. It's from the Huffington Post and all these other jackassery places. I'm sure. Let's look up Michael Hobbs. I'm curious. I want to look up Michael Hobbs. What are you writing for now? Michael Hobbs. Let's see. Give me a second. Michael Hobbs. I want to see if I find a picture. Is that little Weasley looking guy? Or is that which one is Michael Hobbs? I'm trying to figure out if that's Michael Hobbs. Give me 1 second. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Give me a second. I'm going to show you Michael Hobbs. Oh my God. It's so great. I think Michael Hobbs, I think of course it is. Like, why is it? I think it's this guy right here. He looks like very, like there. Like, he looks like he's tiny. Like, why is it that folks like that are always like their main go-to is creating this boogeyman that is the everyone I disagree with is some kind of the alt-right, and it's so bizarre. Like it's creepy. But welcome to that. The thing you have to avoid, like you as a person talking about this, you need to be, if you get loud about this stuff at all, some of these people will try to track back to your jobs and stuff. They'll try to ruin your lives. So you be careful. If you watch and stuff and keep up with it, that's okay. But I tell you, people like that, journalists especially, they're dangerous because they will try to ruin your life. They will take narratives like alt-right and they'll try to point it right at your jobs, right at your lives and livelihoods, and they'll try to ruin them. They do that mess all the time, too. They get away with it. It's the crazy part of it. Let's see. Another J.O., thank you for the $25 in PayPal. I appreciate that. No statement attached to it, but there is a huge statement in you backing along. So thank you. Did I enjoy the witness statement from TMZ? I did indeed. It was everything you could hope for and more. Actually, I liked it a lot more than I thought I would, to be honest. I thought it would actually be less, it'll be lesser. And it actually turned out to be a lot more than I thought. Because, there's already proof that Amber Heard has colluded with TMZ. That's been proven in the past. She was talking to, I pulled this up earlier, but she was talking to her buddy IO. And IO let me see, I'll find it real quick. They had put it on, they ended up putting it on in one of the evidentiary things for here. Here it is right here. All right, so check this out here. So if you look there, they'd already discussed it because it would have gone straight to TMZ, which will happen Monday anyway. So, I mean, they've talked about like plotting and conspiring with TMZ behind the scenes anyway. They definitely did that. But I was surprised by like what I liked. They admitted that when she went to the courthouse, she says that she was mobbed by journalists. And, she wasn't expecting anything like that. But the reality was she called the journalist and she told them, hey, I'm having this done. Come and take photographs of me, and she posed for the photographs. So that's the reality, versus the hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I was pretty happy with it. And then they did it again. And then after that, they did it again. So it's not once, twice. They did 2 times, and then they did the TMZ, the video. So I did like that for sure. Suzanne Painter, thanks for the 10. So do I need to send $5 in order to super chat? Confused several times. I tried to send 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please help me know. No. There's a 1, but you can't. Like, first of all, you don't have to back anything. But there is a $1 thing that has no comment. What it is for super chats, they however many words you want to add is how long it is. If you want to, obviously, if you like at $1, like I don't control any of this. At $1 though, YouTube doesn't allow you to write anything in. At $2, they allow you to write like a little bit and so on. That's the way that they work, and they stay at the top longer, depending. So, Ellie Bumps, thanks for the 5. Those nasty texts say incoming on both. Yep. We talked about that earlier for sure. Yep. Somebody sent me stuff on that shooting. I'm gonna make this clear again. I don't cover shootings with kids. I don't cover stuff like that. I don't know how. Not to be rude about it. I don't cover stuff like that. I don't. Again, that is an issue. That's the same thing. If you say like, let me make this clear to people. Like, if somebody's been through trauma, they don't go around trauma. And I did not go through a traumatic experience, but with kids, I work with kids so long that it rubbed off. It's a way that some people can be a brick wall working with people, but some people can't. And it's called secondary trauma. It jacks you up. And like I said, I couldn't do it anymore. Like I couldn't work with people that went through, like kids that you imagine this. You sit across from a 6-year-old, and a 6-year-old tells you about how they've been brutalized by someone or worse. Here's one of the worst cases I ever saw. I had there were 2 parents that would sell their kids at the fairground for favors. And what got them busted wasn't the fact that they were selling their children. What got them busted was that they had another kid and they used their child as a weapon in a fight. A little kid, and their little kid had a heart problem, and it almost killed their little kid. And their kids experienced that. So you get to, these kids will be shut down. And some of them won't talk about anything. And you finally get them to open up, and they tell you the worst things ever. Like for me, I don't open those doors anymore. Like I can't. So I don't cover kids' school shootings. I don't cover anything like that. No kids, anything. Like I said, because I just can't. I can't do it. So I like school shootings anyway are horrible thing. Like it fills me with dread. Like I don't send my kids to public school because it horrifies me anyway. But like I said, I don't cover that kind of stuff. So people will send me stuff like, "Oh, cover this." I actually had somebody try to pull a gotcha yesterday, and it rubbed me wrong. Someone was like, "You didn't have a minute of silence for the school shooting yesterday." Well, actually, I had two people bring it up in super chats, and I mentioned it, but no, I didn't. I don't. I try not to dwell on it because if I get it in my head, it stays there too long. So I don't mess with that stuff. So people send me that stuff, and I'm like, I don't cover it. I don't cover it. It's like I can cover other things. That's why I say I understand when there's like a domestic abuse survivor. I can understand why you don't watch these trials. I get it. I didn't suffer what you suffered, but I get the emotional horror that stuff plays with you. Again, like I'm not even comparing one to the other, but even secondary trauma, like things that people go through, you're just like, oh man, I can't get near that again. So, like I said, just to be clear about that, I just don't get into it, But that doesn't mean there's no empathy there, man. Ooh, I think it's like you can't turn it off. I think that's what secondary trauma is. It's like you can't turn off the thing. Like I said, I have to. Even talking about there, it makes me want to be emotional, and I'm like, oh, I just bite it down and eat it and put it in the back of my head. But you can hear it; it wants to come out, And what was weird is it was weird how that happens. Like as a therapist, I was good to go for a long time, but man, I think I work with too many kids, and I actually at the beginning I worked with offenders too. And the reason I worked with offenders was not because I actually don't think that offenders that do horrible shit to kids, I don't think they get better. I think they have to stay monitored. But I just got a really bad. I will not burden you with the details, but it was some of the worst shit I've ever heard in my life. And I was like, no, I can't do this anymore because I will. I had a guy talking about these horrible things, and he smiled about it and stuff. And I thought, man, I'm going to break this guy's face in half. I was like, I can't do this anymore. But props to the people that do. If you work with people, like if you keep people monitored, the offense rate goes from if you don't monitor people and they get out for those kind of crimes, the offense rate is around 80%. 4/5 of them will reoffend in the first year. If you don't, it goes down to 1/5. So you have to do it. But whew. Loretta, thank Jesus. Thanks for the 20. Thank you for giving us a place to find the truth. The mainstream media would not report for years. You very much appreciate it, Tug. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Susan Painter, thanks for the buck. No statement. Plenty of statement there. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the 5. I did that wrong. Can you contact Waldman about the messages? Everybody that needs to know about the messages knows about them. Let me say it that way, okay? Everybody knows for sure. So don't worry about them. They know. They know. Let's get right to a group. No, I mean it's not to complain about. Like I say, I try to be open about things. I mean, we do this stuff live. We do it every day, and it's strange. One of the things that comes with this is there's this there's this microscope that comes with everything you do. People are always looking for answers, and I just try to be open about them. I just try to be very open about them. That way people understand. I try to be open about like the craziness that people bring. That's not complaining about it. Like you ain't gonna do anything, you know. But it's just be open about everything. That way, you know, the transparency that's involved. People, I think one of the reasons that YouTube works and that the mainstream media doesn't is because the mainstream is so detached. Like they tell you what to do. Like for me, I'm going to present you a bunch of stuff and tell you what I think. And you can get to know me and you can listen to that and you can understand how my mind works and you can understand things about me and you can understand what I'm trying to present here. You can disagree with me, but you know what? It humanizes and it also, you know, and every day I could be wrong. And we sit down and talk about like the Depp case, for example, in finding out stuff. Okay, well, we've been in here. 40 people have probably come in and brought up those messages, right? And that's good because people are finding it in the moment. They're telling you details in it and they're excited. They're part of it. They're finding out. And that you need it in the moment. And everybody, you know, you create a hub in there. That's something the media lost, you know, because you know what? They lost the even now, even with the Depp case, you know what? Like the mainstream media doesn't understand. Like take let's take NBC. Let's just throw a random place out there. NBC doesn't understand that, like, you turn off the chat, nobody's involved. They may watch it, but most people would like to be involved and like to be able to give their opinions. And, you know, they like explanation with stuff. That's what makes the YouTube experience more fun and you know, more interesting and more involved and also more insightful, I think, personally. Anyway. Lisa, thanks for the 5. Lisa Incognito, thanks for the 20. Respect for your work, time, and effort you put in, bringing truth to the forefront. Change will come if we kick it in the ass hard enough. That's true. Happy to have found this great community. Loving stuff from Scotland, UK. Thank you. Nita, thanks for the 2. Sent you an email. I'll check them out in just a minute. Kim Nelson Designs. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership and welcome to Tugs. I think I'm gonna end here in a minute. Ooh, man. It has been, how long have I been online? It's actually a short day. It's only 10 hours. Wow. So, but I think I'm gonna call it here. Tomorrow will be the last day of trial. Friday, we're gonna have closing arguments and we're going to have jury instruction. And then we're going to see the first hours of jury. I will stay live while we're on, as long as the jury's in. Like if jury's up Monday, we will live stream Monday. Okay. We will talk about whatever we need to. We will goof off and stuff, but we'll live stream that whole time. And we'll talk about different things that have been part of the trial. And we'll see if the decision comes in, because the decision will sooner or later, it will come in. And we'll keep an eye out for it, you know. CAT. Thanks, appreciated. Love from Seattle. That came in through PayPal. Thank you for the $50 donation. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. But I'm going to... How did JD get all the freeloaders out of his apartment? He sprayed for cockroaches. I mean, he just finally kicked them out and stopped paying. Once he left, once he kicked AH out, they were all gone, you know, pretty much. Gamey, thanks for the 555. Nasty unrecognized text was incoming. Hope JD's team calls it out. Like I said, I know it goes to the place it goes. Chemistry Queen. It's Kate Mossano. Did you miss this morning? Go back. Chemistry Queen. Go back to the beginning of the morning. She was the first witness. You'll enjoy it. It's short. Okay, it's very short, but go watch it. Like you'll enjoy it. So it was just she was the first witness. So she was a very short witness though. So that may be why you missed it there. When I said you missed this morning, I didn't mean that rudely. I was just like, you must have missed the. She was only there for a little bit. But she blew up that narrative that Amber Heard put out there. So it was good. It was very good. You'll like it there. Trip is Savage, thanks for the 5. You're doing your good works, your best. It's much more important than most. Don't fret, my friend. Big heart. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate you. Rock and Ruin, Sexy Toast. Yeah, indeed. I'm going to get some Sexy Toast on. All right. Let me turn off the sound booster first. I guess the sound booster is still on somewhere. I know it's on somewhere. Let me turn it off. No, there it goes. It's down. Black Omega, thanks for the 2. Do you think Amber has any chance tomorrow? No, I don't think she can win the counterclaim. I don't know how. I don't know how she could win the counterclaim. Like that's what they're talking about tomorrow. That's what they're discussing. I don't see how she can. Chemistry Queen, I'll get it. Thanks for the 2. Yes, I was at work. Thanks, Doug. Yeah, just look up if you want, instead of going through a whole live stream, just go to just look up Kate Moss and you'll find her testimony. Like I said, it was short. It was very short, but she torched that narrative. So it was worth it. You know, they didn't even cross her because they're afraid. All right. So anyway, let me Sexy Toast this out. Oh, Proud Tug Thug. Thanks for the 2. I look forward to your response to my email. I'll check it out. I'm going to rest my eyes first before I do anything. Whew. All right. Here we go. Sexy Toasted. That is the sexiest toast ever. All right. Well, I'm getting out of here. I appreciate you folks. We will do it again, same time again. Thank you. And I'm out. Appreciate you.